Section 1 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3, by Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Browning. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark June the 1st, 1846. My own Bar, do you want to turn my head with good fortune and get at my secrets that you give me 2 letters in one day? For there was too much life and warmth, I do think, in these last, to be kept in the postman's pouch as before. He delivered them punctually, as he was obliged. Not before his cold newspapers and railway prospectuses felt astonished, you may be sure. So, as I say, do you want to try my temper and bring out infirmities of mind that may be latent, as kings used to put robes and crowns on their favourites to see what they would do then? I will try and say as soberly as I can, if you did not write to me for a week, I would remember and love you the same. You are not bound to any kindness, much less to this extravagance, which yet so blesses me that... Let me leave what I can never say, and make the few remarks I ought to have made before. Mrs. Jameson did tell me something about her intended journey to Italy, but not in detail as to you. Miss Bailey seems worthy to be your friend, dearest, and it is satisfactory, very satisfactory, to find her opinion thus confirming yours, of the good you will derive from travelling. You know I look on you with absolute awe, in a sense. I don't understand how such a creature lives and breathes and moves and does not move into fine air altogether, and leave us of the ethy manufacture. I have solemnly set down in the tablets of my brain that Bar prefers morphine to pork, but can eat so much of a chicken as Flush refuses, a chapter in my natural history, quite as important as one in Pliny's, and Elian's too. When the lion is sick, nothing can cure him but to eat an ape. Though not so important as my greatest record of all, a cup of coffee will generally cure Bar's headaches. As for Pisa, or Florence, or Sorrento, or New Orleans, E.B.B. Florence, however, you describe exactly. The English there are intolerable. Even from a distance you see that. Indeed, I have heard here in England of a regular system of tactics by which parvenus manage to get among the privileged classes which at home would keep them off inexorably. Such go to Florence, make acquaintance as travellers, keeping the native connections in the farthest of backgrounds, and after a year or two's expatriation, come back and go boldly to rejoice the friends they passed those amusing days with, etc. What you say of Luff is right and true in one point of view, but I excuse him, knowing the way of life in London. What alternative has he? Even when you ask people by ones and twos and think to be rational, what do you get for your pains? Not long ago somebody invited himself to dine with me, and got, of course, the plainest fare, and just hock and claret, because I like them better than heavier wines myself, and suppose others may. I had to dine in the same manner with my friend a week after, and he judiciously began by iced champagne, forced vegetables, etc. What was that but telling me such was his notion of the duty of the giver of just a chop, according to stipulation? It is all detestable, a mere pretext. There is simply a fait accompli in every such dinner. It is an eternal record, to the season's end, that you witnessed, because you may let it alone for aught anybody cares, so long as you have eyes and can see. Such a succession of turbot and spring soup and basta! I shall go and take tea with Carlyle before very long. Luff has asked me more than once, but I never went. I like him when he's not on the subject of himself or other artists. Of one particular in his liberality I can bear testimony. he promises at a great rate. Some 3 years ago he most preposterously signified his intention of giving me a cast of one of his busts, me who had neither claim on him the slightest, nor much desire for the bust. But on this intimation I was bound to express as many thanks as if the bust had arrived in very plaster, which it has not done to this day. So that I was too prodigal, you see, and instead of thanks ought to have contented myself with making over to him the whole profits of Luria, value received. But jokes apart, he is a good, kind man, I believe, so don't mention this absurdity to your sister, which I am sorry for having mentioned now that mentioned it is. So sorrow shall be turned into joy, for I will only think that the evening is come, and night will follow, and morning end, 3 o'clock with all of dearest Bar, with the walkings and drivings to evidence in her face. My face, thank God, I am let say to my unutterable joy and pride and love above all other feelings. Ever your own. End of section 1.
Section 2 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday, postmark June 2nd, 1846. You understand, dearest beloved, all I could mean about your sister's coming here. Both I was afraid of not being liked enough, which was one reason, and none the less reasonable because of your being infatuated. Oh, that is precisely the word to use, and indeed I never falter to myself in the applying of it. And I felt it to be impossible for me to receive so near a relative of yours, your own only sister, as I should another and a stranger. There would be the need in me of being affectionate to your sister. How could I not? And yet, how could I? Everything is at once too near and too far. It is enough to make me tremble to think of it. It did, when Mr. Kenyon made his proposition. I would rather, 10 times over, receive Queen Victoria and all her court. Do you understand? Can you misunderstand? Can you pretend to fancy, as you talked yesterday, that the reluctance came from my having too many visitors, or from any of those common causes? Why, she is your sister, and that was the cause of the reluctance. You will not dare to turn it into a wrong against yourself. Now I am going to ask you a question, dearest of mine, and you will consider it carefully and examine your own wishes in respect to it before I have any answer. In fact, it is not necessary to treat of the subject of it at all at this moment. We have a great deal of time before us. Still, I want to know whether, upon reflection, you see it to be wise and better for me to go to Italy with Miss Bailey, or with any other person who may be willing to take me, supposing I should find such a plan possible, and that you should follow with Mr. Chorley or alone, leaving other thoughts for another year. Or if I find this scheme, as far as I am concerned, impossible, shall we gain anything, do you think, on any side of the question that you can see, by remaining quietly as we are, you at New Cross and I here, until next year's summer or autumn? Shall we be wiser, more prudent, for any reason or in any degree by such a delay? It is the question I ask you. It is no proposal of mine, understand, nor shall I tell you my own impression about it. I have told you that I would do as you should decide, and I will do that and no other. Only on that very account it is the more necessary that you should decide well, and according to the best lights of your own judgment and reason. I forgot to talk to you yesterday of your Statesman, which I read with a peculiar sort of pleasure, coming and going as I see you and miss you. There is no mistaking your footsteps along the sands. May God bless you, dear, dearest. Say how your head is, and love me so much more than Machiavelli, as to spare it from farther injury. It is not hard to think of you to-day in this chair, where you were sitting yesterday. Do you think it is? Your own Ba. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark June 2nd, 1846. You are the most entirely lovable creature I ever dreamt perhaps might be in a better world, altogether made up of affectionateness and generosity. I do not much fear now I shall ever offend you, in the miserable way of giving you direct offence, which mortal will and endeavour could avert, although I speak, by design, on profession, doubtfully about the happiness of the future in some respects, yet I dare be quite bold here, and feel sure, as of my life at this moment, that I shall never do that. But at present I almost love even the apprehension that I may be found out too useless, too unworthy in the end. Let it be said so, since I feel it so, my own Bar. I love this, because your dear love seems fit to cover any imperfection of mine. I dare say you do not see them, as you say, but you will perhaps, and then I trust to the love wholly. I want forms, ways of expressing my devotion to you, but such as I am, all is yours. I will write more tomorrow. The stupid head will not be quiet today. My mother's is sadly affected too. It is partly my fault for reading. A state to be proud of. Don't let my frankness do me wrong, however. The inconvenience is very little, but I was desired to tell you, was I not? I shall go out presently and get well. Are you out today, beloved? It is very warm. Be careful, like the dearest Bar you are, and kiss me as I kiss you. You'll accept the adoration which is mine indefeasibly. May God bless you ever for your very own. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday night. Postmark June 3rd, 1846. My own dearest, who are never to offend me, and true that is, because I have tried, before now, to be offended, and could not, being under a charm. So it is not my fault but yours, that never you see me angry. But your head, my head, is it better, dearest, by this time, or is it ringing and aching even under the crashing throat-peals of Mr. Landor's laughter? He laughs, I remember, like an ogre. He laughs as if laughter could kill, and he knew it, thinking of an enemy. May it do his friends no harm to-night. How I think of you, and in every thought love you. Yes, surely I can love you as if I were worthier, and better perhaps than if I were better, though that may sound like a riddle. And dear, dearest, why do you talk of your faults so? It is not at all gracious of you indeed. You are on a high hill above me, where I cannot reach your hand, in the midst, be it understood, and you sigh and say querulously, by and by I may have to take a step down lower. Now is that gracious of you, or worthy of your usual chivalry? You ought to be glad, on the contrary, to be so much nearer me, in the midst, be it understood, for out of the midst we are near enough, as near as two hearts can be, I believe, I trust. You will not mistake what I said to you this morning, my own beloved, you will not. My promise to you was to place the decision in your hands, and my desire is simply that you should decide according to your judgment and understanding. I do not say your affections this time. Now it has struck me that you have a sort of instinct. But no, I shall not write on that subject to-night. Rather, I will tell you what I have been doing to-day to be so very, very tired. To-day I paid my first visit, not to Mr. Kenyon, but to an older friend than even he, to Miss Trepsack, learn that name by heart, whom we all of us have called Treppy ever since we could speak. Moreover, she has nursed, tossed up, held on her knee Papa when he was an infant, the dearest friend of his mother, and her equal, I believe, in age, so you may suppose that she is old now. Yet she can outwalk my sisters, and except for deafness, which dear thing she carefully explains as a mere nervous affection, is as young as ever. But she calls us all her children, and I, you are to understand, am her child par excellence, her acknowledged darling and favourite, perhaps because tenderly she thinks it right to carry on the love of her beloved friend whom she lived with to the last. Once she saw you in the drawing-room, and you perhaps saw her. She dines here every Sunday, and on the other days of course often, and has the privilege of scolding everybody in the house when she is out of humour, and of being coaxed by slow degrees back into graciousness. So she had full right to have me on my first visit, had she not? And the goodness and kindness and funniness of the reception were enough to laugh and cry over. First, half-way upstairs, I found a chair to sit and rest on. Then the windows were all shut up, because I liked it so in my room. And then, for occulter reasons, a feast was spread for Arabel and Flush and me, which made me groan in the spirit, and Flush wag his tail, to look upon. Ice cream and cakes, which I was to taste and taste in spite of all memories of dinner an hour before, and cherry brandy, which I had to taste too, just then saved alive by an oath, on Arabel's part, that I was better without it. Think of dear Treppy, of all the kindness and fondness, almost she kissed me to pieces as the darlingest of children. So I am glad I went, and so is Flush, who highly approves of that class of hospitable attentions, and wishes it were the way of the world every day. But I am tired, so tired. The visiting is a new thing. It is an old one that I should write such long letters. If I am tired, you might retort with the ed io anche. Yet you will not, because you are supernaturally good, and as it was in the beginning, ever shall be, you say. But will you explain to me some day why you are sorry for Italy having been mentioned between us, and why you would rather prefer Nova Zembla? So as to kill me faster, is it? Your Aelian says that the oldest painters used to write under a tree when they painted one, "This is a tree." So I must do, I suddenly remember, under my jests, I being, it would appear, as bad an artist in jesting as they were in painting. Therefore, see the last line of the last paragraph. This is a jest. And this is the earnest thing of all, that I love you as I can love, and am forever, living and dying, your own. Take care of the head, I entreat, and say how you are, and how your mother is. I am grieved to hear of that relapse. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark, June 3, 1846. I will tell you, dearest, your good is my good, and your will mine. If you were convinced that good would be promoted by our remaining as we are for 20 years instead of 1, I should endeavour to submit in the end, after the natural attempts to find out and remove the imagined obstacle. If, as you seem to do here, you turn and ask about my good, yours supposed to be uninfluenced by what I answer, then here is my truth on that subject, in that view, my good for myself. Every day that passes before that day is one the more of hardly endurable anxiety and irritation, to say the least. And the thought of another year's intervention of hope deferred, altogether intolerable. Is there anything I can do in that year, or that you can do, to forward our object? Anything impossible to be done sooner? If not, you may misunderstand me now at first, dear, dearest Bar. At first I sate quietly, you thought. Do I live quietly now, do you think? Ought I to show the evidence of the unselfishness I strive, at least, to associate with my love, by coolly informing you what would please me? But I will not say more. You must know, and I seem to know that this question was one of Barr's old questions, a branch license, perhaps, of the original inestimable one, that charter of my liberties, by which I am empowered to hold myself unengaged, unbound, etc., etc. Good heaven, I would not, even to save the being asked such questions, have played the horseleech that cries, "Give, give," in Solomon's phrase. Do you let me see you once a week? Give me a sight once a day. May I dare kiss you? Let me marry you tomorrow. But to the end, the very end, I am yours. God knows I would not do you harm for worlds. Worlds! I may easily mistake what is harm or not. I will ask your leave to speak. At your foot, my Bar. I would not have dared to take the blessing of kissing your hand, much less your lip, but that it seemed as if I was leading you into a mistake, as did happen, and that you might fancy I only felt a dreamy, abstract passion for a phantom of my own creating out of your books and letters, and which only took your name. That once understood, the rest you shall give me. In every event, I am your own. 12 o'clock. I thought another letter might arrive. This must go, as we shall set off presently to Mr. Kenyon's. I did understand the question about my sister. I mean that you felt somewhat so incredible as it seems. Only I believe all, you say, all, to the letter, the iota. Think of that whenever I might ask and do not, or speak and am silent. But I am getting back to the question discussed above, which I ought not to do. Understand me, dearest, dearest. See me. Open the eyes, the dear eyes, and see the love of your R. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday, 5 p.m. Postmark, June 4th, 1846. Then let it be as we meant it should be. And do you forgive me, my own, if I have teased you, vexed you? Do I not always tell you that you are too good for me? Yet the last of my intentions was, this time, to doubt of your attachment for me. Believe that. I will write to-night more fully, but never can be more than at this moment, your Bar. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday evening. Postmark, June 4th, 1846. Nothing at all had it to do with your Magna Carta, beloved, that question of mine. After you were gone the other day, and I began turning your words over and over, so I make hay of them to feed the horses of the sun, it struck me that you had perhaps an instinct of common sense, which, with a hand I did not see, and a voice I could not hear, drew you perhaps. So I thought I would ask. For, after all, this is rather a serious matter we are upon, and if you think that you are not to have your share of responsibility, that you are not to consider and arrange and decide and perform your own part, you are as much mistaken as ever I was. Judge what I say. For my part, I have done, it seems to me, nearly as much as I can do. I do not, at least, seem to myself to have any power to doubt even of the path to choose for the future. If for any reason you had seen wisdom in delay, it would have been a different thing, and the seeing was a possible thing, you will admit. I did not ask you if you desired a delay, but if you saw a reason for it. In the meantime, I was absolutely yours, I remembered thoroughly, and the question went simply to inquire what you thought it best to do with your own. For me, I agree with your view. I never once thought of proposing a delay on my own account. We are standing on hot scythes, and because we do not burn in the feet by a miracle, we have no right to count on the miracle's prolongation. Then nothing is to be gained, and everything may be lost, and the sense of mask-wearing for another year would be suffocating. This for me. And for yourself, I shall not be much younger or better otherwise, I suppose, next year. I make no motion then for a delay further than we have talked of, to the summer's end. My good, happiness, have I any that did not come from you, that is not in you, that you should talk of my good apart from yours? I shudder to look back to the days when you were not for me. Was ever life so like death before? My face was so close against the tombstones that there seemed no room even for the tears. And it is unexampled generosity of yours that, having done all for me, you should write as you always do about my giving. Giving! Among the sons of men there is none like you, as I believe and know, and every now and then declare to my sisters. Dearest, if I vexed you, teased you, by that question which proved unnecessary, forgive me. Had you uncomfortable thoughts in the gardens to-day? Perhaps. And I could not smooth them away, though I drew as near as I dared. Though I was in a carriage at 7 o'clock, running a mystical circle round your tents and music. Did you feel me any more than if I were a quick spider, I wonder? Henrietta and Arabel were going to spend the evening with cousins of ours, and as the carriage waited for the plaiting of Henrietta's hair, or the twisting of the ringlets, Arabel said to me, "Will you go for a quarter of an hour?" And in a minute we were off, she and Flush and Lizzie and I. Never did I expect again to see so many people, but I thought of one so much that my head was kept from turning round, and we drove once round the inner circle, so called, and looked up to Mr. Kenyon's windows, and there or there you were certainly, and either there or there you were being disquieted in your thoughts by me, as certainly. Ah, forgive me. After all, listen, I love you with the fullness of my nature. Nothing of all this unspeakable goodness and tenderness is lost on me. I catch on my face and hands every drop of all this dew. So now you are not teased. We are at one again, and may talk of outside things again. But first I must hear how the head is. How is it, best and dearest? And you had my letter at last, had you not? Because I wrote it as usual, of course. May God bless you, and me, as I am altogether your own. Twice, observe, I have been out to-day, the first time walking. Also twice have I written to you. Say how your mother is, and yourself. George and Henrietta were asked to meet you at Mr. Kenyon's, but only to-day, and too late to forestall other engagements. Did you enjoy any of it? Tell me. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday, postmark June 4, 1846. Vex me, or tease me, my own Bar, you cannot. I look on it, indeed, after a moment, as the only natural effect of your strange disbelief in yourself, and ignorance of our true relation one to the other by every right and reason. Only, Bar, You are wrong. Doubly. That is, you would be wrong if your own estimate of your power over me were the true one. For, though it is difficult for me to fancy these abstractions and fantastic metamorphoses, as how one could feel without one's head, or how I could live without the love of you now I have once got it, yet, since you make me, I will fancy I love my head and love you no longer. And then, which is now, do you think I am so poor a creature as to go on adding to my faults and letting you gently down, as the phrase is, with cowardly excuses, postponing this and consenting to delay the other, and perhaps managing to get you to do the whole business for me in the end? I hope and think I should say at once, "Oh, no more of this." But see how right I was. An instinct you seem to see. So I have been thinking, there are but few topics of our conversation from which any such impressions could arise. Was it that I have asked more than once if you could really bear another winter in London? In all probability, a severe one. And again, if you could get to Italy by any ordinary means, without the same opposition you will have to encounter for my sake? My bar, as God knows, all that was so much pure trembling attempting to justify myself for the over-greatness of the fortune, the excess of the joy. If I could but feel that there was a little of your own good in it too, that you would gain that much advantage by at least my own inestimable advantage, if you knew how, despite of all endeavours, how happy I have been, which is a shame to confess, but how very happy to hear that you could not, without a degree of danger, stay here, could no more easily leave England with Miss Bailey than with me. It seemed to justify me, as I say. And so of the wishing I had not mentioned Italy, I wish your will to be mine, to originate mine, your pleasure to be only mine. Expressed first, it will be my pleasure. But all is wrong if you take the effect, seek to know it before the cause. What does it matter that I should prefer Italy to Nova Zembla? So you ought to have begun by saying, "We will go there," and then my pleasure and obedience had been naturally expressed. Did I not ask you whether you had not, after all, thought of going to Italy first, to Pisa or Malta from the very beginning? Always to justify myself. Always. But this too is misunderstood. Let me say humbly, I should prefer to go with you to Italy or any place where we can live alone for some little time, till you can know me. Be as sure of me as of yourself. Nor am I so selfish, I hope, as that, because my uttermost pride and privilege and glory above all glories would be to live in your sick room and serve you, as that, on that account, I would not rather see you in a condition to need none of my service. The next thing to serving you is to be, what shall I say, served by you, loved by you, made happy by you. It is the being an angel, though there might be archangels. And if now you do not understand, well, I kneel to you, my bar, and pray you to give yourself to me in deed as in word, the body as the heart and mind. And now, at any time, you know what I cannot say. I cannot, I think, if I know myself, love you more than I do. But I shall always love you thus, and thus, in any case, happen what God may ordain, your R. I know this is taking the simple experimental question too seriously to heart, but such experiments touch at the very quick and core of the heart. I cannot treat them otherwise. Ought I? You will see Miss Bailey today. Mr. Kenyon asked if I were going to call today. If not, Miss B. would. I have your letter, the short note, not the promised one, for all this writing about the question. But I could not merely say, "Oh no, you mistake." I had rather, upon the whole, not wait. Even now the feeling and its subsiding hinders me from speaking of the delightful account of Treppy, whom I remember now perfectly, and what comfort is in thy dear note. Bless you, my darlingest creature, my Bar. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday, postmark June 5th, 1846. You are too perfect, too overcomingly good and tender, dearest you are, and I have no words with which to answer you. There is little wonder indeed that I, being used so long to the dark, should stumble and mistake, and see men like trees walking, and yet I must tell you that I did not mistake to the extent you have set down for me, and that never was I so dull, so idiotic and ungrateful, as to fancy you into one wishing to let me down gently with cowardly excuses. Since I first looked you in the face, and before that day, I have been incapable of defiling the idea of you with such an unworthy imputation. And surely what I did fancy was consistent with the fullest faith in you, and in the completest verity of your affection for myself. You might have had reasons, surely, which I did not see, without aggrieving me in any fashion. So do not make me out too stupid. It is bad enough, actually. Yes, those questions you refer to turned me down that path, and do tell me how I could be expected to guess at the real drift of them, after having been accustomed to walk rather with men than with angels. Ah, and now even that I see, it makes me smile and sigh together. To say that I am not worthy all at once grows too little to say. No one could be worthy of such words from you. You are best, best. How much more do you want me to owe to you, when I begin by owing to you all things, the only happiness of my life? As to Italy, I thought of it first, so I am in no danger of thinking that you engage me as female courier and companion, the feminine of what Mr. Betsy wants to be, Miss Bailey told me to-day. So if it is the same thing to you, we will put off Nova Zembla a little. But how is it possible to jest with this letter close by? Dearest of all, believe that I am grateful to you as I ought to be, penetrated, touched to the bottom of my heart with the sense of what you have been to me and are. Dearest beloved, so do not reproach me with my dull questions on Saturday. I won't ask them any more, and I did not mean by them the wickedness you thought. So now let us be tranquil and happy till the fine weather ends. Brightly it begins, does it not? So hot it is to-day, so very hot in this room. Miss Bailey came just as I had been out walking and was tired, but she talked and interested me, and I found out from her that you were not in the gardens when we drove round them, but in the house when I looked up at the windows. Very happy and agreeable you all were, she said, at Mr. Kenyon's, though Mrs. Jameson missed the flower show. I forgot to tell you that Trappy is a Creole. She would say so as if she said she was a Roman. She lived, as an adopted favourite, in the house of my great-grandfather in Jamaica for years, and talks to the delight of my brothers of that dear man who, with 50,000 a year, wore patches at his knees and elbows upon principle. Then there are infinite traditions of the great-great-grandfather who flogged his slaves like a divinity, and upon the beatitude of the slaves as slaves, let no one presume to doubt before Trappy. If ever she sighs over the slaves, it is to think of their emancipation. Poor creatures, to be emancipated. May God bless you, dear, dearest. Shall I ever be better, I wonder, than the torment of your life? It is I who want to be justified, and not you, my beloved, except as to your good sense for having made such a choice. Such as I am, however, I am, your very own, Ba. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday, postmark June 5, 1846. Nor did I mean so bad, dearest, dearest, as that you were suspecting me of that. Oh, no, since scorn of me, that me, would recoil on you. You would have no right to bear with such a person for a moment. But I put the broadest case possible to declare upon broadly, as I would do so if I felt no love longer, so in due degree I would tell you frankly a fear or a doubt if I felt either. I thought you suspected me, perhaps, of being deficient in this last point of courage, but it was not altogether so, or if it was, you shall doubt no more, but believe the more strongly for the future. Let us kiss on that convention, dearest. You see, I knew it could not but be that, for if anything had struck you as really to be gained by delay, you must feel whether I should listen to that or no. Last year, for instance, when you said, "Let us wait." Ah, bah, my own, many things are that ought not to be, but I hide nothing, cannot hide from you some feelings, as that, after all, talk and indeed think as one may, it is, let us say, a pleasant thing, at least, to be able to prove one's words, even one's lighter words. The proof may justify some words, I mean, and the rest, that admit of no proof, get believed on the score of them, the first words and proofs. I should like to prove a very, very little, if I could but do so in turning 50,000 a year or less to some account, and building flush a house fair to see, after which I could go on talking about the longings never to be satisfied here. Now this is foolish, so the causeless blame, if you please, should be transferred here, as naughty children punished by mistake are promised a remission of next offence. Oh, tomorrow kisses all right. All so right again, dearest. I have so much to say. Make me remember, love, to tell you something I have learnt about Mr. Kenyon, which makes one... No, all is proper. He should have the money, and I the admiration and love of his divine use of it. Something to love him for, and he happy that God will reward it. Remember, for even that I should forget by you. And all has been charming at Mr. Kenyon's, Landor's dinner and our flower show feast. I will tell you tomorrow, and last night I went to Mrs. Proctor's in downright spirits, pour cause, with my first letter, not my second, which only arrived this morning. And I danced, to put it on record there, that I was altogether happy, and saw Mrs. Jameson, and the Countess Han, and Milnes, and the Howitts, and others in a multitude. And I got to this house door at 4 o'clock, with the birds singing loud, and the day bright and broad. And my head is quite well, as my mother's is better, I hope. Quite well I am at this minute. For the rest, the news of your 2 exits and entrances in one day... Oh, thank you, thank the golden heart of my own Bar, whom I shall see tomorrow, but how I can kiss her now, being her own R.B. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday. Postmark June 6, 1846. This is the first word I have written out of my room these 5 years, I think, if I dare count anything beyond 2, for I do know that 1 comes after 2. Now just see what I have written, that 2 comes after 1, I meant to say, as well as a mathematician. I am writing now in the back drawing-room, half out of the window for air, driven out of my own territory by the angel of the sun this morning. Oh, it is so hot, and the darkness does not help when the lack is just of air. There is a thick mist lacquered over with light. It is cauldron heat rather than fire heat. So different in the country it must be. Well, everybody being at church or chapel, I knew I could have this room to myself, without fear even of the dreadful knocker, more awful to me than the famous knocks which used to visit the Wesley family. So here I curl up my feet, more meo, on the settee, and help to keep the Sabbath by resting upon you. Would Miss Goldsmith call it as profane as anything in your poems? But it will not be more profane for that, as I could prove if we wanted proofs, only we do not. Such flowers as you brought me yesterday, such roses, the roses are best as coming from your garden. When I began to arrange them, I thought I never saw such splendid roses anywhere. They are more beautiful than what you brought last year, surely. It seems so to me. Dearest, how did you get home, and how are you, and how is your mother? Remember to answer my questions, if you please. After you were gone, I received from Mr. Love a very gracious intimation that if I would go to see his studio, his statue of the Queen and other works, he would take care that no creature should be present. He would uncover all the works and provide a clear solitude for me. He would not do it for a duchess, he said, but he would for me. Now what am I to say? My sisters tell me that I can go quite easily. The place is very near, and there are no stairs. Well, I think I must go. It is very kind and considerate, and there would be a pleasure, of course. Do you know that statues have more power over me than all the pictures and all the colours thereof, which the world can show? Mr. Kenyon told me once that it was a pure affectation of mine to say so, and for my own part I could not see for a long while what was the reason of a most unaffected preference. I think I see it now. Painting flatters the senses, and makes the ideal credible in a vulgar way, but with sculpture it is different, and there is a grand audacity in the power of an ideal which, appealing directly to the senses, and to the courses of them, the touch as well as the sight, yet forces them to receive beauty through the door of an abstraction which is a means abhorrent to them. Have I written what I mean, I wonder, or do you understand it without? Then there is a great deal, of course, in that grand white repose. Like the ideas of the Platonic system, these great sculptures seem, when looked at from a distance. When you were gone yesterday, and I had had my coffee and put on my bonnet, I went, with the intention of walking out, as far as the drawing-room, and there failed. Not even with your recommendation in my ears, beloved, could I get any further. Notwithstanding all my flatteries, meaning the flatteries of me, I was not at best and strongest yesterday, nor am even to-day, though it is nothing to mind or to mention. Only I think I shall not try to walk out in this heat even to-day, and yesterday it seemed impossible. So I came back and lay on my own sofa, and presently began to read Le Comte de Monte Cristo, the new book by Dumas. Observe how I waste my time, while you learn how not to fortify cities out of Machiavelli. And really he amuses me with his Monte Cristo. 6 volumes, I am glad to see. He is the male Scheherazade, certainly. Now that the hero is safe in a dungeon of the Château d'If, it will be delightful to see how he will get out. Somebody knocks at the wall already. Only the narrative is not always very clear to me, inasmuch as, when I read, I unconsciously interleave it with such thoughts of you as make very curious cross-readings. J'avais cru remarquer quelques infidélités. He really seems to love me. L'homme n'est jamais qu'un homme. Never was any man like him. Ses traits étaient bouleversés. The calmest eyes I ever saw. So, Dumas or Machiavelli, it is of the less consequence what I read, I suppose, while I apply so undistractedly. May God bless you, ever beloved. I think of you, I love you. I forgot again your Strafford, Mr. Forster Strafford. I beg his pardon for not attributing to him other men's works. Not that I mean to be cross, not to him even. I am your own. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark, June 8, 1846. One thing you said yesterday, which I want to notice and protest against, my Bar. You charged me with speaking depreciatingly of myself because you had set the example. I should not have thought of it, but that you began. Now, I am tired, just at this moment, and submissive altogether, and hopeful besides, on the whole, so I will let you off with a simple but firmest of protests. I did not think of imitating you, but spoke as I felt and knew, and feel and know still. The world, generally, will inform you of this in its own good time and way, so Dacio. The last opinion of the world's on the respective value of people and people is unhappily too decisive. And after all, Mr. Langton is quite as good as the Duke's daughter, for he will have full 20,000 a year. I suspect I was going to turn a pretty phrase and tell you I have only a heart, as the playbooks prescribe, when the said heart pricks me as if I reserved something. So I will confess to owning a forehead and an eye, one advantage over Pope, to whom folks used to remark, "Sir, you have an eye," and no more. Whereas yesterday evening, after leaving Bar, while I settled myself in the corner of our omnibus to think of her, a spruce gentleman stretched over, and amid the rumbling, begged my pardon for being forced to remark that my forehead and eye interested him deeply, phrenologist as he was. And he was sure I must needs be somebody besides a passenger to Greenwich. So if Bar will trust in phrenology, I will at least not be unkind to her as to the learned man, who left the vehicle in due time, lamenting that in return for his own confidence and pink bill, Mr. Hamilton, phrenologist and lecturer, etc., etc., I would not break my obstinate reserve and augustly pronounce, "Am I a beef-eater now?" Assez de sottises. Bah, my Bar, I am happy in you beyond hope of expression. You know how happy, and have not I some shade of a right, I who love the dear, dear pale cheek and the thin hand, a right to be blessed in the wonders I see, so long as I continue to be thankful to God, whose direct doing I know it to be. How can I ever doubt the rest? The so easy matters remaining, I will not doubt more, I think. Tell me, write of yourself, love. Remember the fierce heat, and never go up the long stairs, or at least rest at proper intervals. I think of the Homeric stone heaved nearly to the hilltop, and then an accident now would be horrible. Think and take every precaution, because it is my life, if that will influence you, my whole happiness you are carrying safely, or letting slip. May God overwatch all and care for us. Goodbye, best beloved. I fear I ought to go to Mrs. Jameson's tonight. There is a breakfast engagement for Wednesday to meet this and the other notable, and a simple at-home promised to anybody calling this evening. My pride won't let me accept one, nor my liking to Mrs. J suffer me to refuse both. Yet the fatigue. I have been at church today, seeing people faint. Your own R. Into section 12. Section 13 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday. Postmark, June 8, 1846. My recommendation to dearest Bar was properly interpreted by her when she regarded the spirit and not the letter of it. The day was hot. Even I thought her thrive in heat, and yesterday you did well to keep the house. But last night's rain and this comfort of cloudiness may allow you to resume the exercise. Only with all ease, darling. Mrs. Jameson told me she called the other day on Miss Barrett, and was informed the lady was walking before her door. For I went last night, and deserved to be amused, perhaps, for the effort. And so I was. I never liked our friend as I now like her. I more than like the good nature and good feeling, versatility of ready intelligence, and quick general sympathy. She is to see you today. She told this to a Miss Kindersley, who had been reading The Drama of Exile to her complete delight. But in listening silently, and after, when Mrs. J. obligingly turned and said, "How I should like to introduce you to Miss Barrett. Did you ever see her?" To which I answered in the old way, that nobody, as she knew, saw you. At all these times did not I feel the mask you speak of? I am fortunately out of the way of inquiries, but if the thing were of a constant occurrence, it would be intolerable. Shall it indeed end soon? May I count by months, by weeks? It is not safe, beginning to write on this subject. I can do nothing moreover. Well, Luff has some good works, and you'll be pleased, I dare say. But, of all things, hold him to his bond of maintaining the strictest privacy. For Mr. Powell or his kith and kin go there, and his impudence and brazen insensibility are dreadful to encounter beyond all belief. He would book-make about the meeting, and in his ordinary talk be supplied with a subject to tell lies about for the next year or two, unless he got a lesson earlier. But Luff will understand and keep his promise, no doubt, if you exact it strictly. My mother is decidedly better. I am quite well, considering Thursday is so far off, considering the end of summer is so far off. Would it be profane to think of that lament, the summer is ended and we are not saved? I am obliged to leave off here. I love you ever my best, dearest own Bar. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday morning. Postmark June 9th, 1846. The stars threaten you with a long letter today, it seems, for I stretch out my hand and take blindly the largest sheet. Dearest, I have been driving out before your letter came, and to Hampstead. Think of that. And see the proof of it. This grew in the hedges when the sun rose today. We had a great branch gathered, and this was of it, starred over with dog roses. I did in the morning long for air, through the suffocation yesterday, and the walking being better for another day, my sisters persuaded me into the carriage. Only I wanted to wait for your letter, my letter, and could not. It did not come by the usual early post, and the carriage was here before it. So I had to go, thinking of it all the way, and having it on my return ready to gladden me. How you make me laugh with your phrenologist! For the interests of science you should have given your name. Then would have come the whole history in the next lecture. How, once in an omnibus, he met an individual with a forehead and eyes of mark, and knew him at a glance for the first poet of the age. It would have made a feature in the lecture, and highly developed, I dare say, to suit the features in the omnibus. Just at the moment of this observation, I too was thinking of eyes. Calm eyes, did I say? Yes, calm, serene, which was what struck me first of all, in the look of them. Was it ever observed before, I wonder? The most serene spiritual eyes I ever saw. I thought that the first day I saw you. They may be called by other names beside, but they shall not lose the name I then gave them. Now to bear with the horrible portrait in the matter of the eyes is a hard thing. Mr. Howitt must have his shut nearly, I think. The hair is like, and nothing else. The mouth, the form of the cheek, one is as unlike as the other. and the character of the whole is most unlike of the whole. It is a vulgarized caricature, and I only wonder how I could have fastened it inside of my Paracelsus frontispiece fashion. When it was hung up and framed, I did not know you face to face, remember. Mr. Kenyon told me it was rather like, but always and uninstructed I seemed to know that it was not like you in some things. Monday evening. Observe how the sentence breaks off. While I was writing it came a tapping, tapping at the chamber door, as sings my dedicator Edgar Poe. Flush barked vociferously. I threw down the pen and shut up the writing case. And lo, Mrs. Jameson. I suppose she did not guess that I was writing to you. She brought me the engravings of Xanthian marbles, and also her new essays, and was very kind as usual, and proposed to come some day next week with a carriage to take me out. And all this time how we treat her! Will she not have a right to complain of being denied the degree of confidence we gave, Mr. Kenyon gave for me, to Miss Bailey? Will she not think hereafter there was no need of their deceiving me? And yet I doubt how to retreat now. Could I possibly say to her the next time she speaks of you, or could I not? It would set her on suspecting, perhaps. She talked a little to-day of Italy, and plainly asked me what thoughts I had of it, to which I could answer truthfully, no thoughts, but dreams. Then she insisted, but whenever you have thoughts, you will let me know them. You will not be in Italy when I am there without my knowing it. And where will you go? To Pisa? To Siena? To Naples? And she advised, don't go where the English are in any case. And encouraged like an oracle, remember that where there's a will, there's a way. Knowing no more what she spoke than a Pythian on the serpent's skin. Beloved, you are right in your fear about Mr. Love. I have decided not to go there. Oh, it is best certainly, and quietly considered I shall be happier as well as safer in not going. We must walk softly on the snowdrifts of the world, now that we have got to them. For the rest, that is, for the chief thing, you wrote foolishly in your first letter to-day, my beloved. You can write foolishly on occasion, let me grant to the critics. I have just so much logic as to be able to see, though I am a woman, that for me to be too good for you, and for you to be too good for me, cannot be true at once, both ways. Now I could discern and prove, from the beginning of the beginning, that you were too good for me. It is too late, therefore, to take up the other argument. The handle of it was broken last year. Also, I do not go to the world to ask it to appraise you. I would fain leave to Robins the things of Robins. I hope you have repented all day to-day, having written so foolishly yesterday. Even Robins would not justify you. Dearest, the avalanches are on us. Uncle and aunts coming down in a great crash. My Uncle Hadley comes next week. On the 2nd or 3rd of July, the eldest of my aunts, from Paris, who proposes to reside in this house for a week. It may be longer. And, still in July, the rest of the Hadleys, I think. Everybody coming. Their welcome will be somewhat of a ghastly smile from me, for indeed I cannot be quite delighted, after the fashion of a thoroughly dutiful niece. Ah, never mind them. Nobody can change anything if you do not change yourself. You have a right, not the shadow of one, but the very right, to all I am, and to all the life I live. Did you not see before what I have felt so long, that indeed you have a right to me and over me? I am your own, Ba. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark June 9, 1846. Is your letter long, my own Bar? I seem to get to the end each time I read it, just as sorrowfully soon as usual. So much for thankfulness. But if Bar is not to be tall, depend on it, her letter shall not describe itself as long. Though, in a sense, nothing ever written, ever read by me, drew such a trail of light after it as her letters. Your letters, my own love. While I write this, my lips rest on the eglantine. Well, it shall be dog rose for Flushy's sake. You say truly about the folly. It is very foolish. When I fancy you proposing to give me a golden papal rose in gift for a king, instead of this. And if I feel this, why should not you, and more vividly even? A rose from Hampstead. And you bore the journey well? You should tell me, precisely, detailedly. As for lost statues, now I have said more than I meant if it deters you from going to see them. If he will abide strictly by his promise, there is much to reward the trouble of going. Always remember, my Bar, that the secret is your secret and not mine, that I keep it while you bid me, but that you may communicate it to whom you please, when you please, without waiting to apprise me. I should, I think, have preferred telling Mrs. Jameson from the beginning about the mere visits, or, I don't know. By one such piece of frankness you only expose yourself to 50 new, whatever they are, for there would be so much the more talk about you, and either the quick woman's wit and discernment are to be eluded, or they are not, foiled or not. And how manage without those particular evasions which seem to degrade most of all? Miss Mitford's promises began the embarrassment. In short, I think the best way in such a case is to tell all or none. I believe you might tell all to Mrs. Jameson with perfect safety, but for her sake I doubt the propriety, for it would be to induce her forthwith to exactly our own annoyances with respect to Mr. Kenyon, Chorley, etc. Once knowing, she cannot unknow. In any case, I promise my conscience to give her, and anybody else that may have a right to it, a full explanation at the earliest safe moment. May that be at no great distance. My own feeling is for telling Mr. Kenyon, though you would considerably startle me if you answered, "Well, do." But of the whole world, I seem only to care for his not feeling aggrieved. Oh, he will understand, and can, because he knows the circumstances at your house. Come what will, I am sure of you, if you live and are well. Even this last clause I might exclude. It has often been in my thought to tell you. Only, dearest, there is always, when I plan never so dreamily and vaguely, always an understood submission, the most absolute to your own desire. But I fancied that, in the case of any real obstacle arising so as to necessitate the postponement, etc., I should have stipulated, in the right yourself have given me, I should have said, "We will postpone it if you will marry me now," merely as to the form, but so as to enable me, if difficulty should thicken, to be by your bedside at least. You see, what you want to relieve me of is just what my life should be thrice paid down for, and cheaply. How could you ever be so truly mine as so? Even the poor service does not part us before death, till sickness do us part. But there will be no sickness, and all happiness, I trust God. Dear, dear Bar, I love you wholly and forever, true as I kiss your rose and will keep it forever. Bless you. My first letter did not reach you by the first post on Monday morning? No. How should it, when I carried it to town on Sunday night and went half a mile out of my way to put it in the General Post Office at the corner of Oxford Street? You know I am to breakfast with Mrs. Jameson tomorrow, and perhaps I may make some calls after. If anything keeps me in town so as to hinder the letter by the 8 o'clock post, you will know the reason, and expect the letter the next morning. But I will endeavour to get back in time. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark June 10th, 1846. Best, dearest beloved, would it not be strange if you were not so to me? How do you think I feel, hearing you say such things, finding such thoughts in your mind? If it is not worthy of you to have a burden set on your shoulders, and to be forced into the shadow of disquietudes not your own, yet this divine tenderness is worthy of you, worthy of your nature, as I know and recognize. May God help me to thank you, for I have not a word. Practically, however, see how your proposal would work. It could not work at all unless circumstances were known, and if they were known, at the very moment of their being known, you would be saved, dearest, all the trouble of coming upstairs to me, by my being thrown out of the window to you, upon which you might certainly pick up the pieces of me and put them into a bag and set off for Nova Zembla. That would be the event of the working of your proposition. Yet remember that I will accede to whatever you shall choose. So think for us both. You know more of the world and have more practical sense than I, and if you had not, you may do what you like with your own, as surely as the Duke of Newcastle might. For Mrs. Jameson, I never should think of telling her all. I should not, could not, would not, and the gods forfend that you should think of telling Mr. Kenyon any more. Now listen. Perfectly I understand your reasons, your scruples, what are they to be called, but I promise to take the blame of it. I will tell dear Mr. Kenyon hereafter that you would have spoken, but that I would not let you. Won't that do? Won't it stop the pricking of the conscience? Because, you see, I know Mr. Kenyon, and I know perfectly that either he would be unhappy himself, or he would make us so. He never could bear the sense of responsibility. Then, as he told me to-day, and as long ago I knew, he is irresolute, timid in deciding. Then he shrinks before the demon of the world, and what may be said is louder to him than thunder. And then again, and worst of all, he sees afar off casualty within casualty, and a marriage without lawyers would be an abomination in his sight. Moreover, to discover ourselves to him, and not submit to his counsels, would be a real offence, would it not? As it is, it may seem natural and excusable that we two of ourselves should poetically rush into a foolishness, but if we heard counsel and rejected it, do you see? He came here to-day, dear Mr. Kenyon, and is to come with Miss Bailey on Friday, and take me in the carriage to drive, and to see his house. I must go, but dread it, shrink from it, yes, indeed. As for Mr. Love, how could I have bound him with sticks 9 times round him? It is easier to bind Mrs. Jameson. Oh no, you were right, and I was wrong in my first inclination about Mr. Love. And yesterday I was not tired to signify. I shall not be ill, my beloved. I think I shall not. I am as perfectly well now in all respects, except that I have not strength for much exercise and noise and confusion, as it is possible to be. So do not be anxious about me. Rather spend your dear thoughts of me in loving me, dear, dearest. You breakfast with Mrs. Jameson, and I shall remember not to long too much for the 8 o'clock letter at night. Remember you, not to be hurried as to the writing of it. Oh, I had a letter from my particular Bennet this morning, and my Georgiana desires me instantly to say why I presumed not to write to her before. I am commanded out of all further delays. Did I receive her letter? She wonders. Georgiana is imperative. May God bless you, you who bless me. I am wholly your own. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday morning. Postmark June 12, 1846. I must write very little today, dearest, because Mr. Kenyon, as a note from him just tells me, comes at 2:30 for me, and in the meantime I am expecting a visit from my uncle Hedley, who arrived yesterday while we were together. Scarcely could Henrietta keep him, she says, from coming upstairs to see Bar. We just escaped, therefore. I have been thinking that having the barbarians down on us may be at least a means of preserving us from going into the wilderness ourselves, myself, if I were taken away, as I told you, to Tunbridge, Dover, or other provinces of Siberia. How should I bear, do you think, to be taken away from you? Very badly. Though you will not hear of my being able to love you as I ought, when that is precisely the only thing I can do, it seems to me, at all worthily of you. Ora pro me, in Mr. Kenyon's carriage to-day, I am getting so nervous and frightened. I shall feel all the while as if set on a vane on the top of St. Paul's. Can you fancy the feeling? I do wish I were safe at home again, reading your letter, which will come to-night, will, shall, must, according to the letter and spirit of the law. You made a proposal to me about New Cross yesterday, out of consideration and kindness to me. I understand it so, thanking you. For the rest, I need not, I am certain, assure you that it would be the greatest pain to me at any time to be wanting in even the forms of respect and affection towards your family, and that I would not, from a mere motive of shyness, hazard a fault against them. You will believe this of me. But the usual worldly form, if the world is to give the measure, would be against my paying such a visit, and under ordinary circumstances it never is paid, not so. Therefore the not paying it is not an omission of an ordinary form of attention, that is what I mean to say, and to keep all dear to you quite safe and away from all splashing of the mud, which we cannot ourselves hope to escape, is the great object. It does seem to me. Your father and mother would be blamed, in this house, I know, if not in others, for not apprising my father of what they knew. As it is, there is evil enough, though there is a way of escaping that evil. As it is, now I do beseech you to consider well whether you will not have too much pain in finding that they suffer it, after every precaution taken, to render all this which we are about wise and advisable. They will suffer to hear you spoken of as we both shall be spoken of, be perfectly sure. They will suffer to have to part with you so, and the circumstances, perhaps, will not help to give them confidence in the stranger who presumes so to enter their family. I ask you not to answer this, only to think of it in time, lest you should come to think of it too late. Put it between the leaves of Machiavel, that at need you may confute yourself as well as Mr. Thiers. Beloved, say how you are, and how your mother is. Here I must end, to be ready for dear Mr. Kenyon, and casualties of uncles, etc. Think of me, love me, my heart is full of you. I am your Bar. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmark June 12, 1846. When I am close to you, in your very room, I see through your eyes, and feel what you feel. But after, the sight widens with the circle of outside things. I cannot fear for a moment what seemed redoubtable enough yesterday, nor do I believe that there will be two opinions anywhere in the world as to your perfect right to do as you please under the present circumstances. People are not quite so tolerant to other people's preposterousness, and that which you yourself tell me exceeds anything I ever heard of or imagined. But, dearest, on twice thinking, one surely ought not to countenance it as you propose. Why should not my father and mother know? What possible harm can follow from their knowing? Why should I wound them to the very soul and forever by as gratuitous a piece of unkindness as if... No, there is no comparison will do, because since I was a child I never looked for the least or greatest thing within their compass of their means to give, but given it was, nor for liberty, but it was conceded, nor confidence, but it was bestowed. I dare say they would break their hearts at such an end of all, for in any case they would take my feeling for their own with implicit trust, and if I brought them a beggar or a famous actress even, they would believe in her because of me. If a Duchess or Miss Hudson or Lady Selina Huntingdon Redviva, they would do just the same. Sorrow to say, as to any harm or blame that can attach itself to them, it is too absurd to think of. What earthly control can they have over me? They live here. I go my own way, being of age and capability. How can they interfere? And then, blame for what, in either God's or the devil's name? I believe you to be the one woman in the world I am able to marry because able to love. I wish, on some accounts, I had foreseen the contingency of such an one's crossing my path in this life, but I did not, and on all ordinary grounds preferred being free and poor accordingly. All is altered now. Does anybody doubt that I can by application and proper quarters obtain quite enough to support us both in return for no extraordinary expenditure of such faculties as I have? If it is to be doubted, I have been greatly misinformed, that is all. Or setting all friends and their proposals and the rest of the hatefulness aside, I should say that so simple a procedure as writing to anybody, Lord Monteagle, for instance, who reads and likes my works, as he said at Moxon's 2 days ago on calling there for a copy to give away, surely to write to him, "When you are minister next month, as is expected, will you give me for my utmost services about as much as you give Tennyson for nothing?" This would be rational, and as easy as all rationality. Let me do so, and at once, my own Bar. And do you, like the unutterably noble creature I know you, transfer your own advantages to your brothers or sisters, making, if you please, a proper reservation in the case of my own exertions, failing as failure comes everywhere. So shall the one possible occasion of calumny be removed, and all other charges go for the simple absurdities they will be. I am entirely in earnest about this, and indeed had thought for a moment of putting my share of the project into immediate execution. But on consideration, no. So I will live, and so die with you. I will not be poorly endeavouring to startle you with unforeseen generosities, catch you in pretty pitfalls of magnanimities, be always surprising you, or trying to do it. No, I resolve to do my best, through you, by your counsel, with your help, under your eye. The most strenuous endeavour will only approximate to an achievement of that, and to suppose a superfluousness of devotion to you, as all these surprises do, would be miserably foolish. So, dear, dear Bar, understand and advise me. I took up the paper with ordinary feelings, but the absurdity and tyranny suddenly flashed upon me. It must not be borne. Indeed, its only safety in this instance is in its impotency. I am not without fear of some things in this world, but the wrath of men, all the men living put together, I fear as I fear the fly I have just put out of the window. But I fear God, and am ready, he knows, to die this moment in taking his part against any piece of injustice and oppression. So I aspire to die. See this long letter, and all about a tiny one, a plain, palpable, commonplace matter about which you agree with me. You, the dear, quiet bar of my heart, with me that make all this unnecessary fuss. See what is behind all the bated breath and whispered humbleness. But it is right, after all, to revolt against such monstrous tyranny, and I ought not, I feel, to have forgotten the feelings of my father and mother as I did, because I know, as certainly as I know anything, that if I could bring myself to ask them to give up everything in the world, they would do it, and cheerfully. So see and forgive your own R. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday, postmark June 13th, 1846. But dearest, when did I try to dissuade you from telling all to your father and mother? Surely I did not and could not. That you should wound them to the very soul and forever, I am so far from counselling it, that I would rather, I think, as was intimated in my letter of this morning, have all at an end at once, certainly rather, when the alternative would be your certain unhappiness and remorse. A right they have to your entire confidence. For me to say a word against your giving it, may God forbid. Even that you should submit your wishes to theirs in this matter would be no excess of duty. I said so, I think, in my letter of this morning. At the same time, I am of opinion, which was what I meant to put into words, that in the case of their approving in a sufficient degree, and of your resolving finally on carrying out our engagement, you should avoid committing them further than is necessary, and so exposing them to unpleasant remarks and reproaches from my family, to go no farther. You think that nothing can be said. I wish I could think so. You are not to be restrained, perhaps, but you are to be advised, and it would be a natural step for your father to go straight to his friend Mr. Kenyon. Do you see what might be done though you are of age, and for not doing which your father might be reproached? And more there would be to do besides. Therefore I thought that you should avoid, as far as possible, committing him openly, making him a party in the eyes of the world, as would be done by my visit to New Cross, for instance. Yet I may be wrong here, and you, in any case, are the master, to act as you see best. And looking steadily at the subject, do you not see, now that we look closely besides, how mortifying to the just pride of your family, as well as to your own self-respect, is every possible egress from these unhappy circumstances? Ah, I told you long ago. I saw that at the beginning. Giving the largest confidence to your family, you still must pain them, still. For the rest, you are generous and noble, as always. But no, I shall refuse steadily for reasons which are plain, to put away from me God's gifts, given perhaps in order to this very end, and apart from which I should not have seen myself justified, even as far as now I vaguely, dimly seem, to cast the burden of me upon you. No, I care as little for money as you do, but this thing I will not agree to, because I ought not. At the same time, you shall be at liberty to arrange that after the deaths of us two, the money should return to my family. This, if you choose, for it shall be by your own act hereafter, that they may know you for what you are. In the meanwhile, I should laugh to scorn all that sort of calumny, even if I could believe it to be possible. Supposing that you sought money, you would not be quite so stupid, the world may judge for itself, as to take hundreds instead of thousands, and pence instead of guineas. To do the world justice, it is not likely to make a blunder on such a point as this. I wish, if you can wish so, that you were the richer. I could be content to have just nothing, if we could live easily so. But as I have a little without seeking it, you must, on the other hand, try to be content, and not be too proud. As to Lord Monteagle, dearest, you will do what you like, of course, though I do not understand exactly what your object is. A pension on literary grounds is the more difficult to obtain that the fund set apart for that end is insufficient, I believe. Then if you are to do diplomacy for it, how do you know that you may not be sent to Russia, or somewhere impossible for me to winter in? If you were fixed even in London, what then? You know best what your own views are and wishes are. I would not cross them, if you should be happier so or so. And do you think that because this may be done, or not done, and because that ought not to be borne, we can make any change, act any more openly, face to face, perhaps, voice to voice? Alas, no. You said once that women were as strong as men, unless in the concurrence of physical force, which is a mistake. I would rather be kicked with a foot, I, for one woman, than be overcome by a loud voice, speaking cruel words. I would not yield before such words. I would not give you up if they were said, but being a woman and a very weak one, in more senses than the bodily, they would act on me as a dagger would. I could not help dropping, dying before them. I say it that you may understand. Tyranny? Perhaps. Yet in that strange, stern nature there is a capacity to love, and I love him, and I shall suffer in causing him to suffer. May God bless you. You will scarcely make out these hurried straggling words, and scarcely do they carry out my meaning. I am forever your Ba. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday. Postmark June 13, 1846. Dearest, oh dearest beyond my heart's uttering, will you forgive me for that foolish letter, and the warmth, and for all, more than ever I thought to have needed to ask forgiveness for? I love you in every imaginable way. All was wrong, absurd in that letter. Do you forgive? Now, while I kiss your feet, my own Ba. For see why it was wrong. My father and mother will not be pained in any degree. They will believe what I say, exactly what I say. I wrote on in a heat at the sudden ridiculous fancy of the matter's taking place some fine morning, without a word of previous intimation. I'm going away, never mind where, with somebody, never concern yourself whom, to stay, if forever is it any business of yours to inquire? All which was, what was it? A method of confirming you in your complimentary belief in my calmness, or that other in my good practical sense. Oh, Ba, how I deserve you! I will only say I agree in all you write. It will be clearly best, and I can obviate every untowardness here. Show that all is pure kindness and provident caution. So easy all will be. And for the other matters, I will fear nothing. But you do understand what caused the sudden fancy. How I thought, not show them my pride of prides, my miraculous, altogether peerless, incomparable Ba. It was not flying from your counsel. Oh, no. So, is your hand in mine? Or rather mine in yours again? Sweetest, best love? All will be well. Follow out your intention as you spoke of it to me, in every point. Do not, for God's sake, run the risk, or rather encounter the certainty of hearing words which most likely have not anything like the significance to the speaker that they would convey to the hearer. And so let us go quietly away. I will care nothing about diplomatism, or money getting extraordinary? Why, my own works sell and are likely to sell, Moxon says. And I mean to write wondrous works, you may be sure, and sell them too. And out of it all may easily come some 50 or 60 horrible pounds a year, on which one lives famously in Ravenna, I dare say. Think of Ravenna, Bar. It seems the place of places, with the pines and the sea and Dante and no English, and all Bar. My Bar, I see you on Monday, do I not? You let me come then, do you not? I am on fire to see you, and know you love me. Not as I love you, that can never be. I am your own R. I resolve after a long pause and much irresolution to write down as much as I shall be able of an obvious fact. If the saddest fate I can imagine should be reserved for me, I should wish, you would wish, to live the days out worthily, not end them, nor go mad in them, to prevent which I should need distraction, the more violent the better, and it would have to be forced on me in the only way possible. Therefore, after my death, I return nothing to your family, be assured. You will not recur to this. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday morning. Postmark June 15th, 1846. I wrote last night when my head was still struggling and swimming between two tides of impressions received from the excitement and fatigue of the day. Mr. Kenyon, dear Mr. Kenyon, in his exquisite kindness, took me to see the strange new side, to me, of the Great Western, the train coming in, and we left the carriage and had chairs, and the rush of the people and the earth-thunder of the engine almost overcame me, not being used to such sights and sounds in this room, remember. And afterwards I read and answered your letter with a whirling head. I cannot be sure how I answered it, my head whirled so. I only hope that it did not seem unworthy of your goodness and generosity, for that would be unworthy of my perception of them, and reverence for them besides. You do not in particular, I do hope, misunderstand my reasons for refusing to improve what you call my advantages by turning them into disadvantages for you. Really, it struck me at the moment, and strikes me new every time I think of it, that it would be monstrous in me to stop at such an idea long enough to examine it. To do such a thing would complete the advantages of my alliance, if that is a desire of yours, and if I were to be ill afterwards, there would be the crown of the crown. Now ask yourself if I ought. I cannot conceive of the possibility of a calumny on such a pretext. There seems no room for it. You will, however, have it in your power hereafter, without injury to either of us, to do yourself full justice in this particular. Only neither now nor hereafter shall I consent to let in sordid withering cares with your life. God has not made it so, and it shall not be so by an act of mine. And after all, shall we be so much too rich? Do you fancy that Miss Kilmansegg is made of brass compared to me? It is not so bad, be very sure. If Arabelle should not offend papa, she will be richer hereafter than we are, yet not rich even so. Why are you fanciful in that way? People are more likely to say that I have taken you in, the sign of the red dragon, as you suggested once yourself. I could make you laugh, if it were not too hot to laugh, with telling you how I really do not know what my advantages are, specifically, so many and so many. I am not allowed to spend what I might, but the motive is of course a kind one. There is no mistaking that. Poor papa, he attends just to those pecuniary interests which no one cares for, with a scrupulous attention. Nearly 200 a year of ship shares I never touch. Then there is the interest of £6,000, not less at any rate, in the funds, and I referred to the principle of that when I said yesterday that when we had ceased to need it, it might return to my family, since it came from them, if you chose. But this is all air, and nothing shall be said of it now, and whatever may be said hereafter shall come from you, and be your word rather than mine. So I beseech you, by your affection for me, to speak no more of this hateful subject, which I have entered for a moment, lest you should exaggerate to yourself, and mistake me for the least in the world of an heiress. As to Lord Monteagle, we can do without him, I think, and unless he would give us a house to keep, or something of that sort, at Sorrento or Ravenna, I do not exactly see what he can do for us. To make an agreement with a periodical would be more a possibility, perhaps, but it is not a necessity. There is no sort of need, in fact, and why should you be tormented in the multitude of the thoughts within you, utterly in vain? As to your family, I understand your natural desire of giving your confidence at the fullest to your father and mother, who deserve and claim it. I understand that you should speak and listen to them, and cross no wish of theirs, and in nothing displease and pain them. But I do not understand the argument by which you involve the question with other questions, when you say, for instance, that I ought not to countenance the preposterousness and tyranny. How do I seem to countenance what I revolt from? Do you mean that we ought to do what we are about openly? It is the only meaning I can attach to your words. Well, if you choose it to be so, knowing what I have told you, let it be so. I can, however, as I said yesterday, answer only for my will and mind, and not for my strength and body. And if the end should be different from the end you looked for, you will not blame me, being just, any more than I shall blame myself. May God bless you, ever dearest. I am your own, as ever. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday, postmark June 15, 1846. May I venture to speak to dearest Bar as if I had seen her or heard from her since I wrote yesterday, and that seeing or that hearing had brought the usual comfort and assurance, and forgiveness when needed, but delight at all times? Do you forgive me indeed, Bar? I shall know tomorrow, which tomorrow is your today. I am soon to be with you today. I trust there is no occasion to exercise fancy and say, when we meet on your return from Tunbridge a month hence, or 2 or 3, to go on fancying. What should I do? Be able to do? And if I understood you rightly, the letter communication would be hindered, if not stopped altogether. Thus is one the sport of one's own wishes. Fine weather is desired, fine enough to drive people out of town into the country. As it is, I have been sufficiently punished for that foolish letter which has lost me the last 2 or 3 days of your life and deeds, my Bar. You went to Mr. Kenyon's, may have gone elsewhere, and gathered roses I did not deserve to receive, but I do not know, and shall not recover my loss. Not ever. Because if you tell me now, you exclude something new you would say otherwise. If you write it on Tuesday, what becomes of Tuesday's own stock of matter for chronicling? Well, the proper word in my mouth is, I am sorry to the heart, and will try never to offend so again. How you wrote to me also. How you rise above yourself while I get no nearer where you were at first of all. No nearer than ever. But so it should be. So may it be ever. I believe the fault comes from a too sweet sense of the freedom of being true with you, telling you all, hiding nothing. Carlyle was saying in his fine way he understood why the Romans confined acting to their slaves. It was no employment for a free man to amuse people. Be bound to do that, and if other faculties interposed, tending to other results on an audience than amusement, be bidden suppress them accordingly. And so, he thought, it would be one day with our amuseurs, writers of fun, concoctors of comic pieces. I feel it delicious to be free when most bound to you, Bar, to be able to love on in all the liberty of the implied subjection. So I am angry to you, desponding sometimes to you, as well as joyous and hopeful. Well, I love at any rate. Do love you with heart and soul, my Bar. Ever shall love you, dearest above all dearness. God bless you. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday, postmark June 16th, 1846. As to practical sense, I never saw, I confess, much to praise you for, but you began by making a great profession of it, please to remember, and otherwise you certainly ought to know more of the world and the wisdom thereof than I, or you are dull, dearest mine, and one might as well call the sun so on this burning, dazzling morning, when everything is at a white heat. Then for the calmness, I did not call your eyes green after all, nor did I mean what you would force on me for a meaning in the other way. You pretend to misunderstand. Eyes, at least, that had the mastery with me from the beginning, and it was so long, as you observed yourself, that I could not lift up mine against them, they were the mystic crystal walls, so long. After you were gone yesterday, and I had done with the roses, exquisite roses, and had my coffee, I saw my uncle Hadley, who had been inquiring about me, said my sisters, all the afternoon, for it was he who came when we heard the greetings on the stairs, and he told me that his wife and daughter were to be in London early in July, so that we shall have the whole squadron sooner than we thought, drawn up like a very squadron, my other aunt, Miss Clark, coming at the same time, and my cousin with her, Arlette Butler. But only those two will be in the house here, and they will not be for very long, nor will they be much in the way, I hope. Shall I tell you, I repented yesterday, I repented last night, I repent to-day, having made the promise you asked of me. I could scarcely sleep at all last night, through thinking that I ought not to have made it. Be generous and free me from that promise. To be true to you in the real right sense, I need no promises at all, and if an argument were addressed to me in order to separate us, I should see through the piteous ingenuity of it, I think, whatever ground it took, and admit no judgment and authority over your life to be higher than your own. But I have misgivings about that promise, because I can conceive of circumstances. Loose me from my promise, and let me be grateful to you, my beloved, in all things and ways, and hold you to be generous in the least as in the greatest. What I asked of you was as different as our positions are, different beyond what you see or can see. No third person can see, no second person can see, what my position is and has been. I do not enter on it here. But there is just and only one way in which I may be injured by you, and that is in being allowed to injure you. So remember, to the last available moment. Then I have lived so in a dream for very long, and everything, all undertakings, all movements, seem easy in dream life. The sense of this has lately startled me. To waken up suddenly and find that I have wronged you, what more misery? And I feel already that I am bringing you into a position which will by some or many be accounted unworthy of you. Well, we will not talk of it, not now. There is time for the grave consideration which must be. Let us both think. And may God bless you, ever dearest. You are the best and most generous of all in the world. Whatever my mistake may be, it is not concerning that. Also I love you, love you. Premature things I say sometimes, which are foolish always. Tell me how you are. Tell me how your mother is, but speak of your own head, tam cari, particularly. Overcoming the heat is, and I do hope that Mrs. Jameson won't come after all. Your Ba. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark June 16, 1846. I've just returned from town. Some 12 miles at least I must have walked in this extreme heat. So what has become of the headache? And now I sit down to write what Ba will read. What has become of the heat and fatigue? In this sense, Ba looks cool at me. I shall just write that I love you, and love you again, my own Ba. Just this, lest you learn the comfort of a respite from hearing what you are doomed to hear with variations all the days of your life. But not much more than this shall I write, because the love lies still in me, and deep as water does, cannot run forth in rivulets and sparkle this hot weather. But then how I love her when I can only say so, how I feel her. As in an old opera's one line that stays in my recollection, the tropical sun is described on the ocean, fervid on the glittering flood. So she lies on me. See the pure nonsense, my own Ba, and laugh at it, but not at what lies at bottom of it, because that is true as truth, true as Ba's self in its way. I called on Forster this morning. He says Landor is in high delight at the congratulatory letters he has received. So you must write, dearest, and add the Queen Rose to his garland. F. talks about some 500 copies, or did he say 300, being sold already, so there is hope for Landor's lovers. So I should have written once, but like Virgil's shepherd, now I know what love is. Do you remember that the first word I ever wrote to you was, I love you, dear Miss Barrett? It was so, could not but be so, and I always loved you, as I shall always. Tell me all you can about your dearest self, my own love. I am so happy in you, and your perfect goodness and truth, in all of you. Be careful this fatiguing weather. The evenings and mornings are the only working time of the day, as in the beginning of things. But all day long is rest time to love you, dear, and kiss you as now. Kisses your own. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday, 6 o'clock. Postmark June 17th, 1846. Beloved, this weather, which makes flush cross, perhaps helped to make me depressed this morning. I had not slept well, and ought not to have written to you till the effect of it had gone off. Now I feel more as if I had been with you yesterday. Ah, well, I can't remember what I wrote, and some of it was wise, for I ought not to have promised that, and you must loose me, that I may be loosed in heaven from the bands of it. Only you are not to go to Greenwich. You go to Greenwich to-morrow, do you not? Thinking that I wanted to tease you. There is just one meaning to all my words, let them be sad or gay, and it is, that your happiness is precious. For myself, if we were to part now and forever, I should still owe you the only happiness of my life. But nobody is talking of parting, you know. I am yours, and cannot be put away from you except by your own hand. Which is decided. What I ask of you is to spare me the pang of causing you to suffer on my account, and you may suffer sometimes, I fear, through all your affection for me, and indirectly, if not directly. 2 visitors I have had to-day, dear Mr. Kenyon and Lady Margaret Cox. She is going to Italy, oh, of course, to Rome. He came to tell me that the books came to me from Landor himself, and that I must write to him to thank him properly. Mrs. Jameson I do not see, nor Miss Bailey. How hot it will be for you to-morrow! Try to be amused and not too tired, dearest beloved, and tell me in your letters how the head is. While the heart beats, mine, I am your own. I am going in the carriage presently, and shall write again to-night. Won't that be 3 times in a day, according to order? End of section 25. Section 26 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark June 17th, 1846. Best, best you are to write to me when you were tired, and so. When I am tired and write to you, it is too apt to be what may trouble you. With you, how different! In nothing do you show your strength more than in your divine patience and tenderness towards me, till, not being used to it, I grow overwhelmed by it all, and would give you my life at a word. Why did you love me, my beloved, when you might have chosen from the most perfect of all women, and each would have loved you with the perfectest of her nature? That is my riddle in this world. I can understand everything else. I was never stopped for the meaning of sorrow upon sorrow, but that you should love me I do not understand, and I think that I never shall. Do I remember? Yes, indeed I remember. How I recurred and wondered afterwards, though at the moment it seemed very simple, and what was to be met with in our philosophy every day. But there, you see, there's the danger of using mala verba. The fates catch them up, and knit them into the web. Then I remember all the more, though I should at any rate, through an imprudence of my own, or a piece of ill luck rather, it shall not be called an imprudence, of which I will tell you. I was writing to Miss Mitford, and of you, were differed about you often, because she did not appreciate you properly, and was fond of dwelling on the obscurity when I talked of the light, and I just then, writing of you, added in my headlong unreflecting way that I had had a real letter from you, which said that you loved me. Oh, but, I wrote on, you are not to mistake this, nor to repeat it, for, of course, it is simply the purest of philanthropies. Some words to that effect, and if yours was the purest of philanthropies, mine was the purest of innocences, as you may well believe, for if I had had the shadow of a foresight, I should not have fallen into the snare. So vexed I was afterwards, not that she thought anything at the time, or has referred to it since, or remembers a word now. Only I was vexed in my innermost heart, and am, do you know, that I should have spoken lightly of such an expression of yours, though you meant it lightly too. Dearest, it was a disguised angel, and I should have known it by its wings, though they did not fly. But I foresaw nothing, looked to you for nothing. Nothing can prove better to myself than my having mentioned the quaint word at all. For I know, and I hope you know, how impossible it always has been to me to choose for a subject of conversation and jest things which never should be spoken to friend or sister. But how was I to foresee? So the quaintness passed as quaintness with me, and never from that time, you grew sacred too soon, never again from that moment did I mention you to Miss Mitford. Oh yes, I did, when she talked of introducing Mr. Chorley, and when I replied that, being a woman, I would have my wilful way, and that my wilful way was to see you instead. But except then, and when I sent her Mr. Landor's verses on you, not a word have I spoken, except in bare response. She thinks perhaps that my old fervour about you has sunk into the socket. She suspects nothing. In fact, she does not understand what love is, and I never should think of asking her for sympathy. She is one of the black stones, which, when I climb up towards my singing tree and golden water, will howl behind me and call names. You had my second letter to-day, speaking of Landor and of Mr. Kenyon's visit. At 6:30 came Miss Bailey, talking exceeding kindnesses of Italy, and entreating me to use her, to let her go with me, and take care of me, and do me all manner of good. What kindness, really, in a woman whom I have not seen 6 times in all! I am very grateful to her. She held my hands and told me to write to her if ever I had need of her. She would come at a moment, go for a year. She would do anything for me I desired. And this woman to believe of herself that she has no soul! Help me to thank her in your thoughts of her. She said, by the way, that Mrs. Jameson had talked to her of wishing to take me, but she thought, Miss Bailey thought, that she, Mrs. Jameson, had too many objects and too much vivacity. It would not do so well, she thought. In reply, I could just thank her, and scarcely could do that. Only I am sure she saw and felt that I was grateful to her aright, let the words come ever so wrong. To-morrow she leaves London for an indefinite time. She told me, too, that a friend of hers, calling on Mrs. Jameson, had found her on the point of coming to me to-day to drive out, but she suffered from toothache, and was going to Cartwright's first, and last, I suppose. I dare say he put her to torture, to be classified with the thumbscrew and the gouge, some disabling torture, for I have not seen her at all. So as at 7:30 Henrietta was going out to dinner, Lizzie and I and Flush took our places by her in the carriage, and went to Hyde Park, drove close by the Serpentine, and saw by the ruffling of the water that there was a breath of wind more than we felt. The shadows were gathering in quite fast, shade upon shade, and at last the silvery water seemed to hold all the light left, as on the flat of a hand. Very much I liked and enjoyed it. And as we came home, the gas was in the shops, another strange sight for me, and we all liked everything. Flush had his head out of the window the whole way, except when he saw a long whip, or had a frightful vision at the water of somebody washing a little dog, which made him draw back into the carriage with dilated eyes and quivering ears, and set about licking my hands for an ora pro nobis. And Lizzie confided to me that, when she is grown up, she never will go out to dinners like Henrietta, but drive in the park like Bar instead, unless she can improve upon both, and live in a cottage covered with roses in the country. I, in the meantime, between my companions, thought of neither of them more than was necessary, but of somebody whom I had been teasing, perhaps. Dearest, was it so indeed? But I avenge you by teasing myself back again. A long rambling letter with nothing in it. Passages that lead to nothing, and staircases too. May I be loved, nevertheless, as usual, and forgiven for my secret faults? You are the whole world to me, and the stars besides. And I am your very own. Ba. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark June 17, 1846. My own Bar, I release you from just as much as you would easily dispense me from observing in that mutual promise. Indeed, it has become one unnecessary for our present relation and knowledge. It was right at the beginning for either to say to the other, using calm words, "It is your good I seek, not mine." And as if it were demonstrated that I should secure yours at the expense of mine by leaving you, I will endeavour to do it. So you assure me you would act by me. The one point to ascertain, therefore, is what will amount to a demonstration. And I, for my part, apprise you that no other person in the world can by any possibility know so much of me as is to be entitled to pronounce in the matter, to say it is for good or for evil. Therefore, you will no more be justified in giving up to that kind of demonstration what I consent you shall give up to one clearly furnished by myself, the only authentic one. Then you will be justified in paying my money entrusted to you on the presentation of a cheque signed by somebody else. Somebody who loves me better than himself, my best of friends, truest of advisers, etc., etc. It skills not, boots not. John Smith is not R.B. or B.A., and because R.B. or B.A. shall be instantly attended to, the counterfeit must be refused. Just this, so rational and right, I understood you to bid me promise, and so much you have promised me. A proper precaution for the earlier time when the friend might seem to argue with some plausibility. Really, I understand my friend's interests better than you can. But now, who dares assure me that? I disbelieve it. One only knows better, can ever know better, yourself, and I will obey yourself. So with me, I know better my own good than you do yet, I think. When I tell you that good requires such a step as you speak of, you shall acquiesce. I shall tell you on the instant, as you in your own case should tell me on the instant. I needed not ask you to promise, as I foolishly did, that you would not act in the saddest of ways, professing to see what could never be, and believe what must be untrue. At the beginning, at the first day, suppose Mr. Kenyon had said, you prevent his getting such a place, which brings in so much honour and wealth, or marrying such a person who would effect the same. You might have assented then, in your comparative ignorance, just as you could not have objected had he said, if you hold Mr. B to his engagement to come here on the Derby day, you will ruin him assuredly, for his heart and soul are on the turf, and his betting book will go to wreck. To this you could never bring yourself to pretend an assent. It would be no argument if we went on saying, why, A and B and C go to races and bet on them. You know I do not. So you know my estimate of honour and wealth and the rest apart. I will not say from the love of you, but from my own life, as I had traced it years ago, and as it is still traced for me to its end. Your love coming to help it in every smallest particular, to supply the undreamed of omissions in the plan of it, and remove the obstructions best seen now that they are removed or removable. There is a calmest of calm statements of the good you do to me. My dearest Bar, you say, let us both think. Think of this you. Do not, for God's sake, introduce an element of uncertainty and restlessness and dissatisfaction into the feeling whereon my life lies. To speak for myself, this matter is concluded, done with. I am yours, you are mine, and not to give use to refinements upon refinements as to what is the being most of all each other's, which might end in your loving me best when I was turned a Turk in the East, or my... You know the Inquisition does all for the pure love of the victim's soul. Let us have common sense and think, in its most ordinary exercise, what would my life be worth now without you, as I, putting on your own crown, accepting your own dearest assurance, dare believe your life would be incomplete now without mine. So you have allowed me to believe. Then our course is plain. If you dare make the effort, we will do as we propose. If not, not. I have nothing to do but take your hand. There is not one difficulty in my path, nor in yours on my account. That is for me. If I change my views and desire hereafter what I altogether turn from now, in what conceivable respect will your being my wife hinder me? If I accept the embassy which young England in the person of Milnes has promised me, you shall offer no impediment. If I rather aspire to dine out here in London, you shall stay at home and be good-natured. I shall attain to all these delights just as easily with you as without you, I suppose. No, I cannot marry some other woman and by her means and connections. No, because, first and least of all, I begin by drawing on myself the entire cataract of shame and disgrace in the mouth of the world. Direct accusation, or rather condemnation, against which not a word can be urged in mitigation, because all would be the pure, simple truth. I do this, who have been fretfully wincing under the mere apprehension of catching a mere spatter or two of gossiping scandal, which a very few words would get rid of, seeing that, in fact, the falseness of the imputation will be apparent to everybody with eyes to see. For after all, here I am, living to my own pleasure, and my father and mother's, and at liberty to do so forever, as mortals say. Well, and so, having gone under the whole real cataract instead of the sprinkling impertinence of the half a dozen sprinklings from the mop at the nursery window, which an upward look and cry will stop at once, so, having mended the matter, I commit a sin which I turn and ask you, should you be ever at peace with God and yourself, if you sate still and suffered me to commit, not an account of me and my harm to follow in both worlds, but a mere justice to your neighbour, on whom you would see inflicted this infamous wrong? Dear Bar, I kiss you, kiss my heart out unto you, best love, one love. I see above what I will not think over again, look over again. But what then? Can I be quiet when I hear the least motion about my treasure and my heart that is there with it? Then no more, I beseech you. Love never one word more of all that. Whenever I can hear such words calmly, I shall be fit for agreeing to them. Let all be now. These two kindest of letters both come in together to my blessing, my entire blessing. I was writing the last line when they came. I will just say now that the Greenwich affair is put off till Friday. Do not I understand Miss Bailey? And I do understand you, my Bar, when I venture this time, because of the words and the pain I shall not hide that they did give me. To feel that, even beyond my kissing you, you would kiss this one time your own R.B. My mother is much better and out. She is walking with my sister. I am very well, in the joy perhaps, but really much better and have been so. My 200th letter from her. I poor? End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday. Postmark June 18th, 1846. Dearest and ever dearest, try to forgive me when I fall so manifestly short of you in all things. It is the very sense of this which throws me on despair sometimes of being other than a bane to your life, and then, by way of a remedy, I begin to be a torment to it directly. Forgive me. Whatever I may say, I am as wholly yours as if you held me in your hand, and I would do for you any extravagance, as if it were a common thing, at a word. And what is before us is only a common thing, since I have looked to it from the beginning. Oh, I may talk when I am out of spirits, but you know, and I know best of all, that I could not withdraw myself from you, unless you say go. Could not. I have no power. Fine talking it is of me to talk of withdrawing myself from you. You know I could not at all do it, let ever so many special pleaders come to prove to me that you would be more prosperous and happy without me. Then I would say, let him put me away. I can't put myself away, because I am not mine but his. Assuredly I would say just that, and no more. So do you forget that I have teased you and pained you. I will try not to pain you, my own dearest, any more. I have grown to love you instead of the whole world, and only one thing, you understand what that is dreadful and intolerable to me to imagine. But now it is done with, and you shall teach me hereafter to make you happy instead of the contrary. So, yes, you are kissed this time, upon both eyes, that they may not see my faults, and afterwards I will tell you a paradox, that if I loved you 100 times less, I should run into such offences less in exact proportion. And finally I will give you a promise not to tease you for a week, which were a wonderful feat for me, the teaser par excellence. To-day I deserved to hear of your head being worse, but it is better, I thank God, and your mother is better, all such comforting news. But it was no news that you did not go to Greenwich to-day, for Mrs. Jameson came for me to drive at about 6, and she and I were in Regent's Park until nearly 8. Then she went somewhere to dinner, and I, who had had tea, came home to supper. I like her very much, more and more, certainly, and we need not be mysterious up to the usual mark of mystery, because I told her what might be told, and she was gracious to the uttermost, not angry at all, and said that truth was truth, and one could breathe in the atmosphere of it, and she was glad I had told her. Of you she said that she admired you more than ever, yes, more than ever, for the manner in which as a man of honour you had kept the secret. So you were praised, and I not blamed. And we shall not complain if our end is as good as our beginning. Also we talked of your poetry, and of you personally, and I was pleased, which proves a little what was said, and I heard how you were invited as a celebrity for the Countess Hahn to see you, and how you effaced yourself with ever so much gracefulness, yet not too much to omit charming the whole room. Mrs. Jameson praises you always, as nobody does better. And to-morrow, will you be surprised to hear that to-morrow at 4:30 I am to go again with her, to see Roger's pictures. Is it wrong? Shall I get into a scrape? She promised laughingly that I should be incognita to the only companion she thought of taking, a Mrs. Bracebridge, I think, and Mr. Rogers himself is not to be visible, and she herself will mention it to nobody. It was hard to say no, yet perhaps no would have been better. Do you think so? Mrs. Bracebridge is an artist, and lives or lived on Mount Hymettus, and she is not to hear my name even. Now, good night, very dear, most dear of all. I will not tease you for a fortnight, I think. Ah, if ever I can do that again, you shall not be pained. You shall think that my heart and life are in you, and that if they seem to flatter, it is that they go deeper. All I am is yours, which is different from all I have. All I have is when I may lean my head down on the shoulder. So let me be your own, Ba. Of those 2 letters, one was in the post before 7 the evening before. Now, is it not too bad? End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday. Postmarked June 18, 1846. Did you really kiss me on the 2 eyes, my Bar? I cannot say. Perhaps at the very time I was thinking of you. More than when I was breathing. I breathe always. Think of you always. Kiss you almost always. You dear, dearest Bar, do pain me so again and again, if you will so cure me every time. But you should not imagine that I can mistake the motive, as if you loved me less and therefore wrote. Oh, no. But there is no getting rid of these mistakings before the time. They bear their fruit and die away naturally. The hoe never cuts up all their roots. I shall trust to hear you say one day I am past such mistaking, but At Amalfi? I'm very glad, love, you go to Mr. Rogers today. What harm can follow? The evil in the other case was a very precise and especial one. They say his pictures are well worth seeing. Tell me, make me see you seeing. I am glad, too, Mrs. Jameson knows, but her graciousness I expected, because the causes you were able to give her would really operate just in that manner. Indeed, they are the sole causes of the secrecy we have observed. I cannot help liking Mrs. Jameson more, much more, since her acquaintance with you. Hazlitt says somewhere that the misery of consorting with country people is felt when you try for their sympathy as to favourite actors. Liston? Says the provincial. Never heard of him. But whoever knows Miss Barrett, they're not going to be let know. Of such a person I know something more than of any other. Talking of Han, read this note of Mrs. Carlyle's. Though to my mortification I find that the wise man is not so peremptory on the virtue of one of Barr's qualities as I. The ignorant man must continue to be. Never mind. Perhaps in the long run I may love you as if you were exactly to Mrs. Carlyle's mind. I want to tell you a thing not to be forgotten about Florence as a residence for any time. You spoke of the bad water at Ravenna, which, if a serious inconvenience anywhere, is a very plague in Italy. Well, the medical people, according to Vachlery, attribute the black hollow cheeks and sunk eyes and general ill health of the Florentines to their vile water, impregnated with lead, I think. There is only one good fountain in the city, that opposite Santa Croce. I religiously abstained from drinking water there, and felt the privation the more from having just left Rome, where the water is the most perfectly delicious and abundant and, they say, wholesome in the world. That one objection is decisive against Ravenna. But then, why do the English all live at Florence? Makes me happy to hear of your achievements and not of any ill result. Happy. Is it quite so warm today? If it were rain tomorrow, our party would be postponed till the next day, Saturday, I believe. There was a kind of understanding to that effect. Now, in that case, might I go to you tomorrow? In the case of real heavy rain only. The letter tomorrow will tell me, perhaps. Goodbye, dearest, dearest. I love you wholly. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening. Postmark June 19th, 1846. But I have not been to Mr. Rogers to-day, after all. I had a note from Mrs. Jameson to put off our excursion to Saturday, if I consented to Saturday, but of course I would not consent to Saturday, and as she intimated that another day would do as well, we shall have another day fixed, I suppose. What a good fruit it would be of the confession I made in the park, if she were to ask you to go. Oh, I should like that. I should like it notwithstanding the drawbacks. It would be a fair gain upon the usual times of meeting, only that I could not care quite as much for the pictures, yet those too I should like to see with you, rather than apart from you. And you never saw them. You! Is there a hope of her asking you when you are at Greenwich together? Now I have got this into my head, it will not go out again. Oh, you must try and enchant her properly at Greenwich, and lead her into asking you. Yet with you or without you in the body, the spirit of you and the influence of you are always close to my spirit, when it discerns any beauty or feels any joy. If I am happy on any day, it is through you wholly, whether you are absent or present, dearest and ever dearest. And so, instead of Mr. Rogers's pictures, I have been seeing you in my thoughts, as I sate here all alone to-day. When everybody was at dinner, I remembered that I had not been out. It was nearly 8. There was no companion for me unless I called one from the dinner table, and Wilson, whom I thought of, had taken holiday. Therefore I put on my bonnet as a knight of old took his sword, aspiring to the pure heroic, and called Flush, and walked downstairs and into the street, all alone. That was something great. And with just Flush I walked there, up and down in glorious independence. Belgium might have felt so in casting off the yoke. As to Flush, he frightened me a little, and spoiled my vainglory, for Flush has a very good, stout vainglory of his own, and although perfectly fond of me, has no idea whatever of being ruled over by me. He looks beautiful scorn out of his golden eyes when I order him to do this or this. And Flush chose to walk on the opposite side of the street. He would, he insisted on it. And every moment I expected him to disappear into some bag of the dog-stealers as an end to his glory, à lui. Happily, however, I have no moral with which to point my tale. It's a very immoral story, and shows neither Flush nor myself punished for our sins. Often I am not punished for my sins, am I? You know that, dearest, dearest. But then even you are not punished for your sins, when you flatter so. Ah, it is happy for you, and for your reputation in good taste and sense, that you cannot very well say such things except to me, who cannot believe them. For the rest, the eyes were certainly blinded, being kissed too hard. How I like Mrs. Carlyle's note. You will go, of course, but it will not rain tomorrow, and you shall not have the advantage of coming through it to me. For this reason, among others far better, that I have engaged to see, at 3 or 4 perhaps, a friend of ours from the country. She is in London for only 2 days, and wrote to beg me to see her, and to-day I escaped by half a rudeness, and, if I do to-morrow, it will be by a whole rudeness, so not to-morrow. And if Saturday should be taken from us, we must find 3 days somehow next week. It will be easily done. As to Florence, the flood of English is the worst water of all in the argument, and then Dr. Chambers warned me of Florence as being too cold for the winter. It would be as well not to begin by being ill, and half I am afraid of Ravenna, though Ravenna may not be cold, and though Shelley may belie it altogether. A miserable place, he calls it in the letters. Still I observe that his first impressions are apt to be darker than remain. For instance, he began by hating Pisa, and preferred it to most places afterwards. There is Pisa, by the way, or your Sorrento, Salerno, Amalfi. You shall consider, if you please. Find a new place, if you like. It is my last letter, perhaps, till I see you. May God bless you. I lift up my heart to say. How happy I ought to be, and am, with your thoughts all round me, so as you describe. Let them call me your very own Ba. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday morning. Postmark June 19, 1846. I shall hardly be able, I'm afraid, to get your letter, if one should come through your dear goodness, my own Bar, before I go out, having to meet the proctor's party in town. So I will just write my joy at its being little more now than 24 hours before I shall see you, I trust. The day is cooler and nearer rain than I fancied probable. But oh, the task-work, Egyptian bondage that much going out would be to me, who am tired, unreasonably, beforehand on this first and most likely last occasion during the year. It is a pity that I am so ignorant about Han's books. One, Faustina, I got last night, but have neither heart nor time to get it up in a couple of hours. Something you said on Mrs. Jameson's authority amused me. The encomium on my grace in sitting still to see the play, and not jumping on the stage to act too, as if it were not the best privilege one finds in being known, never so little, that it dispenses one from having to make oneself known. When you were shipwrecked among Caribbean Indians, you were forced to begin professing, "I can make baskets and tell fortunes and foresee eclipses, so don't eat me." And even there, if they threatened nothing of the kind, I should be content to live and die as unhonoured as one of their own cabbage trees. I must go now. The day gets hotter, but then our day draws nearer. All my heart is yours, best of dearest loves, my own Bar, as I am your own. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark June 22, 1846. What I told you yesterday is very often my thoughts, my own Bar, that with respect to the love for you, I see what I know and testify what I have seen. I know what is and why it is, so far as my faculties of perception allow, of course. I rest on you just as I sate on the grass in the garden this morning, with the very earth's immensity beneath. That is very different from trusting to this chair, which is firm enough now, but might break down from 1,000 causes. How entirely I believe in you, Bar. When you praise me, I believe that you are in error, yet believe it none. I know I am not so truthful to you, not so invariably, in the least as in the great matters. In the greatest, in the ordinary even, I speak pure truth. But the old conversational habits cling, as I find out on reflection sometimes. But I aspire no less to become altogether open to your sight as you are to me. I, in my degree, like a smallest of lake's face under the skies, and for this also I shall have to bless you, my only Bar, my only Bar. I ought never, I think I will not again, attempt to write down why I love you. Not that it is done here, but alluded to, touched upon. The elements of the love, I say the love, mine, because I will not know, nor hear, nor be taught anything by anybody else about love, the one love everybody knows, it seems, and lives and dies by. My love's elements are so many that the attempt to describe them is to bring about this failure. The first that comes is taken up and treated of at length, as that element of trust just now. And then, in the feeling of incompetence, which makes the pen sink away and turns the mind off, the others are let pass by unnamed, much less described, or at least acknowledged for the undeniable elements they are. What were all the trust without? And thus I could begin again. Let me say no more now, and forgive all the foolishness. It is not for my wisdom you are to love me, Bar, except that if you agreed too heartily with me on that point, I should very likely be found turning round on you with "not wise when I adore you so." Wise or unwise, I do adore you, my Bar, and more and evermore. But see how I need your letters to train mine, to lead them into something more like the true way. And tomorrow the letter will come, will it not? And mine shall be less about myself and more about you, whom may God bless. Praise your own R. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, postmark June 22nd, 1846. I write to you in the drawing-room, and have brought down with me, I find, no smaller paper, but it can't be filled, can it, though I have to tell you the great news about the lilies, that all, except two, are in full blow, and that the two are unfolding. I can almost see the leaves move. I told you how it would be. They will live, and last longer than the roses, which I shall have to tell you by history as well as prediction presently. The next news is not so good, for I have had a note from Mrs. Jameson to the effect that she will come to take me to the pictures tomorrow, Monday, so that there will be no time to be diplomatic. My hope was of your meeting her at Mr. Carlyle's before she could arrange anything finally, and really I do feel as disappointed as if I had had a reason for the hope. Now, unless we have another miracle, there's an end, I suppose. Think of my having left Flush behind me fast asleep. He dashes at the door in the most peremptory way, and nearly throws me backward when I open it with his leaping up joy, if it is not rather his reproach. Now I am here all alone, except Flush, sitting, leaning against the open window with my feet curled up, and at them Flush curled up too, and I writing on my knee More meo. Rather cooler it seems, but rather too hot still it is, I think. How did you get home? How are you, dearest? And your mother? Tell me of her and of you. You always, you know, do you know? Leave your presence with me in the flowers. And as the lilies unfold, of course I see more and more of you in each apocalypse. Still the Saturday's visit is the worst of all to come to an end, as always I feel. In the first place stands Sunday, like a wall without a door in it, no letter. Monday is a good day, and makes up a little, but it does not prevent Tuesday and Wednesday following, more intervening days than between the other meetings, or so it seems. I forgot to tell you that yesterday I went to Mr. Boyd's house, not to see him, but as a preliminary step to seeing him. Arabel went to his room to tell him of my being there. We are both perhaps rather afraid of meeting after all these years of separation. Quite blind he is, and though scarcely older than Mr. Kenyon, perhaps a year or 2 or 3, so nervous that he has really made himself infirm, and now he refuses to walk out or even to go downstairs. A very peculiar life he has led, ever since he lost his sight, which he did when he was quite a young man, and a very peculiar person he is in all possible ways. His great faculty is memory, and his great passion Greek, to which of late he has added Ossian. Otherwise he talks like a man of slow mind, which he is, and with a child's way of looking at things, such as would make you smile. Oh, he talks in the most wonderfully childish way. Poor Mr. Boyd! He cares for me perhaps more than he cares for any one else, far more than for his own only daughter. But he is not a man of deep sensibility, and if he heard of my death, would merely sleep a little sounder the next night. Once he said to me that whenever he felt sorry about anything, he was inclined to go to sleep. An affectionate and grateful regard, grateful for many kindnesses, I bear him for my part. He says that I should wear the crown in poetry if I would but follow Pope, but that the dreadful system of running lines one into another ruins everything. When I talk of memory, I mean merely the mechanical faculty. The associative, which makes the other a high power, he wants. So I went to his house in St. John's Wood yesterday, and saw the little garden. Poor Mr. Boyd! There he lives all alone, and never leaving his chair. Yet cheerful still, I hear, in all that desolation. As for you and Tennyson, he never heard of you. He never guesses at the way of modern literature, and it is the intense compliment to me when he reads verses of mine, notwithstanding my corrupt taste, to quote his own words. Dearest, do you love me to-day? I think of you, which is quite the same thing. Think of me to-morrow at 4:30, when Mrs. Jameson comes, and I shall have all that exertion to go through without the hope of you, only that you are always there, here, and I, your very own, Ba. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday, Postmark June 22, 1846. If I only thought for myself in this instance, I should at once go and mount guard before your house, so as to see you, at least, for a moment as you leave it. To hope for a word would never do. You might be startled, or simply not like such a measure, and, in simile in contrary, I will not run risks. But I should be able to see you, my bar. Why do I not go, then? People at doors and windows are also able, alas, to see me, too. So I stay, if this is staying away, when I can see the curled-up feet and kiss them beside, ever dear feet. Do you know the days and the times and the long interval? You, as I know? How strange that you should complain and I become the happier. If I could alter it and make you feel no subject for complaint any longer, I would. Surely I would, and be happy in that too, I hope. Yet the other happiness needs must be given up in that case. I cannot reason it out. I excuse my present selfish happiness by feeling I would not exchange the sadness of being away from you for any imaginable delight in which you had no part. But I will have this delight too, my bar, of imagining that you are gratified by what you will see today. Tell me all, and what is said, and how you are at the end. Thank you, meanwhile, for the picture of poor Mr. Boyd, that he never has seen you since he was blind so long ago. How strange and melancholy. You say he is cheerful, however. In that case, think of unhappy Countess Faustina with her irresistible longings, and give her as much of your commiseration as she ought to get. What a horrible book! How have I brought in what I described to myself silence about? Such characters as Faustina produce the very worst possible effect on me. I don't know how they strike other people, but I am at once incited del bellare superbos, to try at least to pull down the arrogant. Contempt would be the most Christian of all the feelings possible to be called forth by such a woman. Let me get back to you, my own dearest, dearest. I do love you today, if you must ask, and bidding me think of you is all very well. Never bid me not think of you, and so never find out that there could be a bidding I am unable to obey. What is mere thinking? I kiss your hand, and your eyes, and now your lips, and ask for my heart back again, to give it, and be ever giving it. No words can tell how I am your own. My mother is much better, observably so, today. Oh, dearest, I want you to read Landor's dialogue between Tasso and his sister in the 2nd volume, with the exquisite Sorrentine scenery. Do read it. I see your Tasso with his prominent eyes, as if they were ever just brightening out of a sorrow that has broken over them. How I love is not my word now, but like Landor, more and more. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday evening. Postmark June 23rd, 1846. Well, I did look everywhere for you today, but not more than I always do. Always I do when I go out, look for you in the streets, round the corners. And Mrs. Jameson came alone, and she and I were alone at Mr. Rogers's, and you must help me to thank her some day for her unspeakable kindness to me, though she did not leap to the height of the inspiration of managing to let us see those pictures together. Ah, if she had, it would have been too much. As it is, she gave me a great deal of pleasure in the kindest of ways, and I let it be pleasure by mixing it with enough thoughts of you, otherwise how could it be pleasure? And she showed the pictures, and instructed me, really taking pains and instructing me, and telling me how Rubens painted landscapes, as how should my ignorance guess, and various other unknown things. The first word as we reached the door frightened me, for she said that perhaps we might see Mr. Rogers, which was a little beyond our covenant, but we did not see him, and I suppose the Antinous on the staircase is not at all like him. Grand it is in its serene beauty, on a colossal scale in white marble, for the pictures they are full of wonder and divinity, each giving the measure of a man's soul, and think, sketches from the hand of Michelangelo and Raphael, and a statuette in clay alive with the life of Michelangelo's finger, the blind eyes looking, seeing, as if in scorn of all clay, and the union of energy and meditation in the whole attitude. You have seen the marble of that figure in Florence, then a divine Virgin and Child, worn and faded to a shadow of Raphael's genius, as Mrs. Jameson explained to me, and the famous Ecce Homo of Guido, and Rubens' magnificent version, as she called it, of Andrea Mantegna's Triumph of Julius Caesar, so triumphing to this day, and Titian, and Tintoretto, and what did not strike me the least, a portrait of Rembrandt by himself, which, if his landscapes, as they say, were dug out of nature, looks as if it were dug out of humanity. Such a rugged, dark, deep, subterraneous face, yet inspired, seeming to realize that God took clay and breathed into the nostrils of it. There are both the clay and the divinity, and think, I saw the agreement between the bookseller and Milton for the sale of Paradise Lost, with Milton's signature and seal, and witnessed by William Green, Mr. Milton's servant. How was it possible not to feel giddy with such sights? Almost I could have run my head against the wall, I felt, with bewilderment, and Mrs. Jameson must have been edified, I have thought since, through my intense stupidity. I saw too the first edition of Paradise Lost. The rooms are elegant, with no pretension to splendor, which is good taste, a part of the good taste everywhere. Only on the chimney-piece of the dining-room were two small busts, beautiful busts, white with marble, and representing, now whom of gods and men would you select for your Lares, to help your digestion and social merriment? Caligula and Nero in childhood. The childhood is horribly suggestive to me. On the sideboard is Pope's bust, by Roubilliac, a too expressive, miserable face, drawn with disease and bitter thoughts, and very painful, I felt, to look at. These things I liked least in the selection and arrangement. Everything beside was admirable, and I write and write of it all as if I were not tired, but I am, and most with the excitement and newness. Mrs. Jameson breakfasted with Mr. Rogers yesterday, she said, and met the Countess Hahn, who was talking of modern literature, when her host suddenly stopped her with a question. Did you ever read Addison? How late it is! Must I have done before I have half done? What I did not tell you yesterday is very much in my thoughts. Do you know? I, too, see what I know, and testify what I have felt, and as far as my faculties of perception go. I am confident that you had better not look for a single reason for loving me. Which is worst, a bad reason or no reason at all? A bad reason, I think, and accept the alternative. Ah, my own only beloved, and how you write to me to-night! I will read what you tell me in Landor, but no words of inspired lips or pen, no poet's word, of the divinest, ever went to my heart as yours in these letters. Do I not love you? Am I not your own? And while deserving nothing of all of it, I feel it at least, respond to it. My heart is in your hand. May God bless you, and me in that, because even he could not bless me without that, which he knows. Your own. But there is much beauty in Faustina, oh surely. The lilies all in blow except one, which is blowing. Are we going to have a storm tonight? It lightens. End of section 35.
Section 36, The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday morning, postmark June 23, 1846. I was just on the point of answering your dear letter and all the good spirits that might be expected to wake in me, when the sad news of poor Haydon's death stopped all. Much I feel it, for the light words of my own about his extravagance, as I had been told of it, but very much more on your account, who were so lately in communication with him. I earnestly hope, I will trust, you have not been rudely apprised of this. I am happy to remember that you do not see the newspaper in the morning. Others will see it first. Perhaps there may be no notice in the Chronicle at all, or on the other hand, a more circumstantial one than this in the Times, which barely says that B.R.H. died suddenly at his residence yesterday morning. He was in his usual health on the previous evening, and it is believed that his decease was hastened by pecuniary embarrassment, and he is called the unfortunate gentleman, which, with the rest, implies the very worst, I fear. If by any chance this should be the first intimation you receive of it, do not think me stupid or brutal, for I thought again and again as to the right course to take, whether it would not be best to be silent altogether and wait and see. But in that case I should have surprised you more by my cold letter, such an one as I could bring myself to write. For how were it possible to speak of pictures and indifferent matters, when you, perhaps, have been shocked, made ill by this news? If I have done wrong, forgive me, my own best, dearest Bar. I would give the world to know how you are. The storm, too, and lightning may have made you even more than ordinarily unfit to be startled and grieved. God knows I must help you. I am your devoted... How glad I am you told me you had never seen him, and perhaps he may be after all a mere acquaintance. Anything, I fancy, that is likely to relieve you of pain. Dearest, dearest. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday, postmark June 24th, 1846. Ever tenderest, kindest, and most beloved, I thank you from the quick of my heart, where the thought of you lives constantly. In this world full of sadness, of which I have had my part, full of sadness and bitterness and wrong, full of most ghastly contrasts of life and death, strength and weakness side by side, it is too much to have you to hold by as the river rushes on, too much good, too much grace for such as I feel always, and cannot cease to feel. Oh yes, it has shocked me, this dreadful news of poor Mr. Haydon. It chilled the blood in my veins when I heard it from Alfred, who, seeing the Times at the Great Western terminus, wrote out the bare extract and sent it to me by the post. He just thought that the Chronicle did not mention it, and that I had not seen Mr. Haydon. He did not perhaps think how it would shock me. For this I cannot help thinking, could anyone, could my own hand even, have averted what has happened? My head and heart have ached to-day over the inactive hand, but for the moment it was out of my power, without an application where it would have been useless, and then I never fancied this case to be more than a piece of a continuous case, of a habit fixed. 2 years ago he sent me boxes and pictures precisely so, and took them back again. Poor Haydon, as he will not this time. And he said last week that Peel had sent him £50, adding, I do not, however, want charity, but employment. Also I have been told again and again, oh, never by you, my beloved, that to give money there was to drop it into a hole of the ground. But if to have dropped it so, dust to dust, would have saved a living man, what then? Yet of the 3 notes I had from him last week, the first was written so lightly that the second came to desire me not to attribute to him a want of feeling. And who could think, contemplate this calamity? May God have mercy on the strongest of us, for we are weak. Oh, that a man so high-hearted and highly endowed, a bold man, who has thrown down gauntlet after gauntlet in the face of the world, that such a man should go mad for a few paltry pounds. For he was mad if he killed himself. Of that I am as sure as if I knew it. If he killed himself, he was mad first. Some day, when I have the heart to look for it, you shall see his last note. I understand now that there are touches in it of a desperate pathos, but never could he have meditated self-destruction while writing that note. He said he should write 6 sets of lectures more, 6 more volumes. He said he was painting a new background to a picture which made him feel as if his soul had wings. And then he hoped his brain would not turn, and he gloried in the naval dangers of his son at sea, and he repeated an old phrase of his, which I had heard from him often before, and which now rings hollowly to the ears of my memory, that he couldn't and wouldn't die. Strange and dreadful. It is nearly 2 years since we had a correspondence of some few months, from which at last I receded, notwithstanding the individuality and spirit of his letters, and my admiration for a certain fervour and magnanimity of genius no one could deny to him. His very faults partook of that nobleness. But for a year and a half, or more perhaps, I scarcely have written or heard from him, until last week, when he wrote to ask for a shelter for his boxes and pictures. If you had inquired of me the week before, I might have answered that I did not wish to renew the intercourse, yet who could help being shocked and saddened? Would it have availed to have dropped something into that hole in the ground? Oh, to imagine that! Yet a little would have been but as nothing, and he did not ask even for a little, and I should have been ashamed to have offered but a little. Yet I cannot turn the thought away that I did not offer. Henry went to the house as I begged him. His son came to the door, and to a general inquiry after the family said that Mr. Haydon was dead, and that his family were quite as well as could be expected. That horrible banality is all I know more than you know. Yesterday at Rogers's, Mrs. Jameson led me to his picture of Napoleon at St. Helena. At the moment we looked at it, his hand was scarcely cold, perhaps. Surely it was not made of the commonest clay of man, that hand. I pour out my thoughts to you, dearest, dearest, as if it were right rather to think of doing myself that good and relief than of you, who have to read all. But you spoil me into an excess of liberty by your tenderness. Best in the world, oh, you help me to live. I am better and lighter since I have drawn near to you even on this paper. Already I am better and lighter. And now I am going to dream of you, to meet you on some mystical landing place, in order to be quite well tomorrow. Oh, we are so selfish on this earth that nothing grieves us very long, let it be ever so grievous, unless we are touched in ourselves, in the apple of our eye, in the quick of our heart, in what you are and where you are, my own dearest beloved. So you need not be afraid for me. We all look to our own, as I to you. The thunderbolts may strike the tops of the cedars, and except in the first start, none of us be moved. True it is of me, not of you perhaps. Certainly you are better than I in all things. Best in the world you are. No one is like you. Can you read what I have written? Do not love me less. Do you think that I cannot feel you love me through all this distance? If you loved me less, I should know, without a word or a sign, because I live by your loving me. I am your Bar. End of section 37.
Section 38 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday. Postmark June 24, 1846. But, dearest love, I've just come in later than I expected, I am happy to say, for your note only just arrives too, they say, and I should have been frightened more than I need say. All blessing on you, Bar. I've seen no paper, but Countess Hahn said across Carlyle's table that poor H. had attempted to shoot himself, and then chosen another method, too successful. Horrible indeed. All to say now is I shall be with you tomorrow, my very own, dearest of all dear created things, my life and pride and joy. Bless you. R. There is nothing in today's Times, I find. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday morning, postmarked June 26, 1846. I drew the table to the fire before I wrote this. Here is cool weather. Grateful to those overcome by last week's heat, I suppose. Much as one conceives of a day's starvation being grateful to people who were overfeasted some time back. But the coolness, that is piercing cold as the north wind can make, sets me to ponder on what you said yesterday, of considering summer as beginning next Wednesday or thereabout, and ending by consequence with September. Our time is at the summer's end, and it does strike me that there may be but too many interpositions beside that of my own will, far too many. If those equinoctial winds disturb the sea, the cold weather adds to the difficulties of the land journey. Then the will may interpose or stand aloof. I cannot take you and kill you, really, inevitably kill you. As it is, rather as it might be, I should feel, during a transit under the most favourable circumstances possible, somewhat as the performer of that trick by which a full glass of water resting in the open hand is made to describe a circle from above to below and back without spilling a drop, through some good-natured suspension, in the operator's interest, of just such a fundamental law of the universe, no more. Therefore, if any September weather shall happen in September, let us understand and wait another year, and another, and another. Now, have I ever, with all those askings, asked you once too often, that is unnecessarily, if this should be, or when this should be? What is my will to do with it? Can I keep the winds away, alas? My own will has all along been annihilated before you, with respect to you. I should never be able to say, she shall dine on fish or fruit. She shall wear silk gloves, or thread gloves even. To exercise and fancy that much will over you is revolting. I will this never to be over you if I could. So you decide here as elsewhere, but do decide, Bar, my own only Bar, to think, to decide. I can know nothing here as to what is gained or lost by delay or anticipation. I only refer to the few obvious points of the advantage of our flight not being in the winter, and the consideration that the difficulty in another quarter will never be less nor more, therefore is out of the question. I will tell you something I meant to speak of yesterday. Mrs. Jameson said Mr. Kenyon had assured her, with the kindest intentions, that it was quite vain to make those offers of company to Pisa or elsewhere, for your father would never give his consent, and the very rationality of the plan, and probability of the utmost benefit following the adoption of it, would be the harder to forego the more they were entertained. Whereupon, having the passions of his kind, he spoke some certain things, bitter and unavoidable. Then Mrs. J. spoke too, as you may imagine, apparently from better knowledge than even I possess. Now I repeat this to your common sense, my Bar. It is not hard to see that you must be silent and suffering, where no other can or will be either, so that if a verdict needs must be pronounced on our conduct, it will be the world's, and not an individual's, and for once a fair one. Mrs. Jameson's very words were, writing from what has been, observe, what is irrevocably past, and not what may be, I feel unhappy when in her presence, impelled to do her some service and impeded. Can nothing be done to rescue her from this? Ought it to continue? So speaks, not your lover, who, as he told you, did long to answer, someone will attempt at least. But it was best, for Mrs. Jameson would be blamed afterward, as Mr. K. might be abused, as ourselves will be vituperated, as my family must be calumniated. By whom? Do you feel me kiss your feet while I write this? I think you must, Bar. There is surely, I trust, surely no impatience here, in this as in the other letter. If there is, I will endeavour to repress it. But it will be difficult, for I love you, and am not a stock or a stone. And as we are now, another year. Well, kissing the feet answers everything, declares everything, and I kiss yours, my own Bar. End of section 39.
Section 40 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday morning. Postmark June 26, 1846. Arabelle insists on my going out in the carriage, but I will not, I say, before I have written my letter, and while we talk, the rain comes down like a guardian angel, and I cannot go out before I have written my letter, as is apparent to all. Dearest, you did me such good yesterday with seeing you and hearing you, that I slept better and am better altogether, and after a little change into the air shall be well. And how is your head? Now do not forget to tell me particularly. Say too whether you found your friend and had the right quantity of talk and got home without being the worse for him, or me. I have not had the heart to look at the newspapers, but hear that Sir Robert Peel has provided liberally for the present necessities of the poor Haydons. And do you know, the more I think, the more I am inclined to conclude that the money distress was merely an additional irritation, and that the despair leading to the revolt against life had its root in disappointed ambition. The world did not recognize his genius, and he punished the world by withdrawing the light. If he had not that thought in him, I am wrong. The cartoon business, and his being refused employment in the Houses of Parliament, that was bitter. And then came his opposition with Tom Thumb and the Dwarf's Triumph. He talked bitterly of that in a letter to me of last week. He was a man, you see, who carried his whole being and sensibility on the outside of him, nay, worse than so, since in the thoughts and opinions of the world. All the audacity and bravery and self-exaltation which drew on him so much ridicule were an agony in disguise. He could not live without reputation, and he wrestled for it, struggled for it, kicked for it, forgetting grace of attitude in the pang. When all was vain, he went mad and died. Poor Haydon! He measures things differently now, and let us now be right and just in our admeasurement of what he was, for, with all his weaknesses, he was not certainly far from being a great man. It is hope and help to be able to look away from all such thoughts to you, dearest beloved, who do not partake of the faults and feeblenesses of our lower geniuses. There is hope and help for the world in you, and if for the world, why for me indeed much more. You do not know, you do not know, how I look up to you and trust perfectly in you. You are above all these clouds, your element is otherwise. Men are not your taskmasters, that you should turn to them for recompense. Shall I always think the same of you, you asked yesterday, but I never think the same of you, because day by day you look greater and feel dearer. Only there is a deep gulf of another question close beside that, which suggests itself and makes me shudder to look down. And now the rain is over, and I shall dine briefly and go out in the carriage. May God bless you. Très bon, très cher, pour cause. Tout à toi, pour toujours. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday evening. Postmark June 27th, 1846. Ever dearest, I sent you a bare line tonight, for it is late and I am very tired, having, while you were sitting by the fire, been, for my part, driving to Highgate. Now think of that. Also, it has done me good, I think, and I shall sleep for it tonight perhaps, though I am tired certainly. Your letter shall be answered tomorrow, and here is a green answer to your leaves. Footnote: a sprig from rose tree enclosed. R.B.'s previous letter contained some leaves. End of footnote. What leaves? Whence and how? My green little branch I gathered myself out of the hedge, snatching at it from the carriage window. The roses were gone, or nearly gone, and the few left, quite out of reach, and the leaves kept behind to assure you that they do not look for snowstorms in September. No, it was not that they said. I am belying what they said. I gathered them in the hedge of the pretty close green lane which you go through to Hampstead. Were you ever there, I wondered? Dearest, I will write tomorrow. Never are you impatient, inconsiderate, and as for selfishness, I have been uneasy sometimes, precisely because you are so little selfish. I am not likely to mistake, to wrench the wrong way, any word of yours. As for mine, it was not a mere word when I said that you should decide everything. Could I hold out for November, or October, or for September even, if you choose against? Indeed, I could not. You will think, I am yours, and if you never repent that, I shall not. I am too entirely yours. And so good night, dearest beloved. Because you have a fire in June, is the snow to fall in September, and earth and ocean to become impassable? Ah, well, we shall see. But you shall not see that I deceive you. I am your very own Bar. Dear brown leaves, where did they come from, besides from you? Not a north wind, only a northwest wind, as I could have proved to you if you had been with me. Yet it is a detestable climate, this English climate, let us all confess. Say how your head is. End of section 41.
Section 42 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday. Postmark June 27, 1846. Your dear gentle laugh, as I seem to hear it, makes all well again for the moment undoubtedly. I cannot help trusting you implicitly. So whenever I seem able to reason a little, and set you reasoning for me, ought I not to try, and then give up and sink my head over you, dearest? In fact, I was a little frightened by what I heard and saw, for you, if you please, began by saying it was too cold to go out, and you were paler, I thought. The news of Highgate and the green leaves are reassuring indeed, but my brown leaves might be sent to you by myriads for all that, for all the light laugh. All roses fast going, lilies going, autumnal hollyhocks in full blow, and now to count 3 months over before summer is to end. These rains may do something, or hinder somewhat, and certainly our fire was left alone early yesterday morning. Well, I have not been presumptuous, except... the exception. How could I presume, for one thing, to hope for last evening's letter? A pure piece of kindness in you, Bar. And all your kindness is pure, entire, pearl-like for roundness and completeness. There is no one rough side, as when a crystal is broken off and given. Do you think it no good augury of our afterlife in what must be called, I suppose, another relation, that this has been so perfect to me? This last year, let me only say. In this relation there are as many écus as in the other, as many, though of a different nature. Lovers quarrel on as various grounds as the wedded, and though with the hue and softness of love the most energetic words and deeds may change their character, yet one might write savage sentences in Chinese celestial blue ink, which, after a powdering with gold dust, should look prettier than the truest blessing in ordinary black. But you have been perfect to me hitherto. Perfect. And of course only to you is the praise, for I have to be entirely confided in by you, seeing that you cannot keep an eye on me after I leave your room. Whereas, not I, but a gross stupid fool who conceived of no liberty but that of the body, nor that the soul may be far more unfaithful, such an one might exult in the notion of the closed door in the excluded world of rivals. Bless you, darling. Monday is not very far off now, and I am to hear again. I am much better, my mother much better too. I saw my French friend and talked and heard him talk. Yesterday the whole day, after the fire went out, was given to a cousin of mine, a girl just married, and here from Paris with her husband. These two had to be amused somehow. Ever your very own R. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday, postmark June 27th, 1846. I said I would answer your letter today, my beloved, but how shall I say more than I have said, and you know? Do you not know, you who will not will over me, that I cannot will against you, and that if you set yourself seriously to take September for October, and August for September, it is all at an end with me and the calendar? Still seriously, there is time for deciding, is there not? Even if I grant to you, which I do at once, that the road does not grow smoother for us by prolonged delays. The single advantage perhaps of delay is, that in the summer I get stronger every week, and fitter to travel, and then it never was thought of before, that I have heard, to precede September so. Last year was I not ordered to leave England in October, and permitted to leave it in November? Yet I agree, November, and perhaps October, might be late, might be running a risk through lingering, in our case. And you will believe me when I say I should be loath to run the risk of being forced to the further delay of a year, the position being scarcely tenable. Now for September it generally passes for a hot month. It ripens the peaches. It is the fig time in Italy. Well, nobody decides for September, nevertheless. The end of August is nearer, and at any rate we can consider and observe the signs of the heavens and earth in the meanwhile. There is so much to think of first, and the end, remember, is only too frightfully easy. Also, you shall not have it on your conscience to have killed me, let ever so much snow fall in September. If the sea should be frozen over, almost we might go by the land, might we not? And apart from fabulous ports, there are the rivers, the Seine, the Saône, the Rhône, which might be cheaper than the sea and the steamers, and would, I almost should fancy. These are things among the multitude to think of, and you shall think of them, dearest, in your wisdom. Oh, there is time, full time. No, there is not, in a sense. I wanted to write so much more, so much, and I went out to walk first, and on returning met Mr. Kenyon, who came upstairs with me. Now it is too late to add a word. May God bless you. I shall see you on Monday. I am better for Highgate. I walked longer today than usual. How strong you make me, you who make me happy. I am your own. End of section 43.
Section 44 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday, postmark June 29, 1846. My last letter will have answered this of yours, my dearest. I agree in all you say, and sooner or later comes to the same thing, if to any possible increase of difficulty is brought a proportionate increase of strength to undergo it, as let us hope will be the case. So you see you have to understand, and understand me. I keep your faculty in constant exercise, now as seeming to wish for postponement, And now for anticipation. And all the time do I really grow greater in your eyes? I might grow less woefully, for reasons. The sea will not be frozen beside, which makes me think to tell you that Carlyle is wanting to visit only one foreign country, Iceland, the true cradle of the Northmen and their virtues. All that is worth the Northman's caring to see is there, he thinks, and no wise in Italy. Perhaps. Indeed, so I reason and say. Did I not once turn on myself and speak against the southern spirit, and even Dante, just because of that conviction? Or imperfect conviction, whence the uneasy exaggeration. Carlyle thinks modern Italy's abasement a direct judgment from God. Here is a nation in whose breast arise men who could doubt, examine the new problems of the Reformation, etc., trim the balance at intervals, and throw overboard the accumulation of falsehood. All other nations around, less favoured, are doing it laboriously for themselves. Now is the time for the acumen of the Bembos, the Bentivoglios, and so forth. And these and their like, one and all, turn round, decline the trouble, say, these things may be true, or they may not. Meantime, let us go on verse-making, painting, music-scoring, to which all the nation accedes as if relieved of a trouble, upon which God bids the Germans go in and possess them, pluck their fruits, and feel their sun after their own hard work. Carlyle said the sense of this between two huge pipe whiffs the other afternoon. Pluck their fruits. Some 4 years ago I planted, or held straight while my mother planted, a fig tree for love of Italy. This year it bears its first fruit, a single one. What does that bode? Since I wrote the last paragraph, the wind took my thoughts away, as it always does, and I saw you again as I used to see, before I knew you, so very substanceless, faint, unreal, when I was struck by the reality again, by this paper, by tomorrow's visit I shall pay. It was as if someone had said, "But that star is your own." I fancied you just what I find you. I knew you from the beginning. Let me kiss you, dearest, dearest. End of section 44.
Section 45 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday morning. Postmark June 30th, 1846. The gods and men call you by your name, but I never do, never dare. In case of invocation, tell me how you should be called by such as I, not to be always the inexpressive he which I make of you, in case of courage for invocation. Dearest, which is a name too, read on the paper inside what I have been studying about Salerno since we parted yesterday. Forsyth is too severe in his deductions, perhaps, from the apothecaries, but your Naples book will not help me to contradict him, saying neither the one thing nor the other. The word we could not read in the letter yesterday was La Cava, and La Cava is a town on the way between Naples and Salerno, which Mrs. Stark describes as a large town with porticos on each side of the high street, like those at Bologna. To which the letter adds, remember, enchantingly beautiful, very good air, and no English. Then there is Vietri, mentioned by Forsyth, between La Cava and Salerno, and on the bay. It is as well to think of all three. Were you ever at either? Amalfi itself appears to be very habitable. Oh, and your Naples book says of Salerno that it is illuminated by fireflies, and that the chanting of frogs covers the noises of the city. You will like the frogs, if you don't the apothecaries, and I shall like the fireflies, if I don't the frogs. But I do like frogs, you know, and it was quite a mistake of yours when you once thought otherwise. Now I am going out in the carriage to call on Mr. Kenyon, and perhaps to see Mr. Boyd. Your flowers are more beautiful than they were yesterday, if possible, and the fresh coolness helps them to live, so that I hope you may see some of them on Saturday when you come. On Saturday, what a time to wait, if not for them, yet for me. Of the two, it is easier for them, certainly. They only miss a little dew and air. I shall write again to-night, but I cannot be more then than now, nor less ever than now, your own Bar. Here is a coincidence. Hardly had you left me, when passing near the table at the end of the room, I saw a parcel there. Remember your question about the year of the world? Precisely that, with a note, the counterpart of yours, desiring an opinion. May God bless you, dear, dear. Did I ever think I should live to thank God that I did not die 5 years ago? Not that I quite dare to do it yet. I must be sure first of something, which is not your love, my beloved. It is a something still dearer and of more consequence. Salerno. Though placed between the beauties of sea and land, of cultivated and rude nature, the city is so unhealthy that its richer inhabitants remove to Vietri during the hot months. In proof of its bad air, I remark here a number of apothecaries. Foresight. Its white houses curving round the haven at the water's brink, the mountains crowding close behind the city, the ruins of its Gothic castle on the olive-covered hill above, together mirrored on the waveless water, itself alternate shine and shadow. 'Tis a noble sight. The view from Salerno is one of the loveliest pictures in Italy. A clear-complexioned, open-eyed, and bright-faced city is modern Salerno, and its streets and piazza were all astir. Letters from Naples. This town, the approach to which is enchanting, boasts a tolerably good inn. Mrs. Stark. End of section 45.
Section 46 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark June 30, 1846. I've looked in the map for L, the place praised in the letter, and conclude it must be either Ceva, La Ceva, between Nocera and Salerno, about 4 miles from the latter, and on the mountain side, I suppose. See a map, my bar. Or else Lucera, which looks very like the word, and which lies at about 60 miles to the northeast of Naples, in a straight line over the mountains and roadless country, but perhaps twice as far by the main way through Avellino, Ariano, Bovino, and Savia. Exactly 120 Italian miles, now that I count the posts. So that there would be somewhat of a formidable journey to undertake after the sea voyage. I dare say at Ceva there is abundance of quietness, as the few who visit Salerno do not go 4 miles inland. Can you inquire into this? How inexpressibly charming it is to me to have a pretext for writing thus, about such approaches to the real event, these business-like words and names of places. If at the end you should bring yourself to say, "But you never seriously believed this would take place," what should I answer, I wonder? Let me think on what is real, indisputable, however. The improvement in the health, as I read it on the dear, dear cheeks yesterday, this morning is favourable again. You will go out, will you not? Mr. Kenyon sends me one of his kindest letters to ask me to dine with him next week on Wednesday. I feel his kindness just as you feel in the other case, and in its lesser degree I feel it. And then I know, dare think I know, whether he will be so sorry in the end, loving you as he does. I will send his letter that you may understand here as elsewhere. I think my head is dizzy with reading the debates this morning. Peel's speech and farewell. How exquisitely absurd, it just strikes me, would be any measure after Miss Martineau's heart, which should introduce women to Parliament as we understand its functions at present. how essentially retrograde a measure. Parliament seems no place for originating creative minds, but for second-rate minds influenced by and bent on working out the results of these. And the most deficient qualities for such a purpose are confessedly found oftener with men than with women, physical power having a great deal to do with it beside. So why shuffle the heaps together which, however arbitrarily divided at first, happen luckily to lie pretty much as one would desire? Here the great flintstones, here the pebbles, and diamonds too. The men of genius knew all this, said more than all this in their way and proper place on the outside, where Miss M is still saying something of the kind, to be taken up in its kind by some other Mr. Cobden, and talked about, and beleaguered. But such men cannot, or will not, see where their office begins and advantageously ends, and that there is such a thing as influencing the influences, playing the Bentham to the Cobden, the Barry to a commission for public works, the Luff to the 3 or 4 industrious men with square paper caps who get rules and plummets and dot the blocks of marble all over as his drawings indicate. So you and I will go to Salerno, or L, not to the L Lakes, heaven forfend, and if we let sail winged words freighted with truth from the throne of God, we may be sure, presumption all of it. Then you shall fill the words with their freight, and I will look on and love you. Is that too much? Yes, for any other. No, for one you know is yours. Your very own. For the quick departing yesterday our day was not spoken of. It is Saturday, is it not? End of section 46.
Section 47 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark July 1st, 1846. Thank you for letting me see dear Mr. Kenyon's letter. He loves you, admires you, trusts you. When what is done cannot be undone, then he will forgive you besides. That is, he will forgive both of us, and set himself to see all manner of good, where now he would see evil, if we asked him to look. So we will not, if you please, ask him to look on the encouragement of ever so many more kind notes, pleasant as they are to read, and worthy to trust too, under certain conditions. Dear Mr. Kenyon, but how good he is, and I love him more, shall it be under love, because of his right perception and understanding of you. No one among men sets you higher than he does as a man and as a poet, even if he misses the subtle sense sometimes. So you dine with him, don't you? And I shall have you on Wednesday instead of Thursday. Yes, certainly. And on Saturday, of course, next time. In the carriage to-day I went first to Mr. Kenyon's, and as he was not at home, left a card for a footstep. Then Arabel and Flush and I proceeded on our way to Mr. Boyd's in St. John's Wood, and I was so nervous, so anxious for an excuse for turning back, that, can you guess what Arabel said to me? "Oh, bah," she said, "such a coward as you are never will be married while the world lasts," which made me laugh, if it did not make me persevere, for you see by it what her notion is of an heroic deed. So there I stood at last, at the door of poor Mr. Boyd's dark little room, and saw him sitting, as if he had not moved these 7 years, these 7 heavy, changeful years. Seeing him, my heart was too full to speak at first, but I stooped and kissed his poor bent-down forehead, which he never lifts up, his chin being quite buried in his breast. Presently we began to talk of Ossian and Cyprus wine, and I was forced, as I would not have Ossian for a god, to take a little of the Cyprus. There was no help for me, nor alternative. So I took as little as I could, while he went on proving to me that the Adamic fall and corruption of human nature, Mr. Boyd is a great theologian, were never in any single instance so disgustingly exemplified as in the literary controversy about Ossian. every man of the Highland society having a lost soul in him. And Walter Scott, oh, the woman who poisoned all her children the other day is a saint to Walter Scott, so we need not talk of him any more. Arabelle, how much has she taken of that wine? Not half a glass. But, Mr. Boyd, you would not have me be obliged to carry her home. That visit being over, we went into the park, Hyde Park, and drove close to the Serpentine, and then returned. Flush would not keep his head out of the window, his favourite pleasure, all the way, because several drops of rain trickled down his ears. Flush has no idea of wetting his ears. His nose so near, too. Right you are, I think, in opposition to Miss Martineau, though your reasons are too gracious to be right, except indeed as to the physical inaptitude, which is an obvious truth. Another truth, to my mind, is, that women, as they are, whatever they may be, have not mental strength any more than they have bodily, have not instruction, capacity, wholeness of intellect enough. To deny that women, as a class, have defects, is as false, I think, as to deny that women have wrongs. Then you are right again in affirming that the creators have no business there with the practical man. You should not be there, for instance. And I, if I am to be thought of, would be prouder to eat cresses and macaroni. Dearest, there is a manufactory of macaroni and writing paper at Amalfi close by. Observe that combination, macaroni and writing paper. I would be prouder to eat cresses and macaroni with you as you, than to sit with diamonds in my ears under the shelter of the woolsack, you being a law-lord and parliament-maker of speeches. By the way, I couldn't have diamonds in my ears. They never were bored for it, as I never was born for it. A physical inaptitude here too. Shall I say what you tell me? You never seriously believed, shall I? I will, if you like. But it is not Ceva, if you like. It is Cava, La Cava, in my map, and according to my authorities. Otherwise the place is the same, 4 miles from Salerno, I think, and enchantingly beautiful. It is worth an inquiry, certainly, this enchanting place, which has no English in it, with porticos like Bologna, and too little known to be spelt correctly by the most accomplished geographers. Ah, your head is dizzy, my beloved. Tell me how it is now, and tell me how your mother is. I think of you, love you. I, who am discontented with myself, self-condemned as unworthy of you in all else, am yet satisfied with the love I have for you. It seems worthy of you, as far as an abstract affection can go, without taking note of the personality-loving. Do you see the meaning through the mist? Do you accept your very own Bar? End of section 47.
Section 48 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday. Postmark July 1, 1846. Dearest, dearest, you did once, one time only, call me by my name, Robert. And though it was to bid R not talk extravagances, your very words, still the name so spoken became what it never had been before to me. I never am called by any pet name, nor abbreviation, here at home or elsewhere. Oh, best let it alone. 'Tis one of my incommunicable advantages to have a Bar of my own, and call her so. Indeed, yes, my Bar. I write dearest and most dearest, but it all ends in Bar. And the my in its framework, its surrounding arm, Bar, my own Bar. Robert is Saxon, ni falor, famous in council. So let him give a proof of his quality in counselling you to hold your good, happy inspiration about La Cava. My French map-maker must have had Ceva in Piedmont in his head. For at such a place, so situate, we renounce not one sight at Salerno, nor Amalfi, nor Sorrento. 4 miles. The distance between your house and Highgate, perhaps. Carver, the hollow of a hill, and such hills and such hollows are in that land. Oh, let it be La Carver, or Seven Dials, with you. I passed through Seven Dials this morning, and afterward by your house, with a heart full of thoughts, not fuller than usual, but they were more stirring and alive, nearer their source. I called at Mrs. Proctor's door, proceeding from Forster's, and then on Mrs. Jameson, whom I found and talked with pleasantly till a visitor came. I do extremely appreciate her, delight in her. To avoid saying love, I was never just to her before, far from it. I saw her niece, a quiet, earnest-looking little girl, but did it not please me to call in at Moxon's, and hear that, amongst other literary news dexterously inquired after, Miss Barrett's poems were selling very well, and would ere long be out of print. And after that pleasure came the other of finding dear, generous, noble Carlyle had sent his new edition of Cromwell, 3 great volumes, with his brave, energetic assurance of regards, and many of them in black manly writing on the first page. So may he continue to like me till he knows you, when it will be mine instead of me that he shall love. Love? I let the whole world love you, if they can overtake my love. As I read on about the visit to Mr. Boyd, I thought, I trust she will kiss his forehead, and I kiss yours, thus, for that, too, in gratitude for that. You dear, good blessing of a bar, how I kiss you. R.B. I am quite well today, and Mother is quite well. The good account of the visit is enough to make me happy on a Wednesday, leading to a Saturday. Then my 2 letters. I did not see Moxon, only the brother, who tells odd stories dryly. One made me laugh today. Poor Mr. Reed, Landor's love, sent a book to Campbell the poet, and then called on him, to discover him in the very act of wiping a razor on a leaf torn out of the book, laid commodiously by his toilet table for the express purpose. End of section 48.
Section 49 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday, postmark July 2nd, 1846. No, indeed I never did. If you heard me say Robert, it was on a stair landing in the House of Dreams, never anywhere else. Why, how could you fancy such a thing? Wasn't it rather your own disquieted conscience which spoke instead of me, saying, Robert, don't be extravagant? Yes, just the speech that is, for a good, uneasy, discerning conscience, and you took it for my speech. Don't be extravagant, I may certainly have said. Both I and the conscience might have said so obvious a thing. Ah, and now I have got the name, shall I have courage to say it? Tell me, best counsellor. I like it better than any other name, though I never spoke it with my own lips. I never called any one by such a name, except once when I was in the lane with Bertha. One uncle I have called Robert, but to me he is an Uncle Headley, and no more, so it is a white name to take into life. Isn't this an Hebraic expression of a preferring affection? I have called thee by thy name, and therefore, because you are the best, only dearest, Robert. You passed by, and I never knew. How foolish! But really it quite strikes me as something wonderful that I should not have known. I knew, however, of your being in London, because, don't expect supernatural evidence, Mrs. Jameson told me. She was here with me about 5, and brought her niece, whom I liked just for the reasons you give, and herself was feeling and affectionate as ever. It is well that you should give me leave to love her a little. Once she touched upon Italy, and I admitted that I thought of it, and thought it probable as an event, on which she pressed gently to know on what I counted. Perhaps on my own courage, I said. Oh, she exclaimed, now I see clearly. Which made me smile. The idea of her seeing clearly, but earnestly and cordially she desired me to remember that to be useful to me in any manner would give her pleasure. Such kindness, the sense of it has sunk into my heart. You cannot praise her too much for me. She was so kind that when she asked me to go to see her in Mortimer Street on Friday, I could not help agreeing at once, and I am to have the sofa and no company, that's a promise. She asked me to go at 12 o'clock and to bring Mr. Kenyon for an escort, but I would not answer for Mr. Kenyon's going, only half promising for myself. Now I must try to fix a later hour, because— listen to the because. My aunt, Miss Clark, and my cousin, her adopted daughter and niece, come tomorrow evening and stay in this house. Oh, I cannot tell you how long, for a whole week as a beginning, certainly. I have been sighing and moaning so about it that Arabel calls it quite a scandal. But when one can't be glad, why should it be so undutiful to appear sad? If she had but stayed in Paris 6 months longer. Well, and tomorrow morning Miss Mitford comes to spend the day like the kind dear friend she is, and I, not the least in the world, glad to see her. Why have you turned my heart into such hard porphyry? Once when it was plain clay, every finger of these womanly fingers left a mark on it, and now, you see, even Mrs. Jameson makes me grateful to her chiefly, as I know in myself, because she sees you as you are in part, and will forgive me for loving you as soon as she hears of it, however she may, and must consistently expect us to torment one another, according to the way of the artistic temperament evermore, and ever more and more. But for the rest, the others who do not know you and value you, I hate to see them, and there's the truth. There is something, too, in the concealment, the reserve, the doubleness enforced on occasion, which is painful and hateful. Detestable it all is. And I like La Cava, too. Think of a hollow in the mountain, something like a cave, do you think? At least it must be a hollow in the mountains. I wrote to my friend this morning to ask if the place is considered warm, and if she knew any more of it. The porticos, as at Bologna, look attractive, too, by the dream-light we look at them by. And Baba may escape the 40 thieves of English in the cave, with a good watchword like sesame. Now that's half my nonsense, and half yours, I beg you to observe. I won't be at the charge of it all. I was out to-day, walked up, walked down, in my old fashion. Only I do improve in walking, I think, and gain strength. May God bless you, dear, dearest. I am your own. End of section 49.
Section 50 of the letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday. Postmark, July 2, 1846. Dear, you might as well imagine you had never given me any other of the gifts, as that you did not call me, as I tell you. You spoke quickly, interrupting me, and for the name, I can hear it, twixt my spirit and the earth noise intervene. Do you think I forget one gift and another, even a greater? I should still taste the first freshness of the vinegar, or whatever was the charm of it, though Cleopatra had gone on dissolving pearl after pearl in it. I love you for these gifts to me now. Hereafter it seems almost as if I must love you even better, should you choose to continue them to me in spite of complete knowledge. I feel this as often as I think of it, which is not seldom. Do you know, Mrs. Jameson asked me to go and see her on Friday morning? Would you like me to go? What I like, do not fancy, because your own pleasure is to be consulted. Should you fear the eyes, which can, on occasion, wear spectacles? If not, and if our Saturday will not be interfered with, and if you can tell me the hour later than 12 you mean to appoint, so that my call may be neither too early nor too late, why then, dearest, dearest, La Cava is surely our cave bar. Early in October will be vintage time. No fireflies. There will be the advantage in the vicinity of Naples, that through the Rothschild's house, there we can, I believe, receive and dispatch letters without any charge, which otherwise would be an expensive business in Italy. The economy of the post office there is astounding. A stranger goes to a window and asks for A's or Z's letters, not even professing himself to be A or Z, whereupon the official hands over sundry dozens of letters without a word of inquiry, out of which the said stranger picks what pleases him, and paying for his selections goes away, and there an end. At Venice, I remember, they offered me, with other letters, about 10 or 15 for the Marquis of Hastings, who was not arrived yet. I had only to say, I am sent for them. At Rome, a lady lamented to me the sad state of things. A letter might contain heaven only knew what, and lie at the office, and— I might go and get it, I said. You? Nay, my husband might, she answered, as one mightily wronged. But of your dear self now, the going out will soon and effectually cure the nervousness, we may be sure. I am most happy, love, to hear of the walking and increased strength. So you used to like riding on a donkey? Then you shall have a mule, un bel mulo, and I will be your muleteer, walk by your side, and you will think the moment you see of him of the wicked shoeing of cats with walnut shells, for they make a mule's shoes turn up for all the world like large shells, those on his 4 feet at least. Will the time really come then? Meanwhile, your visitors. Let's hope they will go sightseeing or call-making, do anything but keep the house on our days. The 3 hours seem as a minute. If they are to be curtailed— oh, no, no, I hope. Tell me all you can, dearest, and let me tell you all I can, little as it is, in kissing you, my best and dearest Bar, as now kisses your very own. End of section 50.
Section 51 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening. Postmark July 3rd, 1846. But ever dearest, I do so fear that I shall not be able to get to Mrs. Jameson's to-morrow at all. Not at 12, I fear. Our visitors are to arrive late to-night, too late for me to see them, and for me to go away at 12 in the morning, just about the hour when they might reasonably expect to heaven to hold me, seems altogether unlawful, according to my sisters. Yet the temptation is strong. Would 12:30 be too early for you, if I could manage to go at 12? But I shall not be able, I do fear. Just see how it becomes possible and impossible at once for us to touch hands. I could almost wring mine, you see, for I could dare the spectacles, the hypothetical spectacles, and the eyes discerning without them. She has no idea to begin with, and you would not say, Bah, let us order the mules, I suppose. If I went, it would be alone, but probably I shall not be able, so you had better not think of me, and pay your visit at your own hour, after the devices of your heart. In the meanwhile, quite you make me laugh by your positiveness about the name-calling. Well, if ever I did such a thing, it was in a moment of unconsciousness, all the more surprising that, even to my own soul, in the lowest spirit whisper, I have not been in the habit of saying Robert, speaking of you. You have only been the one. No word ever stood for you. The idea admitted of no representative. The words fell down before it, and were silent. Still, such very positive people must be right, of course. They always are. At any rate, it is only one illusion more. and some day I expect to hear you say and swear that you saw me fly out of one window and fly in at another. So much for your Cleopatra's Roman pearls, O my famous in council, and appreciation of sour vinegar. Dear Miss Mitford came at 2 to-day and stayed until 7, and all those hours you were not once mentioned. I had not courage, and she perhaps avoided an old subject of controversy. I do not know. It is singular that for this year past you are not mentioned between us, while other names come up like grass in the rain. No single person will be more utterly confounded than she when she comes to be aware of what you are to me now, and that I was thinking to-day while she talked to never a listener. She will be confounded and angry perhaps. It will be beyond her sympathies, or if they reach so far, the effort to make them do so will prove a more lively affection for me than, with all my trust in her goodness, I dare count on. Yet very good and kind and tender she was to me to-day, and very variously intelligent and agreeable. Do you know, I should say that her natural faculties were stronger than Mrs. Jameson's, though the latter has a higher aspiration, and, in some ways, a finer sensibility of intellect. You would certainly call her superior to her own books, certainly you would. She walks strongly on her 2 feet in this world, but nobody shall see her, not even you, fly out of a window. Too closely she keeps to the ground, I always feel. Now Mrs. Jameson can aspire like Paracelsus, and believes enough in her own soul to know a poet when she sees one. Ah, but all cannot be all. Miss Mitford wrung a promise from me that, if I were well enough and in England next summer, I would go to see her. So remember, isn't it a promise for 2? Only we shall be mule riding in those days, unless I shall have tired you. Shall you be tired of me in one winter, I wonder? My programme is to let you try me for 1 winter, and if you are tired, as I shall know without any confession on your side, why then I shall set the mule on a canter and leave you in La Cava, and go and live in Greece somewhere all alone, taking enough with me for bread and salt. Is it a jest, do you think? Indeed it is not. It is very grave earnest, be sure. I believe that I never could quarrel with you, but the same cause would absolutely hinder my living with you if you did not love me. We could not lead the abominable lives of married people all round. You know we could not. I at least know that I could not, and just because I love you so entirely. Then you know you could come to England by yourself and— Where's Ba? Oh, she's somewhere in the world, I suppose. How can I tell? And then Mrs. Jameson would shake her head, and observe that the problem was solved exactly as she expected, and that artistical natures smelt of sulphur and brimstone without any exceptions. Am I laughing? Am I crying? Who can tell? But I am not teasing, Robert, because, my Robert, if gravely I distrusted your affection, I could not use such light-sounding words on the whole, now could I? It is only the supposition of a possible future, just possible, as the end of human affections passes for a possible thing, which made me say what I would do in such a case. But I am yours, your own, and it is impossible, in my belief, that I can ever fail to you so as to be less yours, on this side the grave or across it. So I think of impossibilities, whatever I may, of possibilities. Will it be possible to see you tomorrow, I wonder? I ask myself, and not you. And if you love me only nearly as much, instead of the prodigal more, afterward, I shall be satisfied, and shall not run from you further than to the bottom of the page, where you see me as your own Ba. End of section 51. Section 52 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday morning. Postmark July 3rd, 1846. I am forced to say something now which you will not like, and which I, for my part, hate to say, but you shall judge how impossible it is for me to see you tomorrow. The visitors did not come last night, and as this morning we expected them hourly, the post brought a letter instead, to the effect that they were to arrive just on Saturday, leaving us to calculate the time of arrival between 1 p.m. to 5 or 6. If at 1, Papa will be in the house and likely to stay in it all day after, which would be a complication of disadvantages for us, and if at 3, why, even so, my aunt would admire a little the reason of my not seeing her at once, and there would be questions and answers à faire frémir. So, dearest, dearest, I must try to live these 2 days more without seeing you, and indeed it will be hard work. The very light of the sun to-morrow, let it be ever so bright a sun, will only reproach the day with what it ought to have been, our day instead of everybody's day or nobody's day, a poor, blank, dreary day. What when the clock is at 3? Oh, what will keep me, I wonder, from being sullen to my aunt and sulky to my cousin? They will think me, if my ministering angel should not throw me some hallowing thought of you, best beloved, considerably fallen off in the morale, however the improvement may be of the bodily health. I shall be as cross, well, if I am less than cross, you must be right after all, and I, une femme miraculeuse, without illusion. It is too bad, the whole week, from Monday to Monday, and I do not positively fix even Monday, though I hope for Monday. But Monday may be taken from us just as Saturday is, and the Headleys are to come on Tuesday, only not to this house. I wish they were all at Seringapatam. Do not mind it, however. Yes, mind it a little, Robert, but not overmuch, because the day shall not be lost utterly. I shall take care. I will be on the watch for half-days, when people go out to shop, that solemn business of life, and we will have our lost day back again, you will see. But I could not get to Mrs. Jameson's this morning, not being quite well enough. It is nothing as illness, I tell you the truth, dear, and even now I feel better than I did in the early morning. It was only just enough to prevent my going. And if I had gone, I should not have seen you. You would not go in time. You would not perhaps even have my letter in time. The stars are against us for the moment, it seems. Write to me, think of me, love me. You shall hear on Saturday and on Sunday, and we will settle about Monday. After all, it would have been difficult to have met you at Mrs. Jameson's, observing the fitness of things, and as I am subject to the madness of saying Robert without knowing it. May God bless you. Say how you are. Don't let me slide out of your mind through this rift in the rock. I catch at the jutting stones. I am your own Bar. End of section 52.
Section 53 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmarked July 3, 1846. No, dear, dear Bar, I shall not see you today, in spite of all the hoping and fancying. For I could not, as I calculate, reach Mrs. Jameson's before 1 o'clock, or a little later, and there would be the worst of vexations to know you had been and gone again. I persuade myself you may not pay the visit today. It is impossible, you say, and that it may be paid next week, the week in which there is only one day for us. How do you say, dearest? All complaining is vain. Let tomorrow make haste and arrive. Bar, there is nothing in your letter that shocks me. Nothing. If you choose to imagine that possibility, you are consistent in imagining the proper step to take. It is all imagining. But I feel altogether as you feel about the horribleness of married friends, mutual esteemers, etc. When your name sounds in my ear like any other name, your voice like other voices, when we wisely cease to interfere with each other's pursuits, respect differences of taste, etc., etc., all will be over then. I cannot myself conceive of one respect in which I shall ever fall from this feeling for you. There never has been one word, one gesture, unprompted by the living immediate love beneath. But there have been many, many, so many that the same love is suppressed, refused to be represented by. I say this because I can suppose a man taking up a service of looks and words, which service is only to last for a time, and so may be endured, after which the real affection, honest attachment, etc., means to go to its ends by a shorter road, saving useless ceremony and phrases. Do you know what I mean? I hardly do, except that it is, whatever it is, opposed as heaven to earth to what I feel is. I count confidently on being more and more able to find the true words and ways, which may not be spoken words perhaps, the true rites by which you should be worshipped, you dear, dear Bar, my entire blessing now and ever, if God shall save me also. Let me kiss you now, and long for tomorrow. I shall bring you the poorest flowers, all as brown, dry autumnal. The sun shines and reproves me. After all, there would have been some rocks in the pleasant water of today's meeting. Oh, hardness to dissemble. Here is no dissembling. I kiss you, my very own. End of section 53.
Section 54 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday night. Postmark July 4th, 1846. Ah, tomorrow make haste and arrive. And what good will tomorrow do when it comes? Dearest, with your letter tonight I have a note from Mrs. Jameson, who proposes that I should go to her just on this tomorrow between 12 and 1. She will wait for me till 1 and then go out. Moreover, she leaves town on Tuesday. Now I think I ought to try to be with her this time, therefore, on the hour she mentions, and I will try. I mean to try. But as for seeing you even so, and for a moment, I understand that it scarcely is possible. No, not possible. You cannot have time, I think. Thinking which, understanding which, I shall yet, in spite of reason, listen for the footstep and the voice. Certainly I shall not help doing that. Our tomorrow, how they have spoiled it for us. In revenge, I shall love you tomorrow twice as much, looking at my dead flowers. Twice as much. Bah, never talk extravagances. Twice as much is a giant 50 feet high. It is foolish to be fabulous. Being better this evening, almost as if I were sure to see you in the morning, I went out to drive with Arabelle and Flush about 6 o'clock, and we were not at home until 8, after having seen a mirage, as it appeared, of green fields and trees. Beyond Harrow Cemetery we went, through silent lanes and hedgerows, so silent, so full of repose. Quite far away over the tops of the trees was London, Arabelle said, but I could see only a cloud. It seemed no more, nor otherwise. Once she got out and went into a field to give Flush a run, and I, left to myself and you, read your last letter in the carriage, under the branches which were dropping separate shadows of every leaf they had. The setting sun forced them to it. Oh, but I sent you no leaves, because I could not reach any, and did not get out to walk to-day, where I might have gathered them. Arabelle tried hard to persuade me to go into the cemetery, but let me deserve all she said to me about weakness and foolishness. Really, that sort of thing does sadden me. My spirits fall flat with it. It is the dark side of death. So I begged her to go by herself, and to leave me. I would wait for her, and she should have as long a pleasure in that pleasure-ground of the dead as she liked. Very pretty it is said to be. The dissenters and the church people planted in separate beds, and the Roman Catholics conspicuous for their roses. Oh, that ghastly mixture of horror and frivolity, the niaiserie of their divisions and subdivisions taken down so carefully into the dust. But Arabelle did not go at last, and we were at home quite late enough. May God bless you, dear, dear. Give me all my thoughts, those that belong to me, tomorrow, poor disinherited tomorrow. I will write tomorrow at any rate, and hear, let me hear. And you are the best, best. When I speak lead, you answer gold. Because I do not shock you, you melt my heart away with joy. Yet I can love you enough, even I. Your Bar. End of section 54.
Section 55 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday, postmarked July 4, 1846. Dearest Bar, I am at Mrs. Jameson's. To hear you cannot come, most properly. She wants me to go and see an exhibition, and I cannot refuse. So this is my poor long letter, with kisses and the words, that was to have been. But on Monday, dearest, dearest, I shall see you? All thanks for your letter. I dare write no more, as there must be some difference in my way of writing you from other ways. Bless you ever, as I am ever yours, R. End of section 55.
Section 56 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday, postmark July 4th, 1846. Ah, this Saturday, how heavily the wheels of it turn round, as if with all the weights of sleep and death hung at them. After all, it was not possible for me to get to Mrs. Jameson's this morning. Not that I was unwell to signify, mind, but unfit for the exertion, and it would not have been agreeable to anybody if I had gone there and fainted. So here I am, the picture of helpless indolence, stretched out at full length between the chair and the high stool, thinking how you will not to-day sit on the low one, nor in your old own place by me. Oh, how I think of you to make imperfect amends. Are you disappointed, you? I hope you are, and I fear you are. My generosity does not carry me through the hope of it to the end. I love your love too much, and that is the worst fault, my beloved, I ever can find in my love of you. Look what Miss Mitford has sent me from the Daily News. Mr. Horne's lament for poor Haydon. Tell me if you do not like it. It has moved me much, and as a composition it is fine, I think, worthy of Orion. I shall write to Mr. Horne to thank him, as one reader of many, for touching that solemn string into such a right melody. To my mind it is worth, and more than worth, 20 such books as his ballad book. Tell me if it isn't. It has much affected me. Papa went out early, so we should have escaped the complication, but every half-hour we are expecting our visitors, and for Monday, I scarcely dare say yet, come on Monday. Only we will find our lost Pleiads, of that be very sure, I am very sure. Still to miss one for a moment draws me into darkness, or, do you not know that you are all my stars? Yes, and the sun besides. The thing which people call a sun seems to shine quite coldly to-day, because you are not on this side of my window. All complaining is vain, do you say? Let me pass the time a little, then, by confessing to you that what you said some letters ago about the character of our intercourse, in our present relation, being a sort of security for the future, that did strike me as a true and reasonable observation as far as it goes. I think, at least, that if I were inclined to fear for my own happiness apart from yours, which, as God knows, is a fear that never comes into my head, I should have sense to reason myself clear of it all by seeing in you none of the common rampant man vices which tread down a woman's peace, and which begin in the work often long before marriage. Oh, I understand perfectly how as soon as ever a common man is sure of a woman's affections, he takes up the tone of right and might, and he will have it so, and he won't have it so. I have heard of the bitterest tears being shed by the victim as soon as ever, by one word of hers, she had placed herself in his power. Of such are lovers' quarrels, for the most part, the growth of power on one side, and the struggle against it, by means legal and illegal, on the other. There are other causes, of course, but for none of them could it be possible for me to quarrel with you, now or ever. Neither now nor ever do I look forward to the ordinary dangers. What I have feared has been so different. May God bless you, my own. For my part, you have my leave to make me unhappy if you please. It only would be just that the happiness you have given you should take away. It is yours, as I am yours. Say how your head is, say how your mother is. Think of me with the thoughts that do good. Your own, Bar. To the memory of B.R. Hayden, by the author of Orion. Mourn, fatal voice, whom ancients called the Muse, thy fiery whispers rule this mortal hour, wherein the toiling artist's constant soul revels in glories of a visioned world, power like a god exalting the full heart, beauty with subtlest ravishment of grace refining all the senses, while afar, through vistas of the stars, where strange friends dwell, a temple smiles for him to take his seat among the happy dead whose work is done. Mourn, fatal voice, whom ancients called the Muse, thou leadst the devotee through fruitful bowers, wherein imagination multiplies divinely, and with noblest ecstasy to nature ever renders truth for truth. Mourn, fatal voice, whom ancients called the Muse, thou teachest to be strong and virtuous, in labour patient, clear-eyed as a star, self-truthful, vigilant within, and full of faith to be, and do, and send it forth, but teachest no man how to know himself, his over-measures or his fallings short, nor how to know when he should step aside into the quiet shade, to wait his hour, and foil the common dragon of the earth. O fatal voice, so siren sweet, yet rife with years of sorrow, death-beds terrible, mourn for a worthy son, whose aims were high, whose faith was strong amidst the scoffing age. No warning givest thou, on the perilous path, to those who need the gold thy teaching scorns, heedless if other knowledge hold due watch. Thou fill'st with heavenly bliss the enraptured eyes, while the feet move to ruin and the grave. Therefore, O voice, inscrutably divine, uplifting sunward, casting in the dust, forgetting man as man, and mindful only of the man angel even while on earth. Mourn now with all thine ancient tenderness, mingled with tears that fall in heavy drops, for one who lost himself, remembering thee. End of section 56.
Section 57 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday, postmark July 6, 1846. You will have known by my 2 or 3 words that I received your letter in time to set out for Mrs. J's. She said to me directly and naturally, "You have missed a great pleasure," and then accounted for your absence. Do not be sorry, my Bar, at my gladness, for I was, I hope, glad. Yes, I am sure. Glad that you ran no risk. If you will not think of that, think of my risk if you had fainted. Should I have kept the secret, do you suppose? Oh, dearest of all dreamt of dearness, incur no unnecessary danger now at, shall I there trust, the end of the adventure? I cannot fear for any mischance that may follow. Once let my arms be round you. I mean, the blow seems then to fall on both alike. Now what dismal obscure months might be prolonged between us before we meet next by a caprice where the power is. When have I been so long without the blessing of your sight? Yet how considerately you have written, what amends you make, all that the case admits of. If I were less sure of my own mind, and what it knows for best, I might understand the French lover's fancy of being separated from his mistress that he might be written to and write. But the very best I know, and have ever in sight, and constantly shall strive after, to see you face to face, to live so, and to die so, which, I say, because it ends all that can be ended, and yet seems in itself so encountered, no death, no end. After all, I may see you tomorrow, may I not? There is no more than a danger, an apprehension that we may lose tomorrow also, is there? You cannot tell me after this is read. I shall know before. If I receive no letter, mind, I go to you, so that if the post is in fault after its custom, and your note arrives at 3 o'clock, you will know why I seem to disobey it and call, and I shall understand why you are not to be seen. But I will hope. When you say these exquisitely dear and tender things, you know, Bar, it is as if the sweet hand were on my mouth. I cannot speak. I try to seem as if I heard not, for all the joy of hearing. You give me a jewel, and I cannot repeat, you do give me a jewel. I am not worthy of any gift, you must know, Bar. Never say you do not, but what you press on me, let me feel and half see, and in the end carry away. But do not think I can, in set words, take them. At most they are, and shall be, half gift, half loan for adornment's sake, mine to wear, yours to take back again. Even this, all this ungracefulness, is proper, appropriate in its way. I am penetrated with shame thinking on what you say, and what my utmost devotion will deserve, so infinitely less will it deserve. You are my very, very angel. Mrs. Jameson showed me the lines you had sent her, Horne's very beautiful poem, very earnest, very solemn and pathetic, worthy of Horne and the subject, and you will do well to reward him as you propose. I think I will also write 2 or 3 lines, telling him that you called my attention to the poem, so that he may understand the new friend does not drive out the old, as the old proverb says. I will wait a day or 2 and write, and you are herein too a dear good Bar, to write me out the verses and the characters I love best of all. I may keep them, I hope. The weather is hot as ever. Bar, remember how I believe in you. Is the indisposition nothing to signify? And remember the confidence I make you of every slightest headache or what looks like it. Tell me frankly as Bar should, and will if she loves me. I am very well, and my mother much better. I observe while I write the clouds gather propitiously for coolness, if not rain. May all be as is best for you, and for me. Then kiss me, really through the distance, and love me, my sweetest Bar. I am your own. End of section 57.
Section 58 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, Postmark July 6, 1846. Will it do if you come on Wednesday, dearest? It will be safer, I think, and with people staying in the house, it is necessary, you see, to consider a little. My aunt is so tired with her journey that she is not likely to go out at all tomorrow, and when I remember that you dine with Mr. Kenyon on that Wednesday, it seems marked out for our day. Still, I leave it to you. Never have we been so long parted, and perhaps by Wednesday you may forget me. Ah, no. Now I will not make the time longer by being unkind, or even unjust. I meant to write you a long letter today, but first my aunt and cousin were here telling me all the statistics of Arabella Hadley's marriage, and then Mr. Kenyon came, and on such a very different subject his talk was, that he has left me quite depressed. It appears that poor Mr. Haydon, in a paper entering into his reasons for self-destruction, says that he has left his manuscripts to me, with a desire for me to arrange the terms of their publication with Longman. Of course it has affected me naturally. Such a proof of trust, when he had so many friends wiser and stronger to look to. But I believe the reference to be simply to the fact of his having committed to my care all his private papers in a great trunk, one of 3 which he sent here. 2 years ago, when we corresponded, he made me read a good part of his memoirs, which he thought of publishing at that time, and then he asked me, no, it was 1.5 years ago, to speak about them to some bookseller, to Longman, he said, I remember then. I explained, in reply, how I had not any influence with any bookseller in the world, advising him, besides, not to think of printing, without considerable modification, what I had read. In fact, it was, with much that was individual and interesting, as unfit as possible for the general reader, fervid and coarse at once, with personal references blood dyed at every page. At the last, I suppose, the idea came back to him of my name in conjunction with Longman's. I cannot think that he meant me to do any editor's work, for which, with whatever earnestness of will, I must be comparatively unfit, both as a woman and as personally and historically ignorant of the persons and times he writes of. I should not know how one reference would fall innocently, and another like a thunderbolt, on surviving persons. I only know that, without great modification, the memoirs should not appear at all, that the scandal would be great if they did. At the same time, you will feel with me, I am sure, you who always feel with me, that whatever is clearly set for me to do, I should not shrink from under these circumstances, whatever the unpleasantness may be, more or less, involved in the doing. But if Mr. Serjeant Talford is the executor, is he not the obviously fit person? Well, there is no need to talk any more. Mr. Kenyon is to try to see the paper. It was Mr. Forster who came to tell him of this matter, and to get him to communicate it to me. Poor Haydon! Dearest, I long for you to come and bring me a little light. Tell me how you are. Now tell me. Tell me, too, how your mother is. My aunt's presence here has seemed to throw me back suddenly and painfully into real life, out of my dream life with you, into the old dreary flats of real life. She does not know your name even. She sees in me just Ba, who is not your Ba, and when she talks to me, seeing me so, I catch the reflection of the cold abstraction as she apprehends it, and feel myself for a moment a Ba who is not your Ba, sliding back into the melancholy of it. Do you understand the curious process I talk of so mistily? Do you understand that she makes me sorrowful with not talking of you while she talks to me? Everything, in fact, that divides us I must suffer from, so I need not treat metaphysically of causes and causes, splitting the thinner straws. Once she looked to the table where the remains of your flowers are, and said, I suppose Miss Mitford brought you those flowers? No, I answered, she did not. Oh, no, began Arabel with a more suggestive voice, not Miss Mitford's flowers. But I turned the subject quickly. Robert, how did you manage to write me the dear note from Mrs. Jameson's? How could you dare write and direct it before her eyes? What an audacity that was of yours! Oh, and how I regretted the missing you, as you proved it was a missing, by the letter. Twice to miss you on one day seemed too much ill luck. Even for me I was going to write, but that would have been a word of my old life, before I knew that I was born to the best fortune and happiest which any woman could have, in being loved by you. Dearest, do not leave off loving me. Do not forget me by Wednesday. Shall it be Wednesday, or must it be Thursday? Answer you. I am your own Bar. End of section 58.
Section 59 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday. Postmark July 6, 1846. When I read, after the reasons for not seeing you today, this, "Still I leave it to you," believe, dearest, that I at once made the sacrifice, and determined to wait till Wednesday, as seemed best for you, and therefore for me. But at the letter's very end, amid the sweetest, comes Wednesday. Or must it be Thursday? What is that? What must is mine? Shall you fear or otherwise suffer if we appoint Wednesday? Oh, another year of this? Yet I am not, I feel, ungrateful to the past. All the obstacles in the world can do nothing now. Nothing. Earlier they might have proved formidable annoyances. I have seen enough of you, Bar, for an eternity of belief in you, and you, as you confess, you cannot think I shall forget. All you can, you compensate me for the absence, that such letters, instead of being themselves the supremest award and last of gains, should be compensation at the best. Am I really to have you, all of you, and altogether and always? If you go out of your dream life, can I lie quietly in mine? But I hold your hand and hear your voice through it all. How do these abrupt changes in temperature affect you? Yesterday at noon, so oppressively hot. This morning, a wind and a cold. Do you feel no worse than usual? If you do not tell me, you know I cannot keep away. Then this disinspiriting bequest of poor Haydon's journal, his writings from which all the harm came, and, it should seem, is still to come to himself and everybody beside. Let us all forget what came of those descriptions and vindications and explanations interminable. But as for beginning another sorrowful issue of them, it is part and parcel of the insanity, and to lay the business of editing the 26, I think, volumes, with the responsibility on you, most insane. Unless, which one would avoid supposing, the author trusted precisely to your ignorance of facts and isolation from the people able to instruct you. Take one little instance of how facts may be set down. In the Athenaeum was an account of Haydon's quoting Waller's verse about the eagle reached by his own feather on the arrow, which he applied to Maclise, and some others who had profited by their intimacy with him to turn his precepts to account, and so surpass him in public estimation. Now, Maclise was in Haydon's company for the first time at Talfourd's on that evening when I met your brother there. So said Talfourd in an after-dinner speech, and Forster, to whom I mentioned the circumstance, assured me that Maclise called on Haydon for the first time only a few months ago. I suppose shortly after. Now, what right has Maclise, a fine generous fellow, to be subjected to such an imputation as that? With an impartial, prudent man acquainted with the artists of the last 30 years, the editing might turn to profit. I do hope for an exercise of Mr. Kenyon's caution here at all events. And then how horrible are all these posthumous revelations, these passions of the now passionless, errors of the at length better instructed. All falls unfittingly, ungraciously. The triumphs or the despondencies, the hopes or fears of whom? He is so far above it all now. Even in this life, imagine a proficient in an art or science, who after 30 or 60 years of progressive discovery finds that some bookseller has disinterred and is about publishing the raw first attempt at a work which he was guilty of in the outset. All of which you know better than I. What do you not know better, nor as well, that I love you with my whole heart, Bar, dearest Bar, and look up into your eyes for all light and life. Bless you, your very own. I am going to Talfourd's tomorrow to dine, and perhaps to Chorley's in the evening, if I can do any bidding of yours at Talfourd's. But that seems improbable, with Mr. Kenyon too. But this between our very selves, the Talfourds, or at least Mrs. T, pleased to take one of their unimaginably stupid, groundless dislikes to him. End of section 59.
Section 60 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday, postmark July 7th, 1846. But I meant to leave it to you not to come before Wednesday, but after Wednesday, in case of some Wednesday's engagement coming to cross mine. Bar's old way, do you cry out? Perhaps only that an engagement is a possible thing always, not meaning an engagement with Miss Campbell. I hope then to be able to see you, dearest Robert, on Wednesday at last. Here is a letter which I had this morning from Mr. Landor, than which can anything be more gracious. It appears, I forgot to tell you yesterday after I heard it from Mr. Kenyon, it appears that my note of thanks had my signature affixed to it in such a state of bad writing that Mr. Landor, being sorely puzzled, sent the letter up to Mr. Forster to be read. Mr. Forster read it, so it could be read, and then took it to Mr. Kenyon, who read it too, and afterwards came to scold me for being perfectly illegible. It was signed at full length too, Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, and really I couldn't believe that I was very guilty till Mr. Landor's own letter persuaded me this morning of its being so much pleasanter to be guilty than innocent, for the nonce. You used the right word for the other subject. If a bequest, it is indeed a dispiriting bequest, this of poor Haydon's, but I hope to the last that he meant simply to point to me as the actual holder of the papers, and certainly when he sent the great trunk here, it was with no intention of dying. Mr. Kenyon agreed with me to that effect. I showed him the notes which I had found and laid aside for you, and which you shall take with you on Wednesday. Still there must be an editor found somewhere, because the papers cannot go as they are to a publisher's hands from mine, if I only hold them. Does any one say that I am a fit editor? Have I the power, the knowledge of art and artists, of the world, of the times, of the persons? All these things are against me, and others besides. Now I will tell you one thing which he told me in confidence, but which is at length perhaps in those papers. I tell you because you are myself, and will understand the need and obligation to silence, and I want you to understand besides how the 26 volumes hang heavily on my thoughts. He told me in so many words that Mrs. Norton had made advances towards him, and that his children, in sympathy towards their mother, had dashed into atoms the bust of the poetess as it stood in his painting-room. If you can say anything safely for me at Mr. Talfourd's, of course I shall be glad, and Mr. Kenyon will speak to Mr. Forster, he said. I want to get back my letters, too, as soon as I can do it without disturbing anyone's peace. What is in those letters I cannot tell, so impulsively and foolishly sometimes I am apt to write, and at that time, through caring for nobody and feeling so loose to life, I threw away my thoughts without looking where they fell. Often my sisters have blamed me for writing in that wild way to strangers, and I should like to have the letters back before they shall have served to amuse 2 or 3 executors. But of this too I spoke to Mr. Kenyon. Still it is not of me that we are called to think, and I would not for the world refuse any last desire, if clearly signified, and if the power should be with me. He was not a common man. He had in him the stuff of greatness, this poor Haydon had, and we must consider reverently whatever rent garment he shall have left behind. Quite in some respects I think with you, but your argument does appear to me to sweep out too far on one side, so that if you do not draw it back, Robert, you will efface all autobiography and confession, tear out a page bent over by many learners. I mean when you say that because he is above now the passions and frailties he has recorded, we should put from us the record. True, he is above it all. True, he has done with the old Haydon. Like a man outgrowing his own childhood, he will not spin this top any more. Oh, it is true, I feel it all just as you do. But after all, a man outgrowing his childhood may leave his top to children, and no one smile. This record is not for the angels, but for us, who are a little lower at highest. 3 volumes perhaps may be taken from the 26 full of character and interest, and not without melancholy teaching. Only some competent and sturdy hand should manage the selection, as surely as mine is unfit for it. But where to seek discretion, delicacy? Dearest, I speak the truth to you, I am not ill indeed. When I was at best in health, I used sometimes to be a little weak and faint, and it has only been so for this last day or 2. By Wednesday the cloud will have passed. And do you know, I have found out something from our long parting. I have found out that I love you better than even I thought. There's a piece of finding out. My own dearest, what would become of me indeed, if I could not see you on Wednesday, nor on Thursday, nor on Friday? No breath I have for going on. No breath I should have for living on. I do kiss you through the distance, since you tell me. I love you with my soul. Your own I am. 3 of the flowers and nearly all the little blue ones stay with me all this while to comfort me. Isn't it kind of them? 2 letters to-day, and such letters. Ah, if you love me always but half as much, I will agree with you now for half. Yet, O Hesiod, half is not better than the whole, by any means. Yet, if the whole went away and did not leave me half. When I was a child, I heard 2 married women talking. One said to the other, the most painful part of marriage is the first year, when the lover changes into the husband by slow degrees. The other woman agreed, as a matter of fact is agreed to. I listened with my eyes and ears, and never forgot it, as you observe. It seemed to me, child as I was, a dreadful thing to have a husband by such a process. Now it seems to me more dreadful. Si l'âme est immortelle, l'amour ne l'est-il pas? Beautiful verses, just to prove to you that I do not remember only the disagreeable things, only to tease you with, like so many undeserved reproaches. And you so good, so best. Ah, but it is that which frightens me, so far best. You were foolish to begin to love me, you know, as always I told you, my beloved. But since you would begin, go on to do it as long as you can. Do not leave me in the wilderness. God bless you for me. I am your Bar. Think if people were to get hold of that imputation on poor Mrs. Norton. Think. End of section 60. Section 61 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday morning in haste. Postmark July 7th, 1846. Dearest, I am uncertain whether I can see you tomorrow. Tonight I will write again. You shall hear. You tell me to risk nothing, which is what I feel. But I long to see you. You shall hear in the morning. Read the note which Mr. Kenyon sends me from Mr. Forster. Very averse I feel from applying, in the way prescribed, to Mr. Serjeant Talfourd. Tell me what to do, Robert, my famous in council. Sick at heart it all makes me. Am I to write to Mr. Talfourd, do you think? Oh, you would manage it for me, but to mix you up in it will make a danger of a worse evil. May God bless you, my own. I may see you tomorrow, perhaps, after all. It is a perhaps, though, and I am surely your Bar. End of section 61.
Section 62 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark July 7, 1846. Dearest, the first thing to say is the deep joyfulness of expecting to see you really tomorrow. Mind, the engagement with Mr. Kenyon is nothing in the way. If you cannot let me stay the usual time, I can call, pass away the interval easily. This is a superfluous word to your goodness, which is superfluous in these old ways of Bars. Dear Bar, whom I kiss with perfect love, and shall soon kiss in no dream. Landor is all well enough in one sentence, happily turned, that is, but I am vexed at his strange opinion of Goethe's poem, and the more that a few years ago he wrote down as boldly that nothing had been written so Hellenic these 2,000 years, in a note to the satire of the satirists. And of these opinions I think the earlier much nearer the truth. Then he wrote so because Wordsworth had depreciated Goethe. Now, very likely, some maladroit applauder has said Landor's own Iphigenia is worthy of Goethe, or similar platitudes. Yes, dearest, you are quite right, and my words have a wrong sense, and one I did not mean they should bear, if they object to confessions and autobiographies in general. Only the littleness and temporary troubles, the petty battle with foes, which is but a moment's work, however the success may be, all that might go when the occasion, real or fancied, is gone. I would have the customary habits, as we say, of the man preserved, if they were quilted and stiffened with steel, and bristling all over with the offensive and defensive weapons the man judged necessary for his safety. They should be composed and hung up decently, telling the true story of his life. But I should not preserve the fretful gesture, lift the arm as it was angrily lifted to keep off a wolf, which now turns out to have been only flush and a fever of vigilance, half drew the sword which... let me have done with this. You understand if I do not. For the bad story, the telling that, if it were true, is nearly as bad as inventing it. That poor woman is the hack-block of a certain class of redoubtable braggarts. There are such stories by the dozen in circulation. All may have been misconception, advances to induce one more painter to introduce her face in his works. My time is out. I had much to say, but this letter of mine arrived by the afternoon post. Shame on the office. Tomorrow. Bless you, ever dearest, dearest, your own. End of section 62.
Section 63 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark July 8th, 1846. Yes, I understand you perfectly, and it should be exactly as you say, and it is just that which requires so much adroitness and such decision and strength of hand to manage these responsibilities. Somebody is wanted to cut and burn and be silent afterwards. I remember that bitter things are said of Shelley and Leigh Hunt beyond all the bitterness of alcohol. Olives do not taste so, though steeped in salt. There are some curious letters by poor Keats about Hunt, and they, too, are bitter. It would be dreadful to suffer these miseries to sow themselves about the world like so much thistledown, the world where there are thistles enough already to make fodder for its wild asses. As to Landor, oh, I did not remember the note you speak of in the satire you speak of, but you remember everything, even me. Is it not true that Landor, too, is one of the men who carry their passions about with them into everything, as a boy would pebbles, muddying every clear water with a stone here and a stone there? The end is that we lose the image of himself in the serene depth, as we might have had it, and a little stone comes to stand for him. How unworthy of such a man as Landor such weakness is, to think with one's temper! One might as well be at once Don Quixote and fight with a warming pan. But I did not remember the former opinion. I took it for a constitutional fancy of Landor's, and did not smile much more at it than at my own profundity in German, which was a matter of course, of course, of course. For have I not the gift of tongues? Don't I talk Syriac as well as Flush talks English, and Hebrew like a prophetess, and various other languages and dialects less familiarly known to persons in general than these aforesaid? So profound indeed must be the German and the Dutch. And perhaps it may not be worth while to answer Mr. Landor's note for the mere purpose of telling him anything about it. Dearest, I have written all this before I would say a word of your coming, just to think a little more, and down all these pages I have been thinking of you, of your possible coming. What nonsense they must be! Well, and the end is that, let it be wise or unwise, I must and will see you tomorrow. I cannot do otherwise. It is just as if Flush had been shut up in a box for so many days. My spirits flag, and I could find it in my heart to grow cross like Landor and deny Goethe. So come, dearest, dearest, and let the world bark at our heels if it pleases. I will just turn round and set Flush at it. For 2 or 3 days I have not been out, not for 2 days, not out of this room. This evening at 7, when they were all going to dinner, I took Wilson with me and drove into the park for air. It will do me good, perhaps, but your coming will, certainly. So come, my dearest beloved, at 3, remember. Your own Bar. End of section 63.
Section 64 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday, 7 a.m. Postmark, July 8, 1846. Private. My own Bar. I received your note of my return from Talfourd's last night. I am anxious to get the first post for this, so can only use the bare words, if those. After dinner, Forster put a question to our host about the amount of the subscription, and in a minute the paper bequest was introduced. Talfourd had received a letter from Miss Mitford, enclosing one from you, or a copy of one, I did not hear, whereat he pronounced so emphatically upon H's conduct in making you, who could never have known the nature of the transaction, nor the very serious consequences it involved, the depository of his pictures, etc., on such occasions. The words, H, it seems, has been in the habit of using Miss B.'s house, etc., or to that effect, had so offensive an implication that I felt obliged to say simply you had never seen Haydn, and were altogether amazed and distressed at his desire, and that for the other matter, what he chose to send, you could not, I supposed, bring yourself to refuse admittance to the house. I gave no particular account of my own means of knowledge, nor spoke further than to remove the impression from the minds of the people present that you must have known Haydn, as they call knowing, and Forster, for one, expressed surprise at it. I ventured to repeat what I mentioned to you, that it seemed likely you were selected for the editorship precisely in your account of your isolation from the world. Soon after, Forster went away, and upstairs I got Talfourd alone, and just told him that I was in the habit of corresponding with you, that you had made me acquainted with a few of the circumstances, and that you had at once thought of him, Talfourd, as the proper source of instruction on the subject. Talfourd's reply amounted to this, in the fewest words possible. The will, etc., is of course an absurdity. The papers are the undoubted property of the creditors. Any attempt to publish them will subject you to an action at law. They were given prospectively to you exactly for the reason I suggested, they having been in the first instance offered to Talfourd. Haydon knew that T would never print them in their offensive integrity, and hoped that you would, being quite of the average astuteness in worldly matters when his own vanity and selfishness were not concerned. They might, these papers, be published with advantage to Mrs. Haydon at some future time, if the creditors permit, or without their permitting, if woven into a substantially new framework, as some Haydon and his Times more than like. But there is nothing to call for such a step at present, even in the view of advantage to the family, the subscription and other assistances being sufficient for their necessities. Therefore, the course T would recommend you to adopt is to let the deposit, if you have one, for he did not know, and I said nothing, lie untouched, not giving them up to anybody, any creditor, to Mrs. H's prejudice. Now, can you do better than as Forster advises? And Talfourd goes on circuit tomorrow. He said, I can hear or arrange anything with Miss B.'s brother, so that if there should be no time, you can write by him and entrust explanations, etc. Would it not be best to get done with the matter directly, to write a brief note in the course of today, mentioning the facts and requesting advice? In order to leave you the time to do this, should the post presently bring me a letter allowing me to see you at 3, unless the allowance is very free, very irresistible, I will rather take tomorrow. A piece of self-denial I fear I should not so readily bring myself to exhibit, were I not really obliged to pass your house today, so that even Bar will understand. Miss Mitford's note appears to be none of the wisest. Indeed, a phrase or two I heard were purely foolish. H was said to have practised Eon's principle. T had known Haydon most intimately, and for a long time. He does not believe H was mad, of a mad vanity, of course. His last paper, Haydon's Thoughts, was a dissertation on the respective merits of Napoleon and Wellington. How wrong Haydon felt he had been to prefer the former, and the why and the wherefore. All this wretched stuff in a room theatrically arranged. Here his pictures, there. Oh, God forgive us all, fools or wise by comparison. The debts are said to be £3,000, he having been an insolvent debtor. How long before? His landlord, a poor man, is creditor for £1,200. Here I will end and wait. This is written in all haste. It is so altogether no proper letter of mine that I shall put the necessary private at the top of it. My letter shall go presently, if I do not go to my own bar. R.B. Should you write to your brother, will he need reminding that Talfourd is only to know we correspond, not that we are personally acquainted? Had you not better mention this in any case? God bless you, dearest. What a letter from me to you, to Bar. Time. End of section 64. Section 65 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday, postmarked July 9, 1846. My own darling, my Bar, do you know when I read those letters, as soon as I remembered I had got them, You held me long after both doors, up and downstairs, shut, when I looked through them under a gateway. I was pricked at the heart to have thought so, and spoken so of the poor writer. I believe that he was good, and even great when in communication with you. Indeed, all men are made, or make themselves, different in their approaches to different men. And the secret of goodness and greatness is in choosing whom you will approach and live with, in memory or imagination, through the crowding, obvious people who seem to live with you. That letter about the glory of being a painter, if only for the neglect, is most touching and admirable. There is the serene spot attained, the solid siren's isle amid the sea, and while there he was safe and well. But he would put out to sea again, after a breathing time, I suppose, though even a smaller strip of land was enough to maintain Blake, for one instance, in power and glory through the poor, fleeting 60 years. Then comes the rest from cartooning and exhibiting. But there is no standing, one foot on land and one on the waves, now with the high aim in view, now with the low aim. And all the strange mistaken talk about prestiges, youth and its luck, Napoleon and the world's surprise and interest. There comes the low aim between the other. An organ grinds Mr. Julian's new dance tune, and Camoens is vexed that the choral singing which brought angels down can't also draw street passengers round. I take your view of H's freedom at that time from the thoughts of what followed. He was weak. A strong man would have borne what so many bear. What were his griefs as grief goes? Do you remember I told you, when the news of Aliwal and the other battles came to England, of our gardener and his son, a sergeant in one of the regiments engaged? How the father could learn nothing at first, of course. How they told him at the Horse Guards he should be duly informed in time, after his betters, whether this son was dead or wounded. Since then no news came. Which is good news, the father persuaded himself to think. So the apprehensions subside, and the hope confirms itself more and more while the old fellow digs and mows and rakes away like a man painting historical pictures, only without the love of it. Well, this morning we had his daughter here to say that letter had arrived at last. Her brother was killed in the first battle. So there is an end of the 3 months' sickness of heart. The poor fellow must bear his loss like a man, or like a woman. For I recollect another case of an old woman whom my mother was in the habit of relieving, who brought a letter one day which she could hardly understand. It was from her son, a sailor, and went on for a couple of pages about his good health and expectations. Then, in a different handwriting, somebody, your son's shipmate, took up his pen to inform you that he fell from the masthead into the sea and was drowned yesterday, which he therefore thought it right to put in the unfinished letter. All of which the old woman bore somehow, seeing she lives yet. Well, ought not I to say Mr. Kenyon was as kind as usual and his party as pleasant? No, for you know, which you cannot by possibility know, it seems, that I am not particularly engaged next Saturday. Bar, should I really see you so soon? Bless you, ever, my very, very own. I shall not hear to-day, but to-morrow. Do but not keep me waiting for that letter, and the mules should be ready hours and hours for any sign I will have at La Cava. Ever your R. End of section 65.
Section 66 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday, postmark July 9th, 1846. See what an account we have this morning of La Cava. Quite impossible for the winter. What does quite impossible quite mean, I wonder? I feel disappointed. As to Palermo, you would rather be in Italy, and so would I, perhaps. Salerno seems questionable too, and Vietri, what of Vietri? I don't at all see why we should receive the responses of this friend of my friend, who is not so very much my friend, as if they were oracular and final. There must be the right of appeal for us to other authorities. Will you investigate and think a little? For my part, I shall not care to what place we go, except for the climate's sake. The cheapness, too, should be considered a little, and, for the rest, every place which you should like, I should like, and which you like most, I should like most. Everything is novelty to me, remember. My Uncle Hadley has just come now, and I must quicken my writing. Oh, to be so troubled just now, just now! But I wrote to Mr. Sergeant Talford last night, and told him as fully and as briefly as I could the whole position, and that vexation I shall try now to throw behind me, after the fashion of dear Mr. Kenyon's philosophy. I put the thought of you, beloved, between me and all other thoughts. Surely I can, when you were here only yesterday. So much to think of there is. One thing made me laugh in the recollection. Do you mean to tell Mrs. Jameson that you are going to marry me because it is intolerable to hear me talked of? That would be an original motive. So speaks the great poet. Ah, Flush, Flush, he did not hurt you really. You will forgive him for me. The truth is that he hates all unpetticoated people, and that though he does not hate you, he has a certain distrust of you, which any outward sign, such as the umbrella, reawakens. But if you had seen how sorry and ashamed he was yesterday, I slapped his ears, and told him that he never should be loved again, and he sat on the sofa, sitting, not lying, with his eyes fixed on me all the time I did the flowers, with an expression of quite despair in his face. At last I said, "If you are good, Flush, you may come and say that you are sorry." On which he dashed across the room, and, trembling all over, kissed first one of my hands and then another, and put up his paws to be shaken, and looked into my face with such great beseeching eyes that you would certainly have forgiven him just as I did. It is not savageness. If he once loved you, you might pull his ears and his tail, and take a bone out of his mouth even, and he would not bite you. He has no savage caprices like other dogs and men I have known. Writing of Flush, in my uncle comes, and then my cousin, and then my aunt, by relays, and now it is nearly 4, and this letter may be too late for the post, which reaches you irregularly. So provoked I am. But I shall write again to-night, you know. Dearest, you did me so much good yesterday. Say how your head is, and remember Saturday. Saturday will be clear through Chiswick. May the sun shine on it. Your own Bar. Think of the dreadful alternative as set forth in this manuscript. The English or bad climate. Can it be true? Enclosure. La Cava is impossible for the winter, owing to the damp and cold. At no season should any person remain out at the hour of sunset. An hour afterwards the air is dry and healthy. Is this at La Cava? Bah! This applies to all Italy, and is a precaution too often neglected. Salerno has bad air too near it to be safe as a residence. Besides, it is totally without the resources of books, good food, or medical advice. Palermo would be agreeable in the winter, and not very much frequented by English. However, where good climate exists, English are to be found. Murray's Southern Italy would give every particular as to the distance of La Cava from the sea. End of section 66. Section 67 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening. Postmark July 10th, 1846. How I have waited for your letter to-night, and it comes nearly at 10. It comes at last. Thank you for it, ever dearest. And I knew, quite understood yesterday, that you were sorry for me, which made you angry with another. But as to poor Haydon, you are too generous and too pitiful to refuse him any justice. I was sure that the letters would touch you. The particular letter about the background, and the neglect and Napoleon, that, you will observe, was the last I had from him. Every word you say of it, I think and feel. Yes, it was just so. His conscience was not a sufficient witness, nor was God. He must also have the Royal Academy and the appreciators of Tom Thumb. A weak man, of course, he was, for all vain men are weak men. They cannot stand alone. But that he had in him the elements of greatness, that he looked to noble aims in art and life, however distractedly, that his thoughts and feelings were not those of a common man, it is true, it is undeniable, and you would think so more and more if you read through the packets of letters which I have of his, so fervid, so full of earnestness and individuality, so alive with egotism, which yet seemed to redeem itself. Mr. Kenyon said of the letter we have spoken of that it was scarcely the production of a sane mind. But I, who was used to his letters, saw nothing in it in the least unusual. He has written to me far wilder letters. That he never should die he had said once or twice before. Then Napoleon was a favourite subject of his, constantly recurred to. He was not mad then. Poor Haydon, think what an agony life was to him, so constituted. His own genius a clinging curse, the fire and the clay in him seething and quenching one another, the man seeing maniacally in all men the assassins of his fame, and with the whole world against him, struggling for the thing which was his life, through night and day, in thoughts and in dreams, struggling, stifling, breaking the hearts of the creatures dearest to him, in the conflict for which there was no victory, though he could not choose but fight it. Tell me if Laocoon's anguish was not as an infant's sleep compared to this. And could a man, suffering so, stop to calculate very nicely the consideration due to A and the delicacy which should be observed toward B? Was he scrupulously to ask himself whether this or that cry of his might not give C a headache? Indeed, no, no. It is for us rather to look back and consider. Poor Haydon! As to grief as grief, of course he had no killing grief, but he suffered. Often it has struck me as a curious thing, yet it is not perhaps curious, that suicides are occasioned nearly always by a mortified self-love, by losses in money, which force a man into painful positions, and scarcely ever by bereavement through death, scarcely ever. The wound on the vanity is more irritating than the wound on the affections, and the word death, if it does not make us recoil, which it does, I think, sometimes, even from the graves of beloved beings, yet keeps us humble, casts us down from our heights. We may despond, but we do not rebel. We feel God over us. Ah, your poor gardener! All that hope is vain, and the many, many hopes which in a father's heart must have preceded it. How sorry I am for him! You never can have a grief, dearest, dearest, of which I shall not have half of my share. That is my right from henceforth. And if I could have it all, would I not, do you think, and give my love to you to keep instead? Yes, indeed, yes. May God bless you always. I have walked out to-day. You did me so much good yesterday. As for Saturday, it certainly is our day, since you are not particularly engaged to Miss Campbell. Saturday, the day after tomorrow. But the mules may wait long at La Cava for us, if the tradition, which I sent you, is trustworthy, may they not? I feel as disappointed. Your own, very own, Bar. End of section 67.
Section 68 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmark July 10, 1846. And I am disappointed, dearest, in this news of La Cava, after which it would be madness to think of going there. The one reason we have to go at all is simply for your health. I mean that if the seclusion were the main object, we might easily compass that here. All places are utterly indifferent to me if I can inhabit them with you. Why should Palermo please me less than Italy proper? The distance is considerable, however, and the journey expensive. I wonder whether the steamer will sail for Leghorn as last year. As for the travelling English, they are horrible, and at Florence unbearable. Their voices in your ear at every turn, and such voices! I got to very nearly hate the Tribune for their sakes. Vietri is close to Salerno, and must be obvious to the same condemnation. Your friend speaks from personal experience, I presume. She may well say that the baneful effects of the hour of sunset, i.e., the Ave Maria, are too much overlooked in all Italy. I never heard of them before, but an infinity of crotchets go from Italian brain to brain about what, in eating or drinking or walking or sleeping, will be the death of you. Still, they may know best. The most dreadful event that could happen to me would be your getting worse instead of better. God knows what I should do. So whatever precaution we can take, let us take. Oh, poor Flush! Do you think I do not love and respect him for his jealous supervision? His slowness to know another, having once known you? All my apprehension is that, in the imaginations downstairs, he may very unconsciously play the part of the dog that is heard to bark violently while something dreadful takes place. Yet I do not sorrow over his slapped ears, as if they ever pained him very much. You dear Bar! And tomorrow I shall see you. Can you be, really better after I have seen you? If it is not truth, which I will not say, such an assurance is the most consummate flattery I can imagine. It may be recorded on my tombstone, R.B., to whom this flattery was addressed, that after the sight of him, Bar was better, she said. If it is truth, may you say that, neither more nor less, day by day, year by year through our lives, and I shall have lived indeed. How it rains! How it varies from hot to cold! A pretty vantage ground whence we English can look and call other climates bad or indifferent. Now, if tomorrow resembles today, will the Chiswick expedition hold good? I shall consider that I may go unless a letter comes tomorrow, which would have to be written today. How pleasant it would be to make our days always Wednesday and Saturday! Could not that be contrived? So much for considerateness and contentedness. I want now to refer as little as possible to the sad subject, but I am glad you have written. Glad, too, that you were not severe on me for some hasty speeches, which, indeed, mean, as you say, vexation at your having been vexed. And I will just add, you remark excellently on the wound to self-love making itself that remedy, rather than the wound to the affections. Yet there are instances. Romilly loses his wife. So does poor Lamant Blanchard. So I go on writing about all but what my heart is full of. Let me kiss you, ever dearest. Tomorrow will soon arrive. Meanwhile, and forever, I am your own. End of section 68. Section 69 is the letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday, postmark July 12, 1846. When I made you promise to refer no more to that subject in your letter, which I must wait a day and a night for, alas, I did not engage myself to the like silence. Perhaps because I was not bidden, or No, there is a better reason. I want to beg your pardon, dearest, for all that petulancy, for the manner of what I said rather than the matter. There is a rationality in it all, if I could express trulier what I feel. But the manner was foolish and wrong and unnecessary to you. So do forgive and forget it. You would understand and sympathize if you knew, not me, whom you do know in some degree, but so much of my early life as would account for the actual horror and hatred I have of those particular doctrines of the world, and the especially foolish word about the travelling meant something like the not unnatural thought that if in this main sole event for all good and all evil in my life, if here the world plucked you from me by any of the innumerable lines it casts, with that indirectness too, then I should simply go and live the rest of my days as far out of it as I could. The simple thing to say is, that I who know you to be above me in all great or good feelings, and therefore worship you, must be without excuse to talk inconsiderately as if I, sitting by you and speaking of the same subject, must needs feel more acutely, more strongly in one respect where, indeed, it wants very little pre-eminence in heart or brain to feel entirely the truth, a simplest of truths. Would have been laughable if I had broken out on Mrs. Proctor's bitterness of speech, for instance, just as though you were the slower of us two to see the nature of it. So I do again ask your pardon, dearest Bar. You said you loved me no less yesterday than ever. How must I love you, and press closer to you more and more, and desire to see nothing of the world behind you, when I hear how the world thinks, and how you think. You only adorable woman, only imaginable love for me. And all the hastiness and petulancy comes from that. Someone seems to come close, in every such maxim of the world's, and ask, what is she to so much a year? Could you be happy with her except in Mayfair? And there whom could you not be happy with? It is as I expected. Rachel plays on Wednesday in Phèdre, and our friend writes to say he has secured places. May nothing overcast the perfect 3 hours on Tuesday. Those dear, dear spaces of dear brightness. Cannot a life be made up of these, with the proper interposition of work, to justify God's goodness so far as poor mortality and its endeavours can? A week of Tuesdays, then a month, a year, a life. I must long to see you again, always by far the most I long, the next day, the very day after I have seen you, when it is freshest in my mind what I did not say while I might have said it, nor ask while I might have been answered, nor learn while you would have taught me. No, it is indescribable. Did I call yesterday unsatisfactory? Would I had it back now, or better, I wish you here when I write, with the trees to see and the birds to hear through the open window. I see you on this old chair against the purple back, or shall you lie on the sofa? Ah, bah! How I love you, my own perfect, unapproachable mistress! Let me kiss your feet, now your hands, and your eyes, and your lips now, for the full pardon's sake, my sweetest love. Ever your own. End of section 69.
Section 70 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, 6 p.m. Postmark July 13th, 1846. Ever, dearest, I have to feel for you all through Sunday, and I hear no sound and see no light. How are you? How did you get home yesterday? I thought of you more than usual after you went. If I did not love you as much as usual, what could that doubt have been made of? Dearest, I had a letter last night from Mrs. Jameson, who says that on Tuesday or Wednesday at about 4 o'clock, though she is as little sure of the hour apparently as of the day, she means to come to see me. Now you are to consider whether this grand peut-être will shake our Tuesday, whether you would rather take Thursday instead, or will run the risk, as it appears. I am ready to agree either way. She is the most uncertain of uncertain people, and may not come at all. It's a case of what Hume used to call sceptical scepticism. Judge. Then I have heard, I forgot to tell you, from Mr. Horn, and did you have 2 letters last week from your Bennet? Because I had, flying leaves of mignonette and other lyrical flowers. When you had gone, Arabel came to persuade me to go to the park in a cab, notwithstanding my too lively recollection of the last we chanced upon. And I was persuaded, and so we tumbled one over another, yet not all those cabs are so rough, to the nearest gate opening on the grass, and got out and walked a little. A lovely evening it was, but I wished somehow rather to be at home, and Flush had his foot pinched in shutting the cab-door, and altogether there was not much gain. Only, as for Flush's foot, though he cried piteously, and held it up, looking straight to me for sympathy, no sooner had he touched the grass than he began to run without a thought of it. Flush always makes the most of his misfortunes. He is of the Byronic school. Il se pose en victime. Now I will not write any more. I long to have my letter of to-morrow morning. I long to have it. Shall I not have it to-morrow morning? This is posted by my hand. I loved you yesterday. I love you to-day. I shall love you to-morrow. Every day I am yours. Ba. End of section 70.
Section 71 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday. Postmark July 13, 1846. My own Bar, your letter kisses me in its entire kindness, and I kiss it and you. Mrs. Jameson may come or keep away, since you let me speak and decide which is like you. She may appoint and reappoint, but Tuesday was given me, and I will have it if her visit is the only obstacle. For what was all the confessing worth if not to account for such a phenomenon as my presence in your room when by any chance she might discover it? Besides, as you say, she is the most uncertain of engagement holders. No, indeed, no Tuesday ought to be given up for her. Therefore, unless fresh orders arrive at 3 on Tuesday, which is happily tomorrow, you are my own sweetest to reach a letter to me with your own hand, as you tell me, and the drive, and the walk to the post office. Thank you, Bar. Perhaps, dare I say, you will answer that letter I sent yesterday, because now I remember there is no prayer at the end to prevent you, that is, from answering the main part of it, the reverting, etc. I wrote to Mr. Horn, but shall not hear from him. On Saturday I wrote, and Mr. Bennet's 2 letters are considerately written, directed, I mean, in a hand, and with a blue ink that I recognize. Consequently, the contents give me no trouble. I wrote 2 or 3 lines to the Year of the World poet. Did you take the pains? Once on a time, some unknown author sent me a tragedy, not published, called Alessandro de' Medici, with some striking scenes. I wonder who could be the writer. Did it ever fall in your way? As if I care. Can I care about anything that is not Bar? All else seems as idle as... Now you shall have a real instance and point, as my dream last night. This morning at breakfast my mother asked me the first thing which could so amuse me as to make me call loudly "Bravo!" again and again, with abundance of laughter. My room is next to hers, and the door is left ajar. Whereupon I tried to recall my dream, and all that I can seize is a passage through a gallery of Haydn's pictures, one of which was a portrait of his wife.
Nor did a suspicion once cross my mind that the artist was not well and working somewhere in the vicinity all the time.
How strange. I never dream of quite well. I suppose the present state of my head just amounts to not being quite well. It is better at any rate, and tomorrow ought to be worse that Bar may prove her potency as old. Now I will kiss you, and wait as well as I can till the full blessing. Dearest, dearest, I am your own. End of section 71.
Section 72 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday morning. Postmark July 14th, 1846. I must write, even if you come tomorrow. Dearest, if I told you all that nonsense on Saturday, it was for the sake of telling you all and of hearing you say, "What nonsense?" afterwards. I never began by disguising anything from you, did I? I always wished to see how the arrows would strike out at us from that bush and this bush, at us. For, granting that you seriously thought it possible for such motives to divide me from you, granting it, and you may well ask my pardon, the world could as soon catch me with a line so baited as you could catch a trout with a silver sixpence at the end of a string. Not only do I think with you entirely on that subject, but I always thought like you. Always I have hated all their worldly systems, and not merely now, and since I have loved you. With 100 a year between us, I would have married you, if you had not been afraid. And so, think whether directly or indirectly I am likely to be frightened into the breach of an engagement by what I repeated to you, or by what is like unto you. No, my weaknesses are of a different class altogether. The talk I talked over again to you seemed to burn in my ears the longer on that Saturday, because, while it was being originally talked between papa and my aunt, touching Arabella Headley's marriage, he had brought a paper for me to sign about some money placed on a railway, not speculatively, and my aunt, by way of saying a lively thing, exclaimed, "Is that your marriage settlement, my dear?" which made me so nervous that I wrote my name wrong, and vexed papa into being almost cross with me. So one word got entwined with another, and all seemed to hang around me. Do you understand? But you do not how you pained me when you said that. I thought I saw you gone, so far, as you said, and myself left. Yet I should deserve it, of course, if I were to give you up for the sake of that, or for any other motive, except your advantage, your own. I should deserve everything in such a case, but should feel nothing, not even my punishment. Could I, being without a heart? After all my mistrust, did I ever mistrust you so? I have doubted your power to love me as you believed you loved me, perhaps, but your will to be true to one you loved, without reference to worldly influences, I never doubted, nor could. I think I will let you beg my pardon, you unjust, dearest. To so much overpraise there should be a little wronging too, and therefore you are not, after all, unjust, only dearest. Such a letter, besides, you have written, and there are 2 of them to-day. You will not go from me, I think, so far. You will not leave me behind with the harpoon in me to make red the salt wilderness of waters. Altogether, then, I forgive you, Robert, and it is glorious for me to have something to forgive you for, who are the best so out of measure. I seize the opportunity. And you come to-morrow, which is right, right. I was afraid that you would not come, and Mrs. Jameson is perfectly uncertain, as you may read in this new note which reached me with yours to-night. All the Hadleys have dined here. To-morrow will be clear of them. Pure of them, I was going to write, but I thought of Mrs. Hadley's beaming affectionate face. So still lovely she looked this evening when she came upstairs to kiss me, and could not say such a wronging word. You would like her. You could not help it. I was in the carriage to-day in Oxford Street, and a sealed letter was thrown exactly at my head, my aunt and cousin and Henrietta being with me, a sealed letter sealed with arms, not of Agincourt, and directed for your perusal. Guess the meaning of that. Why, just a tract by the Reverend Villiers of that parish upon the enormous wickedness of frequenting plays and balls. Perhaps I looked as if my soul had entered into the secret of the polka dancers. Who can say? So good night, dearest, dearest. I cannot give myself again to you, being your own. Of course this was written with the poker, as you will see by the calligraphy. End of section 72. Section 73 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday morning, postmark July 15th, 1846. And is it true of to-day, as you said it would be, ever dearest, that you wish to be with me? Let me have the comfort, or luxury, rather, of the thought of it, before to-morrow takes you a step farther off. At dinner my aunt said to papa, I have not seen Ba all day, and when I went to her room, to my astonishment, a gentleman was sitting there. Who was that? Said papa's eyes to Arabel. Mr. Browning called here to-day, she answered. And Ba bowed her head, continued my aunt, as if she meant to signify to me that I was not to come in. Oh, cried Henrietta, that must have been a mistake of yours. Perhaps she meant just the contrary. You should have gone in, papa said, and seen the poet. Now if she really were to do that the next time. Yet I did not, you know, make the expelling gesture she thought she saw. Simply I was startled. As to Saturday, we must try whether we cannot defend the position, set the guns against the approaches to right and left. We must try. In speaking too of your visit this morning, Stormy said to her, Oh, Mr. Browning is a great friend of Ba's. He comes here twice a week. Is it twice a week or once, Arabel? While I write, the Hadleys come, and Mrs. Hadley is beseeching me into seeing Mr. Bevan, whom perhaps I must see, notwithstanding Flush's wrongs. By the way, I made quite clear to Flush that you left the cakes, and they were very graciously received indeed. Dearest, since the last word was written, Mrs. Hadley came back, leading Mr. Bevan, and papa, who had just entered the room, found the door shut upon him. I was nervous, oh so nervous, and the 6 feet and something more of Mr. Bevan seemed to me as if they never would end, so tall the man is. Well, and he sate down by me, according to my aunt's arrangement, and I, who began to talk 1,000 miles from any such subject, with a good reason for the precaution, found myself thrown head foremost into ecclesiastical architecture at the close of about 3 minutes. How he got there, all his saints know best. It's his subject, par excellence. He talks to Arabella about arches and mullions. He can't talk of anything else, I suspect. And because the Trinity is expressed in such a form of church-building, the altar at the east, and the baptistry at the door, there's no other lawful form of a church, none at all. Not that he has an opinion. He adopts opinions, but would not think for himself for the world, at the risk of ultimate damnation. Which was the amount of his talk to-day, and really it does not strike me as wisdom, now that I set it down so. Yet the man expressed himself well, and has a sensible face. He is a clever, third-class man, I think, better than the mass for sense, but commonplace essentially. Only inasmuch as ecclesiastical architecture is not my subject, I may think otherwise of him when I know him otherwise. I do not dislike him now, and then I am conscious how you spoil me for common men, dearest. It is scarcely fair on them. My aunt, Mrs. Hadley said when she introduced him, "You are to understand this to be a great honor, for she never lets anybody come here except Mr. Kenyon and a few other gentlemen," laughing. Said papa, "Only one other gentleman indeed, only Mr. Browning, the poet, the man of the pomegranates." Was that likely to calm me, do you think? How late it is! I must break off. To-night I shall write again. Dearest beloved, I am your own always. End of section 73.
Section 74 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday, postmark July 12, 1846. Dearest Bar, I am anxious to know what cannot yet be told me, how that unforeseen visit has worked. Tell me the moment you can, and fully whatever happens. Suspicious? Anything in the world rather than that you are. When you have mistrusted your own power over me, I believed always in the mistrust, which indeed matters little except to yourself. For if I would certainly have the truth seen as the truth, and our true position understood, yet there is, ought I not to be ashamed at saying, an exquisite, final grace and endearingness in the ignorance, strange as I must account it. You doubly trust me with the treasure, and then with the knowledge that it is a treasure, or such a treasure. But when I think of it all, my whole heart becomes one gratitude to you. I am yours only, grateful for ever. It is only the kind of thoughts in which you shall not share, there are many in which you cannot, the thoughts to my inmost self as I go over what you say and do and try to clear up to myself the precise fascination in each. You shall not know what you do, but shall continue to do and to let me know. I love you entirely. Where can you change so that I shall not love you more and more as I grow more able and worthier? I cannot sit for 24 hours by you as I sit for 3. As it is, I take myself to task for not doing something here at home to justify in some measure my privilege and blessing. And the only thing that keeps conscience quiet comparatively is the old expedient that the future engages to do for me what the present cannot. Under your eyes, I will hope to work and attain your approval. I know that when you were only the great poet and not my bar, I would have preferred your praise, as competent to praise, to that of the whole world. I remember distinctly, and know I should have done so. And now, if I put aside the poet and only, what an only! See my dearest, dearest lady of that hair and eyes and hands and voice, and all the completeness that was trusted to my arms yesterday. Why I feel that if she, never having written a line, said, "What Miss Barrett may think I do not know, but I am content with what you show me," then, dearest, should not I be content? I called on Moxon, and called at Carlyle's to no purpose. He was out, and will leave town, said the servant, next Saturday. Mrs. Carlyle has already left it, so no rag fair for the present, or probably ever. This was my fault, I having let several Sundays go by. I must write to Mr. Kenyon and try if he will come on his own account. Moxon tells me that he has sold 1,500 of Tennyson's poems in a year, and is about to print another edition in consequence. If that is the case, and Tennyson gets, say, only half a crown by the sale of each copy, expenses deducted, he will have received £178, little enough, as payments are made to Punch literature, but enough to live on, whatever the awful fiat decides. Tennyson is going to Switzerland presently with Moxon, but is liable to fits of indecision. He did talk of going to Italy, of course, but the other day, time being up, his brother was forced to proceed alone. Moxon is coming here first. Now I will kiss you, dearest, and hope that Wimpole Street stands where it did, unhurt by explosions of any kind. I have got a letter from Proctor asking me to go today, which I cannot do. Ever your own, very own, R. End of section 74.
Section 75 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday evening, postmark July 16th, 1846. Well, I anticipated your asking, I think, and told you fully this morning. It was a chronicle I sent you rather than a letter, and nothing is left to tell you, for I did not go out all day, nor yesterday, which was wrong. But I had visitor on visitor to-day, my old maid coming to bring me her baby to look at, to Flush's infinite delight. Whenever she comes, he devotes himself to her, stays with her downstairs, lies on the corner of her gown, and for the most part forbears going to sleep. Tomorrow I mean to go out, tomorrow, when you are beginning to think rather less of me. Isn't it ungrateful of me? I think so. I am glad, at least, that I do not appear to you suspicious, because I dislike suspicious people myself, and it has struck me often in the midst of the dislike, that is how I must appear to him. Ah, but you are too indulgent to me, my own dearest, too dearest, and you draw crooked inferences for me, shutting both the eyes, the near-sighted eye and far-sighted eye. Or is it, in that strange sight of yours, that I walk between the far and the near objects in an invisible security? Or is it, which were best, that I am too near to be seen even by the near-sighted eye, like a hand brought close to the eyelashes, which, for over-closeness, nobody can see? Let me be too near to be seen, always too near, dearest, dearest. Never will I complain that you do not see me. Be sure of that now. Once I used to be more uneasy, and to think that I ought to make you see me. But love is better than sight, and love will do without sight, which I did not understand at first. I knew it was enough for me that you should love me, that it was enough for you I had to learn afterwards. And grateful is my word and not yours. I am grateful to you, if to owe you all the sense of life, all the renewal of hope, all the possibility of happiness, if to owe these things to another, consciously, feelingly, shall pass for gratitude, then I am grateful to you, Robert. Do you not know it, that I should say it again? For me, it seems to me that I can do nothing in return. To love you, why, no woman in the world could do less. I am glad, both for the public and Tennyson, that his poems sell so well, and presently you will do as well or better, and I half as well perhaps, so that we shall be too rich, which will spoil it all, won't it? Mr. Horn sent me the Daily News to-day, the number containing his verses on Haydn, and I cut from it an advertisement for the purpose of bidding you observe that the land journey or river voyage is very much cheaper than the sea voyage by the steamers, unless the direct vessel to Leghorn should go as last year, and I fear it will not. The steamer charges of the Oriental Company are immense, 19 guineas to Gibraltar even, 28, I think, to Naples. As for the advertisement, I send it only for what it suggests, and there is time enough for calculations, all ways suggestible. May God bless you, dear, dear. How is the head? Shall it be better without me until Saturday? Say how it is. Among all my visitors, the only one I expected never came. No Mrs. Jameson again to-day. Dearest, I am your very own, Bar. End of section 75.
Section 76 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday. Postmark July 16, 1846. I should be doing your own dear face. which I see so perfectly through the distance, too great a wrong if I so much as answer the charge of not remembering. I see the face smile above the hand that writes, as if one may not say that a division, a wound, smarts more on the first day and aches more on the next. As if I do not prefer the fresh sharp regret to the settling of, what I trust in God and you I never shall feel. However, if it will please you to know, I do feel today as earnest a longing to be with you again as if your 2 letters were not here, as if Tuesday lay only an hour behind, instead of 2 long days. I think your father's words on those 2 occasions very kind. Very. They confuse, perhaps humble me. That is not the expression, but it may stay. I dare say he is infinitely kind at bottom. I think so, that is, on my own account, because come what will or may, I shall never see otherwise than with your sight. If he could know me, I think he would soon reconcile himself to all of it, know my heart's purposes toward you. But that is impossible, and with a sincere will to please him by any exertion or sacrifice in my power, I shall very likely never have the opportunity of picking up a glove he might drop. In old novels, the implacable father is not seldom set upon by a round dozen of ruffians with black faces from behind a hedge. And just as the odds prove too many, suddenly a stranger, to all save the reader, leaps over an adjacent ditch, etc. Sir, under Providence I owe you my life, etc., etc. How does Dumas improve on this in Monte Cristo? Are there new effects? Absurdity. Yet I would fain, you understand. To talk about my spoiling you for other conversers is, leap over hedge and ditch, somebody to the rescue. If I praise myself for anything in our intimacy, it is that I never... But I won't go into it. And putting my own experience aside, and in its place, it strikes me that what Barr ranks as a third-rate man may pass justly for a paragon and marvel among men as the world has a right to class them. I am quite sure that if I had been present and much had uttered itself about mullions, somebody would have looked a very babe in knowledge, and perhaps made Barr blush for him, and her own waste of love and praise. So he retreats where he may keep it all in virtue of being what he is, and ever shall be, her own R. The river voyage is not only the cheaper, but by far the more interesting. All to consider is the fatigue to you. What else? I am very well today. Rachel's Phaedra was admirable last night. Quite through Racine up to Euripides. The declaration scene with Hippolytus exquisite. I must tell you. End of section 76.
Section 77 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday, postmark July 17th, 1846. Dearest, if you feel that, must I not feel it more deeply? 2 or 3 times lately he has said to me my love, and even my puss, his old words before he was angry last year, and I quite quailed before them, as if they were so many knife-strokes. Anything but his kindness I can bear now. Yet I am glad that you feel that. The difficulty, almost the despair, has been with me to make you understand the 2 ends of truth, both that he is not stone, and that he is immovable as stone. Perhaps only a very peculiar nature could have held so long the position he holds in his family. His hand would not lie so heavily without a pulse in it. Then he is upright, faithful to his conscience. You would respect him, and love him perhaps in the end. For me, he might have been king and father over me to the end, if he had thought it worth while to love me openly enough. Yet, even so, he should not have let you come too near. And you could not so have come too near, for he would have had my confidence from the beginning, and no opportunity would have been permitted to you of proving your affection for me, and I should have thought always what I thought at first. So the nightshade and the eglantine are twisted, twined one in the other, and the little pink roses lean up against the pale poison of the berries. We cannot tear this from that, let us think of it ever so much. We must be humble and beseeching afterwards, at least, and try to get forgiven. Poor papa, I have turned it over and over in my mind, whether it would be less offensive, less shocking to him, if an application were made first. If I were strong, I think, I should incline to it at all risks. But as it is, it would probably, take away the power of action from me altogether. We should be separated, you see, from that moment, hindered from writing, hindered from meeting, and I could evade nothing as I am, not to say that I should have fainting fits at every lifting of his voice, through that inconvenient, nervous temperament of mine, which has so often made me ashamed of myself. Then the positive disobedience might be a greater offence than the unauthorized act. I shut my eyes in terror sometimes. May God direct us to the best. Oh, do not write about this, dearest, dearest. I throw myself out of it into the pure, sweet, deep thought of you, which is the love of you always. I am yours, your own. I never doubt of being yours. I feel too much yours. It is might and right together. You are more to me, beside, than the whole world. Write nothing of this, dearest of all. It is of no use. To-day, this morning, I went out in the carriage, and we drove round the park, and Mrs. Jameson did not come afterward. Will she put it off till Saturday? I have heard nothing against Saturday, by the way, worse than that conjecture of mine. And I have written you, perhaps, a teasing, painful letter, I who love you to-day as much as ever. It is my destiny, I sometimes think, to torment you. And let me say what I will, remember how nothing that I say can mean a doubt. You never shall have reason to reproach me for the falseness of cowardice, that double falseness, both to me and to you. Only I wish this were Christmas Day, and we, even at Salerno, in the bad air. There's no harm in such a wish, now is there? Ever and ever I am your own, Bar. End of section 77.
Section 78 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmark July 17, 1846. Did you ever see a more uncongenial, colourless day than this? That brings me no letter. I do not despair yet, however. There will be a post presently. When I am without the sight of you, and the voice of you, which a letter seems, I feel very accurately the justice of that figure by which I am represented as able to leave you alone, leaving you and following my pleasure elsewhere. So you have written and spoken. Well, today I may follow my pleasures. I will follow you, Bar, the thoughts of you, and long for tomorrow. No letter for me. The time has passed. If you are well, my own Bar, I will not mind. More than I can. You had not been out for 2 days, and the wind is high, too. May God keep you at all times, ever dearest. The sun shines again. Now I will hope to hear at 6 o'clock. I can tell you nothing better, I think, than this I heard from Moxon the other day. It really ought to be remembered. Moxon was speaking of critics, the badness of their pay, how many pounds a column in the Times allowed, and shillings the Athenaeum, and of the inevitable effects on the performances of the poor fellows. How should they be at the trouble of reading any difficult book so as to review it? Landor, for instance. And indeed, a friend of my own has promised to write a notice in the Times, but he complains bitterly he shall have to read the book. He can do no less, and all for 5 or 10 pounds. All which Moxon quite seemed to understand. It will really take him some 3 or 4 mornings to read enough of Landor to be able to do anything effectually. I asked if there had been any notices of the book already. "Just so many," he said, "as Forster has the power of getting done. Mr. White, a clergyman, has written a play for Macready, which everybody describes as the poorest stuff imaginable. It is immediately reviewed in Blackwood and the Edinburgh, because, continues M, he is a Blackwood reviewer, and may do the like good turn to any of the confraternity. So here I will end, wanting to come to the kissing, dearest Bar, and bidding her remember tomorrow how my heart sinks today in the silence. Ever, dearest, dearest, your very own." End of section 78.
Section 79 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday. Postmark July 18th, 1846. It is out of time tonight to write to you, since tomorrow we are to meet, but the letter which did not reach you has been recoiling on me all day. Perhaps you have it by this time. An uncomfortable letter, better away from you, notwithstanding all the kindness you speak about my silence and the effect of that. So I write just a few words. The post office was in fault as usual. May it do perfecter duty tomorrow. Saturday, our day. At least if anything should be against it, you shall hear at the door by a note when you come at 3 o'clock. I have put away my Thursday night's melancholy, except the repentance of troubling you with it. Understand that I have. Mrs. Jameson was here to-day, and her niece, and you never named, but she is coming another day, she says, to pay me a longer visit. I like her. Then there came another visitor, my Uncle Headley, who began as usual to talk of Italy. He advises me to go this year. If you don't go this year, you never will go, and you ought at once to make an effort and go. We talked of places and of ways, and after he had said many words in favour of Pisa, desired if I went through Paris that I would pay him a visit. "Ah," said I, "Uncle Headley, you are very good to me always, but when that day arrives, you may be inclined, perhaps, to cast me off." "Cast you off, Bar?" he cried in the most puzzled astonishment. "Why, what can you mean? What words to use? Cast you off? Now do explain what you mean." "Ah, no one can tell," said I musingly. "Do you mean," he insisted, "because you will be a rebel and a runaway?" laughing. No, I won't cast you off, I promise you. Only I hope that you may be able to manage it quietly, etc., etc. He is a most amiable man, so gentle and tender, and fond of me, exclusively of the poetry. I am certain that he never can make out how any one in the world can consent to read my verses, but Bar as Bar is a decided favourite of his, beyond all in the house. Not that he is a real uncle, only the husband of my aunt, and caring more for me than both my real uncles, who each of them much prefer a glass of claret, thank you. The very comparison does me too much honour for either of them. Claret is a holy thing. If I had said half a glass, and mixed it with water, I should have been more accurate by so much. Now, dearest, I say good night, and have done. I am wholly yours, and always. End of section 79.
Section 80 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark July 20, 1846. Dearest Bar's face of yesterday, with the smiles and perfect sweetness. Oh, the comfort it is to me through this day of my especial heaviness. I don't know when I have felt more stupid, and I seem to keep the closelier to you, Bar. Is that one of my felicities of compliment? I think if you were here I should lay my head on your bosom, my own beloved, and never raise it again. In your last letter You speak of those who care less for you than for a glass of claret. There is something sublime, at all events, astounding in the position we occupy, each of us. I and those less carers, standing in respect to each other, so like England and Owaihi, at which, they told me, when I was a boy, I should be pretty sure to arrive if I dug a hole just through the earth, dropped to the centre, then turning round, climbed straight up. I left here yesterday without taking the prints of Dumas and Hugo. There is a head for remembering and justifying your commendations. Chorley says, you see, my acquisitions rather accumulated than digested. Or words to that effect. I'm sure at this moment the stupid heavy head knows not one thing. There's a clear point of knowledge taken in and laid by, orderly and separately. So let me say here, while I do remember, that a letter from Forster puts off his visit in Moxon's till Monday. Should any reason therefore prevent your confirming to me the gift of Tuesday, this other day will lie open, but only in that case, I trust, because Tuesday objects not to Saturday, does it? While Wednesday looks grave, and Thursday frowns downright on the same. Friday, remember, is Mr. Kenyon's day. I wish, dearest, you would tell me precisely what you have written. All my affectionate pride in you rises at once when I think of your poetry. That is, and that is to be. You dear, dear Bar, can you not write on my shoulder while my head lies as you permit? I found at home on my return yesterday my friend Pritchard, who brought me an old notice of Rachel by Jules Yanin. Of course there is no believing a word, but he does say that she was, at the time he wrote, perfectly ignorant of the most ordinary rules of grammar. That, for instance, on meeting him, she remarked, alluding to her having played previously at another theatre than the Théâtre Français, "C'était moi que j'étais au gymnase," to which he ought to have answered, he thinks, "Je te savions." I will bring her portrait too, if you please, and this memoir, untrustworthy as it is. I will go now and walk about, I think. Did you go out as you promised, love? Ah, dearest, you to wonder I could look up to you for ever as you stand. You who once wrote to me that, in order to verify a date about Shelley in a book I lent you, you had accomplished a journey to the other end of the room even. And now I thankfully know this to be miraculous, nor have I to ask my spiritual director's opinion thereon. To whom, how on earth can one surrender one's private right of judgment, when it is only by the exercise of that very right that I select him from the multitude of would-be directors of me and the whole world? What but a deliberate act of judgment takes up Dr. Pusey of Oxford, rather than Mrs. Fox of Finsbury? And is it for that pernicious first step that I determine on never risking a second? Bless you, ever dearest, and do you bless your very own R. End of section 80.
Section 81 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, postmarked July 20th, 1846. Dearest, the leaf of yesterday was folded down quite smoothly and softly. A dinner party swept the thought of you out of people's minds. Otherwise, I was prepared to be a little afraid, for my aunt said to Arabel, upon being dispensed with so cavalierly from this room, said in the passage, Arabel told me, with a half-laugh, "Pray which of Ba's lovers may this be?" So Arabel had to tell the name of the visitor. But the dinner party sat all right, and this morning I was asked simply whether it had been an agreeable visit, and what you had written, and banalities after such a fashion. Oh, and I went out, remembering your desire. Was it not a desire, dearest, dearest? I went out, anyway, but the wind blew, and I had to hold my veil against my mouth, doubled and trebled. with as many folds indeed as Ajax's shield, to keep myself in breathing order. The wind always gives me a sort of strangling sensation, which is the effect, I suppose, of having weak lungs. So it was not a long walk, but I liked it because you seemed to be with me still. And Arabel, who walked with me, was sure without being told that I had had a happy visit, just from my manner. The wisest of interpreters I called her, and pour cause. If ever I mistake you, Robert, doing you an injustice, you ought to be angry, I think, rather and more with me than with another. I should have far less excuse, it appears to me, for making such a mistake than any other person in the world. I thought so yesterday, when you were speaking, and now upon consideration, I think so with an increasing certainty. Is it your opinion that the members of our family, those who live with us always, know us best? They know us on the side we offer to them. A bare profile, or the head turned round to the ear, yes. They do not, except by the merest chance, look into our eyes. They know us in a conventional way, as far from God's way of knowing us as from the world's. Midway it is, and the truest and most cordial and tender affection will not hinder this from being so partial a knowledge. Love. I love those who at the present moment, who love me, and tenderly on both sides, but who are so far from understanding me that I never think of speaking myself into their ears, of trying to speak myself. It is wonderful. It is among the great mysteries of life to observe how people can love one another in the dark, blindly, loving without knowing. And as a matter of general observation, if I sought to have a man or woman revealed to me in his or her innermost nature, I would not go to the family of the person in question, though I should learn their best, of course, about personal habits and the social bearing of him or her. George Sand delights me in one of her late works, where she says that the souls of blood relations seldom touch except at 1 or 2 points. Perfectly true, that is, I think. Perfectly. Remember how you used to say that I did not know you, which was true in a measure, yet I felt I knew you, and I did actually know you in another, larger measure. And if now you are not known to me altogether, it is my dullness which makes me unknowing. But I know you, and I should be without excuse if ever I wronged you with a moment's injustice. I do not think I ever could depreciate you for a moment. That would not be possible. There are other sins against you, are they against you, which bring their own punishment. You shall never be angry with me for those. While I was writing came Mr. Kenyon. As usual, he said that there was no use in his coming, that you had taken his place, and so on. He was in a high good humour, though, and spirits, and I did not mind much what he was pleased to say. More I minded that he means to stay in London all the summer, which I can't be glad of, though I was glad at his not persisting in going to Scotland against his own wishes. But he might like to go somewhere else. It would be a pleasure, that, in which I should sympathize. The more shame for me. Mr. Chorley pleases me more than he ever pleased me before. Only, as an analysis, he has done curiously with Pippa. But it is good appreciation, good and righteous, and he has given me, altogether, a great deal of pleasure. As to the latter, I like that too in its degree, and the advice is wise for the head, if foolish for the work. How can wise people be so foolish? I am going out to walk now with Henrietta, and shall put this letter into the post with my own hand. It is 7 p.m. May God bless you. Do say how you are, dear, dearest. I am your very own Bar. End of section 81.
Section 82 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday evening. Postmarked July 20, 1846. Certainly you do know me, my Bar, beyond all other knowledge possible to relatives. That I know. In fact, I found myself speaking unwarily on a subject where speech is obliged to stop abruptly. The fault was mine for bringing up terms, remarks, etc., quite inapplicable out of this house. where all, as you understand, have seen me so long that they do not see differences in me, increases or diminutions. I am twice as blind, most likely, to them, after the same fashion. Still, one is slow to concede an excuse to such blindness, hence the hasty words I told you they charge me with uttering. I apprehend no danger from that, to your feeling for me. It is your own speech, my bar, which I will take from you and use. My own general shortcomings you will inevitably see and be sorry for, but there will be the more need of your love, which I shall go on asking for daily and nightly, as if I never could have enough, which is the exact fact. And also I shall grow fitter through the love to be what you would have me, so the end may be better than the beginning, let us hope. Will you not do what you can with me, who am your very own? As you are my own too, but for a different end. I am yours to operate on, as you are my only lady to dispose of what belongs to you. Dear, dearest Bar, it is so, will ever be so. Yes, that notice by Chorley is very kind and gratifying. I wanted, quite apart from the poor good to me or my books, but for Chorley's own sake I rather wanted some decided streak of red or spot or spark, some life in the increasing grey of the ashes. This is true, live lovingness of him. I will tell him so. For Domit's letter, he means by all that nonsense that my health is more in his estimation than any works producible at his expense. All the calculation about so many lines a day, so many a month, etc., he knows to be absurd. You can't write so many lines today and add next day's complement and so grow to an end, any more than you can paint a picture by thumb breadths. The other paragraph about intelligibility laughs at itself all the time. It is not to be taken for serious. Indeed, I did desire with a great desiring that you should go out, and now I thank you for all the good account of the walk and victory over the wind. And how kind that sister is! I shall never forget it. My own head, since you will be teased with intelligence about it, was not very well yesterday, but is better decidedly this morning. I, too, will go and put this letter in the post and think of tomorrow. For do not I keep tomorrow? I shall be with you unless another order comes. May it be averted, and may you be happy always with me, as I shall be through you. Nay, but half as happy, dearest Bar, my very own, your R. End of section 82. Section 83 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday, postmark July 22, 1846. How I long, my sweetest Bar, to know whether any heavy price is to be paid for our 3 hours yesterday. If your aunt knew, or has discovered since. I shall not murmur in any case, I hope. They're too delicious, these 3-hour visits. And if I could pay for them by myself, Bar, what would I not pay? Will you let me write something and forgive me? Because it is, I know, quite unnecessary to be written, and beside, may almost seem an interference with your own delicacy, teaching it its duty. However, I will venture to go on, with your hand before my 2 eyes. Then, you remember what we were speaking of yesterday? House rents and styles of living. You will never overlook, through its very obviousness, that to consult my feelings on the only point in which they are sensitive to the world, you must endeavour to live as simply and cheaply as possible, down to my own habitual simplicity and cheapness, so that you shall come and live with me, in a sense, rather than I with Miss Campbell. You see, Bar, if you have more money than you want, You shall save it, or spend it in pictures, or parrots, or what you please. You avoid all offence to me, who never either saved money nor spent it. But the large house I should be forced to stay in, the carriage to enter, I suppose. And you see too, Bar, that the one point on which I desire the world to be informed concerning our future life will be that it is ordered so. I wish they could hear we lived in one room like George Sand in that happy year. No, there I have put down an absurdity, because I shall have to confess a weakness at some time or other, which is hardly reconcilable to that method of being happy. Why may I not tell you now, my adored Bar, to whom I tell everything as it rises to me? Now, put the hand on my eyes again, now that I have kissed it. I shall begin by begging a separate room from yours. I could never brush my hair and wash my face, I do think, before my own father. I could not, I am sure, take off my coat before you now. Why should I ever? The kitchen is an unknown horror to me. I come to the dining room for whatever repast there may be, nor willingly stay too long there. And on the day which poor Countess Pepper taught me how macaroni is made, then began a quiet revolution. Indeed, a rapid one, against tagliolini, fettuccini, lasagna, etc., etc., etc. Typical. What foolishness! Spare me my own Bar, and don't answer one word. Do not even laugh, for I know the exceeding unnecessary foolishness of it. Chorley has just sent me a note, which I will send you, because it is most graceful in its modesty. But you must not, if you please, return it to me in an envelope that ought only to hold your own writing, and so make my heart beat at first, and my brows knit at last. Toss it into my room at Pisa. Thus it is to be made happy and unwise. Never mind. Make me happier still by telling me you are well, and have been out, and where, and when, and how. The footsteps of you, Bar, should be kissed if I could follow them. Bless you, ever dearest, dearest as yesterday, and always you bless me. I love you with all my heart and soul. Yes, Bar, your own, very own. Into section 83.
Section 84 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark July 22nd, 1846. I did not go out yesterday, and was very glad not to have a command laid on me to go out, the wind blew so full of damp and dreariness. Then it was pleasanter to lie on the sofa and think of you, which I did, till at last I actually dreamed of you, falling asleep for that purpose. As to Flush, he came upstairs with a good deal of shame in the bearing of his ears, and straight to me. No, indeed, I would not speak to him. Then he went up to Arabel. Naughty Flush, go away. And Wilson, who had whipped him before, because it was right, she said, in a fit of poetical justice, did not give him any consolation. So he lay down on the floor at my feet, looking from under his eyebrows at me. I did not forgive him till nearly 8 o'clock, however, and I have not yet given him your cakes. Almost I am inclined to think now that he has not a soul. To behave so to you, it is nearly as bad as if I had thrown the coffee-cup. Wicked Flush! Do you imagine that I scolded Wilson when she confessed to having whipped him? I did not. It was done with her hand, and not very hardly perhaps, though he cried, she averred to me, and if people, like Flush, choose to behave like dogs savagely, they must take the consequences indeed, as dogs usually do. And you, so good and gentle to him. Any one but you would have said hasty words at least. I think I shall have a muzzle for him, to make him harmless while he learns to know you. Would it not be a good plan? But nobody heard yesterday of either your visit or of Flush's misdoings. So Wilson was discreet, I suppose, as she usually is by the instinct of her vocation. Of all the persons who are not in our confidence, she has the most certain knowledge of the truth. Dearest, we shall be able to have Saturday. There will be no danger in it. Perhaps in the days to come we shall look back on these days as covetable things. Will you do so because you were loved in them as a beginning, or because you were free? Am I not as bad as Flush to ask such questions? I shall look back on these days gratefully and gladly, because the good in them has overcome the evil for the first time in days of mine. Yet my position is worse than yours on some accounts, now. Henrietta has had a letter from Captain Surtees' cook, who says in it, she says, I hope that poor Bar will have courage to the end. There's a generous sympathy. Tell me that there is none in the world. Will you let me know how you are? Such a letter you wrote to me on Sunday. Ah, to be anything to you, what is the colour of ambition afterwards? When I look forwards, I can see no work and no rest, but what is for you and in you. Even duty seems to concentrate itself into one debt, dearest. Yet it will be a little otherwise, perhaps. Not that ever I shall love you otherwise or less. No, you shall see some day at Pisa what I will not show you now. Does not Solomon say that there is a time to read what is written? If he doesn't, he ought. Your very own Bar. End of section 84. Section 85 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday, postmark July 23rd, 1846. Dearest, what you say is unnecessary for you to say. It is in everything so of course and obvious. You must have an eccentric idea of me if you can suppose for a moment such things to be necessary to say. If they had been unsaid, it would have been precisely the same, believe me, in the event. As to the way of living, now you shall arrange that for yourself. You shall choose your own lodging, order your own dinner, and if you choose to live on locusts and wild honey, I promise not to complain. I shall not indeed be inclined to complain, having no manner of ambition about carriages and large houses, even if they were within our possibilities, which they may not be according to Mr. Surtees' calculation or experience. The more simply we live, the better for me, so you shall arrange it for yourself, lest I should make a mistake, which, in that question, is a just possible thing. One extravagance I had intended to propose to you, but it shall be exactly as you like, and I hesitate a little as I begin to speak of it. I have thought of taking Wilson with me, for a year, say, if we returned then. If not, we might send her home alone, and by that time I should be stronger perhaps and wiser, rather less sublimely helpless and impotent than I am now. My sisters have urged me a good deal in this matter, but if you would rather it were otherwise, be honest and say so, and let me alter my thoughts at once. There is one consideration, which I submit to yours, that I cannot leave this house with the necessary number of shoes and pocket-handkerchiefs without help from somebody. Now whoever helps me will suffer through me. If I left her behind, she would be turned into the street before sunset. Would it be right and just of me to permit it? Consider. I must manage a sheltering ignorance for my poor sisters, at the last, and for all our sakes, and in order to that, again, I must have some one else in my confidence, whom, again, I would unwillingly single out for an absolute victim. Wilson is attached to me, I believe, and, in all the discussions about Italy, she has professed herself willing to go anywhere in the world with me. Indeed, I rather fancy that she was disappointed bitterly last year, and that it would not be a pure devotion. She is an expensive servant, she has £16 a year, but she has her utilities besides, and is very amiable and easily satisfied, and would not add to the expenses, or diminish from the economies, even in the matter of room. I would manage that for her. Then she would lighten your responsibilities, as the Archbishop of Canterbury and Company do Mr. Bevans. Well, you have only to consider your own wishes. I shall not care many straws, if you decide this way or that way. Let it be as may seem to you wisest. I like Mr. Chorley's note. I began to write so late that I, too, must send you a bare note tonight. May God bless you ever, dearest. I am tired, so tired. Yet I have not a long story to tell you of myself for the day's chronicle. I was just out for the few minutes my walking occupies, and came home and had coffee at 4:30, and scarcely was the cup empty when Mrs. Jameson arrived. She stayed while you might count to 100, and your name was not once mentioned. And now, good night. I hope the testimonials may be satisfactory in this note, which will not wait to be a letter. Dearest, say how your head is, do. I am your Ba, always. End of section 85.
Section 86 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday. Postmarked July 23, 1846. Now I've just returned from town and Mr. Kenyon's, my own Ba. I called, according to compact, to point out the precise way he must go to reach us. He seemed to make sure I was going to Wimpole Street. Oh, no. So, losing Wimpole Street, I made haste home and gained my letter. My dear letter. Yesterday night, too, the first letter arrived duly. You perfect in kindness. My dearest, dearest, you might go to Pisa without shoes, or feet to wear them for aught I know, since you may have wings, only folded away from me. But without your Wilson, or someone in her capacity, you— No, I will not undertake to speak of you. Then I should be simply, exactly insane to move a step. I would rather propose, let us live on bread and water and sail in the hold of a merchant ship. This cannot be dispensed with. It is most fortunate, most providential, that Wilson is inclined to go. I am very happy, for a new servant, with even the best dispositions, would never be able to anticipate your wants and wishes during the voyage at the very beginning. Yet you write of this to me so, my Ba. I think I will, in policy, begin the anger at a good place. Yes, all the anger I am capable of descends on the head, not in kisses, whatever you may fancy. And so poor Flush suffered after all. Dogs that are dog-like would be at no such pains to tell you they would not see you with comfort approached by a stranger who might be— A muzzle? Oh, no. But suppose you have him removed next time, and perhaps the next, till the whole occurrence is out of his mind as the fly-bite of last week. Because if he sees me and begins his barking and valiant snapping and gets more and heavier vengeance downstairs, perhaps, his transient suspicion of me will confirm itself into absolute dislike, hatred, whereas, after an interval, we can renew acquaintance on a better footing. Dogs have such memories. My sister told me last week she saw in a provincial newspaper an anecdote of one, a miller's dog, that was a good fellow in the main, but chose to take an especial dislike to one of his master's customers, whom he invariably flew at and annoyed. So much so that the man declared he must carry his custom elsewhere, unless the dog was parted with. This the miller was unwilling to do, so he hit on an expedient. By some contrivance the dog was suffered to fall into a deep well, and bark himself hoarse there in vain. No help came, till the obnoxious individual arrived, let himself down, and brought up the prisoner, from which time nothing could exceed the devotion of the dog to his rescuer, whom he always insisted henceforth on accompanying as far as his home, for one instance of it. I wonder whether I have anywhere one of the sketches my father made of my bulldog's face. What tired you, dearest? You're not less well, I trust. Pray tell me, and remember there are 3 days before our Saturday. I am very much better. The walking and riding of this morning did me good, too. And what profits it if you are not better also? Love me in caring for yourself, which is my truest self. and I will go on and try to love you more than I do. For what may happen? Ever your own R. End of section 86.
Section 87 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening. Postmark July 24th, 1846. No letter for me tonight, not a word. Perhaps the post is sinning again. If so, I shall hear tomorrow morning. If not, may it be anything rather than that you are more unwell than usual. Anything. There is not much to say on my part. I had a letter from Miss Mitford this morning, and she encloses to me, you will not guess what, a lyric of the ubiquitous Bennett, the mignonette. Are you not amused? That's the way to agitate for readers and praisers. She sees something in Bennett. He is to be heard of in our literature. She shed tears over the mignonette herself. Your portrait of Victor Hugo I like less and less. There is something ignoble in the face, and even the forehead is rather big than large. He does not look like a poet in any case, now does he? Dearest, did I annoy you, frighten you, about Wilson yesterday? Did that prevent you from writing to me today, if really you did not write to me today? It yet was the merest question, I wished you to understand, the merest question for a yes or a no, and I shall not mind, however you may answer, be certain. I have been thinking to-day that it would be possible enough to leave a direction which might supply everything, and so escape inflicting the injury apprehended. Yes, and as for myself, I shall manage perfectly. Observe how I pinned your coat, miraculously pricking you at the same moment. I shall do for myself and by myself as well as possible, and therefore judge, speak your thoughts out to the purpose, and without drawback. I shall always feel to thank you for speaking the truth, even where it goes against me. But this will not go against me, however you speak it, understand. And as for what my sisters think, it is nothing to the purpose. Say your no, and they never shall hear it. I will avoid the subject from henceforth with them, that is all. And take care of Mr. Kenyon tomorrow. I feel afraid of Mr. Kenyon. But take care of yourself most. Look well that you never let me do, in the least or greatest matter, what would seem better undone hereafter. Not in the least, not in the greatest. For me, if I am to be thought of, remember that you kill me if you suffer me to injure you. That is for me. See how I exhort people who do not write to me. Ah, no, it must be the post's fault. You could not be very much vexed with me, I think, for a mere proposal about Wilson. And the rest of my letter was all made up of assent and agreement. You could not be vexed about Wilson, and you shall not be ill, because I cannot bear to think of it, which, dearest, is a good reason, and irrefragable. The Hadleys dine here, and others. I hear the voices and the laughing. I wish I could your voice as near. May God bless you, your own Bar. End of section 87.
Section 88 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmark July 24, 1846. Sweet, sweet, sweet Bar, look to be kissed tomorrow till it hurts you. Punished you ought to be for such a letter. When the ancients were in doubt about a man's identity, the ancient fathers, they called him Aut Erasmus, or whoever it might be, Aut Diabolus. No gradation, no mean between best and worst. Or do you think Flush bit me and inoculated me with supercynical snappishness? Well, I do think I should not have conducted myself as you consider highly possible, even if you had made, let me say at once, the most preposterous of proposals, even that of going without Wilson or her substitute. I think, and I am sure I should, like a rational being, write all the faster to try and get you to reconsider the matter, convinced as I should be that your perfect good sense would, after a few minutes' examination, see that I could no more take you away without such assistance than desire you to perform the passage of the Mont Cenis on foot. Do I not remember that you intended to be thus accompanied even when your sister was to be of the party? The absolute necessity of what you fancy I may object to. It is not that I complain about, but of the strange notion that whenever fate shall decree that you say or do or think anything from which I shall be forced to differ, my proceedings will needs take this fashion and colour. I shall sulk and say nothing, or perhaps turn aside grandly offended and meditative of noble vengeance. Oh, Bar, dearest, dearest beyond all words, come for once and always into the heart which is your own, and see how full it is of you. And if you say that does not prevent the head being weak and acting accordingly, I will begin by exemplifying the very point I want to convince you of by at once writing and speaking by every imaginable means, making you know that the heart does teach their head better than such foolishness, ought to do it, and does do it. Do you believe me, Bar, my own? Oh, what nonsense! Did you wonder at my letter when it did come? Or did it come? It was duly posted at Deptford. Moreover, the Thursday at the top was written Wednesday, because all day long I was in that error, having been used to see you on Mondays, and to calculate my time by the number of days since I saw you. Whence, knowing to my cost that 2 days had gone by since such an event, I thought what I wrote. Now kiss me, my very own, for an end to everything, your doubt and my impudent making the most of it, for I do not doubt you, sweetest, truest, best love. Tomorrow brings me to you, Bar, I trust. I will be careful today. Never fear, your own devoted R. End of section 88.
Section 89 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, postmarked July 27th, 1846. Why should you ask such a question of me yesterday as to whether I loved you as much then as ever? Love you as much, why should I not love you more? To give question for question. And it does seem to me, too, that my question is more reasonable than yours. Is it afternoon at 6 o'clock? You might have asked in the same breath with yours, and touched so as questionable a matter. Tell me how the evening passed at Mr. Kenyon's. I have seen nobody yet, not him nor Mrs. Jameson. Seen nobody, except all the Headleys, who have just left my room. Do you know, the pomp and circumstance, the noise and fuss and publicity of this marriage of theirs happened just in time to make me satisfied with quite the other principle, as you said. The system they are carrying out is detestable to its own extreme. 50 or 60 people are to breakfast at Fenton's Hotel, with processions to and fro, which altogether, though the bride will bear it very well, for she has been used to a belle ex officio, and this business has been arranged by her and for her, otherwise they would have all been in Paris, is likely, I think, to have killed the bride's mother. My poor aunt wonders how she will get through it. To have to part with her daughter in that crowd. So barbarous a system it is, this system of public marriages, under whatever light considered. Both my sisters are invited, and so was I, in vain, and Henrietta officiates as a bridesmaid. Did I tell you that Arabella Headley is a glorious convert to Puseyism, as might have been expected, and talked here like a theologian a few days since, and considered the dissenters in a most dangerous position, much to the amusement of my brothers. What am I writing of all this time? Dearest, how did you get home yesterday through the ambush at Mr. Kenyon's? Tell me everything. And know that I love you as much, my own beloved. You may know it. When Flush came into the room and had spoken to me in the Flush language, and had examined your chair, he suddenly fell into a rapture, and reminded me that the cakes you left were on the table. So I explained thoroughly to him that you had brought them for him, and that he ought to be properly ashamed therefore for his past wickedness, and make up his mind to love you and not bite you for the future. And then he was allowed to profit from your goodness to him. How over-good of you! It is an encouragement to throw coffee cups, such over-goodness. Nobody knew of your being here yesterday, at least not that I know. So Tuesday looks brightly at a distance. At a distance, the day after tomorrow. Ah, it seems too near in the sense of saying, too good to be true. I will write the paper as you bid me, only in the face of all that is to come, I solemnly tell you that neither I nor mine, certainly not I, will consent to an act of injustice, disinheriting my last hours, whenever they shall come, of a natural satisfaction. You are noble in all things, but this will not be in your power. I will not discuss it so as to tease you. Your reputation is dear to me, of course. The thoughts which men shall have of you in the least matter, I would choose to keep clean, free from every possible taint. But it will be obvious to all that if you pleased, you might throw out of the windows everything called mine, the moment after our marriage, interest and principal. Why not? And if you abstain from this, and after your own death allow the sum which originally came from my family to relapse there, why it is all of pure generosity on your part, and they will understand it as I do, as generosity, as more than justice. Well, let that be. It is your act and not mine, letting it be, and I have no objection to show you what my wishes are, mere wishes, so helping you to carry out such an act in the best way. I send you the paper, therefore, to that end, and only that end. There you must stop. I never will consent to the extravagance you propose about yourself. You shall not, if you love me, think of carrying it out. If I thought you could be so hard on me, do you know, I would rather throw it all up now into the hands of my sisters, and be poor with you at once. I could bear that so much better than the thoughts of leaving you to be poor. Or would you be easier, dearest, if a part were relinquished now? Would it make you easier, and would you promise me so that what is mine should be accepted as yours to the end? The worst is that if I were ill, I should be a burden to you, and thus we might have reasons for regret. Still it shall be as pleases you best, but I must be pleased a little too. It is fair that I should. Certainly you exaggerate to yourself the position. What would have become of you if you had loved a real heiress instead? That would have been a misfortune. As it is, while you are plotting how to get rid of these penny pieces, everybody will be pitying you for having fixed yourself in such conditions of starvation. You who might have married Miss Burdett Coutts. See how I tease you, first promising not to tease you. But always I am worse than I mean to be. Wasn't it your fault a little for bringing up this horrible subject? But here is the paper, the only sort of settlement we shall have. Always I have said and sworn that I never, if I married, would have a settlement. And now I thank God to be able to keep my word so. This only is a settlement of the question. Beloved, how is your head? I love you out of the deepest of my heart, and shall not cease. Your very own, Bar. Is this what is called a document? It seems to me that I have a sort of legal genius, and that I should be on the woolsack in the Martineau. Parliament. But it seems too rather bold to attach such a specification to your name. Laugh and pardon it all. In compliance with the request of Robert Browning, who may possibly become my husband, that I would express in writing my wishes respecting the ultimate disposal of whatever property I possess at this time, whether in the funds or elsewhere, I here declare my wishes to be, that he, Robert Browning, having of course, as it is his right to do, first held and used the property in question for the term of his natural life, should bequeath the same, by an equal division, to my two sisters, or in the case of the previous death of either or both of them, to such of my surviving brothers as most shall need it by the judgment of my eldest surviving brother. Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Wimpole Street, July 1846. End of section 89.
Section 90 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday, postmarked July 27, 1846. Mr. Kenyon said nothing, except a few words at dinner about the mistake of Talfourd to Forster. Nothing whatever, though we sat together and talked for some time before the arrival of the company. And all that I heard about Mrs. Jameson was her return to Ealing, and some wish she meant to express in a letter of seeing me there. So you will have to tell me, and tell me, dearest, when you know anything. Today, perhaps. My own Bar, do not refer to what we spoke of. The next vile thing to the vilest is being too conscious of avoiding that, painfully, ostentatiously protesting and debating, only it seemed absolutely necessary to say thus much at some time and early. Now it is done with, you understanding what I expect at your hands. Mr. Longman was of the party yesterday. Speaking of Haydon, he remarked on his omitting to mention in the list of his creditors the house, to which he owed about £100, being the loss consequent on publishing his book. The lectures, I suppose. Then in a break he said, in answer to a question from Forster, that the book in question had gone to a second edition, but, oh no, the author had received nothing for it, and he lost the money, poor fellow, besides. Is not that inexplicable to all save booksellers? Also, what could be his need for another person's intermediation with the Longmans, since he knew them so well and so long? I hope there is nothing to prevent our meeting on Tuesday. Do you think I am any longer able to appreciate properly the additional gift of the day and the week? I only know that I do not see you now, my Bar, and I feel as if I were... The words must not be written. I need all of you, utterly dearest, dearest that you are. My next day, my Sunday, is the forlornest imaginable. I never wasted time, in the worldly sense of not working in it, as at present. I'd read books, and at the turning of every page go back again for shame. The words only before the eyes, the thoughts of you before the mind. I found a new litter of poetry in a letter of our indefatigable Bennett, the happy man. By the way, a very roundabout one, someone mentioned yesterday as an agreeable, or at least characteristic trait in Sidney Smith, that after dinner, or during dinner, he would occasionally pour water down, or up, as we say, his coat sleeves, for coolness' sake. Nobody made a remark, nor spoke of such a feat's disqualifying its performance from going into good society. Now, do you remember poor Horn and the censorship of his manners? Were not his more rational libations found abominable? See the association? Bennett, Miss Mitford, Horn? But I cannot write sensibly today, nor insensibly, which would be more amusing perhaps. I can only know I am here on Sunday. And whatever the pen may force itself to put down, my one thought is that you are not here. Tomorrow I shall hear and get fresh strength in the anticipation of Tuesday. The letter tells me you are well, the headache for 2 days. Tell me, my own Bar. Bless you, ever best and dearest. End of section 90. Section 91 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning. Postmarked July 27, 1846. That is sufficient, ever dearest. Now dismiss the matter from your thoughts, as I shall. Having forced myself once to admit that most dreadful of possibilities and to provide for it, I need not have compunction at dwelling on the brighter, better chances which God's previous dispensations encourage me to expect. There may even be a claimant, instead of a recipient, of whatever either of us can bequeath. Who knows? For which reason, but most of all for the stronger yourself adduce, the contingency of your illness. I do not ask you to relinquish a part, not as our arrangements now are ordered, for I have never been so foolish as to think we could live without money, if not of my obtaining, then of your possessing. And though, in certain respects, I should have preferred to try the first course, at the beginning at least, when my faculties seemed more my own, and that end of the summer had a less absorbing interest, as I perceive now, yet, as that is not to be, I have only to be thankful that you are not dependent on my exertions, which I could not be sure of, particularly with this uncertain head of mine. I hope when once we are together, the world will not hear of us again until the very end. It would be horrible to have to come back to it and ask its help. I wish Mr. Kenyon had paid his visit. Our Tuesday would be safer. I shall be with you unless a letter forbids. I can only say this now because I expect my visitors nearly directly. Moxon and Forster, do you remember? And the post is always late in arriving on Mondays. But I should fill sheets of paper to no purpose if I thought to tell you how I love you, more than ever. I am wholly your own, dearest, dearest. Pat flush for me, after having let me kiss you, Bar. End of section 91.
Section 92 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday morning. Postmark July 28, 1846. Ever dearest, your hush came too late. I had spoken. Do not blame me, however, for I do not blame myself. It was not very possible that I should allow your fine schemes to lie unmolested by a breath. Nevertheless, we will not carry on this discussion any farther. My simple protest is enough for the present, and we shall have time, I hope, in the future, for your nobleness to unteach itself from being too proud. At any rate, let the subject be now. I mentioned my eldest surviving brother in that way in the paper, because he is put out of the question by the estates being entailed, the Jamaica estates, I mean. And now to have done, unless I could make you easier. Dearest, you may come tomorrow, Tuesday, for my aunt goes out and we shall have a clear ground. Ah, can it be true that you wish me to be with you so, dearest, dearest, that you miss me, as you say, the day after? Yet I am with you in my thoughts, in my affections, always. Let them count for something, that it may not be entirely an absence. Bennet to Bennet. When Wilson brought up my coffee on the little tray on Saturday, there was a Bennet ready on one corner. Then I must not forget to tell you how Mrs. Payne, you remember Mrs. Payne, writes of you to me, speaking what she little knows the effects of. I hope, she says, that you admire Luria greatly. I don't know whether you will call it a sweeping conclusion, but I feel inclined to call Browning the greatest dramatic genius we have had for hundreds of years. Can anybody be more than the greatest to anybody? Half inclined I might be to be jealous of my prerogative of knowing you. Yet no, dearest is greater than greatest, even if one greatest were not greater than another. As to my headache, you might as well inquire about Troy. Fait. It was the air, perhaps, the heat or the cold. The causes are forgotten with the effects, and since I began this letter I have been out with my aunt and Henrietta, the former having visits to pay in all the noisiest streets of the town, as appeared to me. The stone pavements seemed to accumulate on all sides to run to meet us, and I was stunned and giddy, and am so tired that I shall finish my letter in a hurry, looking to tomorrow. We were out nearly 3 hours. Think of travelling 3 hours in a diligence, with a clap of thunder. It may be something like that. And as we were coming homeward, there was Mr. Kenyon. He shook hands through the window, and declared that he was on the point of paying a visit to me, holding up as witness his lump of sugar for Flush, which Flush leapt from the other side of the carriage to accept, ore rotundo. Then the next word was, "Did you see our friend B?" pronounced B, on Saturday? "No," said I, saying no for yes in the confusion, "but I shall tomorrow." "He dined with me," continued Mr. Kenyon, the sound of which struck me into a fit of clairvoyance, and I had to unsay myself with an Oh, yes, I did see him on Saturday. Mr. Kenyon must have thought me purely stupid or foolish or something of the sort, and really I agree with him. To imagine my telling in that unsolicited way, too, both to my aunt and himself, that you were coming here to-morrow. So provoking. Well, it can't be helped. He won't come to-morrow, in any case. And you will. Dearest, how glad I am that you are coming. Being your own, Bar. End of section 92. Section 93 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark July 29th, 1846. Dearest, as I lost nearly an hour of you today, I make amends to myself by beginning to write to you as if I had not seen you at all. A large sheet of paper, too, has flown into my hands, the fates giving ample room and verge enough, my characters, not of hell, to trace, as I am not going to swear at Mr. Kenyon, whatever the provocation. Dear Mr. Kenyon, it appears that he talked to my sisters some time before he let himself be announced to me. He said to them, I want to talk to you, sit down by me and listen. Then he began to tell them of Mrs. Jameson, repeating what you told me, of her desire to take me to Italy, and of her earnestness about it. To which, he added, he had replied by every representation likely to defeat those thoughts, that only a relative would be a fit companion for me, and that no person out of my family could be justified in accepting such a responsibility, on other grounds entering on the occurrences of last year, and reasoning on from them to the possibility that if I offended by any act of disobedience, I might be cast off as for a crime. Oh, poor papa was not spared at all, not to Mrs. Jameson, not to my sisters. Mr. Kenyon said, It is painful to you perhaps to hear me talk so, but it is a sore subject with me, and I cannot restrain the expression of my opinions. He had told Mrs. Jameson everything. It was due to her to have a full knowledge, he thought, and he had tried to set before her the impossibility she was under of doing any good. Then he asked my sisters if I ever spoke of Italy, if they thought I dwelt on the idea of it. Yes, they answered. In their opinion, I had made up my mind to go. But how? What is the practical side of the question? She can't go alone, and which of you will go with her? You know, last year she properly rejected the means which involved you in danger. Henrietta advised that nothing should be said or done. Bar must do everything for herself. Her friends cannot help her. She must help herself. But she must not go to Italy by herself. Then how? She has determination of character, continued Henrietta. She will surprise everybody some day. But how? Mr. Kenyon repeated, looking uneasy. And how imprudent of Henrietta to say that. I have been scolding her a little. The discussion ended by his instructing them to tell me of Mrs. Jameson's proposal, because it was only right that I should have the knowledge of her generous kindness, though for his part he did not like to agitate me by conversing on the subject. Yes, one thing more was said. He mentioned having had some conversation with my uncle Hadley, who was very angry, and he asked if my aunt Hadley had no influence with the highest authority. My sisters answered in the negative, and this is all. He appears to have no plan of his particular own. What do you say, Robert, to all this? Since I am officially informed of Mrs. Jameson's goodness, I must thank her certainly, and in what words? How, as Mr. Kenyon asks. Half I have felt inclined to write and thank her gratefully, and confide to her, not the secret itself, but the secret of there being a secret, with the weight of which I am unwilling to oppress her at this time. Could it be done, I wonder? Perhaps not. Yet how hard, how very difficult it seems to me to thank her worthily, and be silent wholly on my motives in rejecting her companionship. And the whole confidence now is dangerous, would torment her with a sense of responsibility. Think which way it should be. Once you asked me about joining travelling company with Mrs. Jameson. Should you like it? Prefer it for any cause? If it could be done without involving her in trouble, of course. Ah, dearest, what a loss the 3/4 of an hour were to me, like the loss of 4/4 of a moon on a dark night. When dear Mr. Kenyon came to me, he found me with my thoughts astray, following you up the street. He asked how long you had been here. Some time, I said, by an answer made to fit anything. The rest of my answers were not so apt, were more like cross-questions, perhaps, than answers of the common. But he roused me a little by telling me that he wanted you to make an excursion with Landor and himself, and that you did not encourage the idea, and by proceeding to tell me further that at a dinner the other day at his house, your poetry being taken up and praised to the right measure, before that wretched Mr. Reed, he wrote a letter by the morning's post to Mr. Kenyon to express a regret that he, Mr. Reed, should have found it impossible to join in the plaudits of a brother bard, but that Edmund Reed could not recognize Robert Browning as a master-mind of the period, for reasons which were given at length. He, Robert Browning, had never rushed with a passionate genius into the productions of long poems, like Italy, and long dramas, like, what's the name of Mr. Reed's last? Poor wretched man! Mr. Kenyon tore up the letter in compassion too tender toward humanity. Also he told me your excellent story on the stairs. On the stairs. I heard the talking and the laughing, and felt ready to cry out the burden. Well, Saturday will come as surely as you could go. May God bless you, my own. Are you my own? And not rather, yes, rather, far rather, I am your own, your very own. Bah. I doubt your being able to read what is written. Only don't send the manuscript to Mr. Forster to be interpreted after the fashion of others. End of section 93.